Good morning and welcome to beautiful Kensington Oval as we get ready for round 5 of the West Indies Championship. Barbados Pride taking on Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. A little earlier, we had the toss, so let's go out to the middle and see how things went with that. First class championship once again at this beautiful iconic venue of Kensington Oval. Home team, of course, Barbados, led by Craig Brathwaite. Away side, Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, led by Joshua De Silva. Match referee for today, back from a flight, Mr. Jonathan Blades. Craig has the coin. Heads is the call. And heads it is. That means that Joshua, you've won this toss. What will you do and why?
We'll have a bowl first. Seems to have a bit of grass on the surface, so see if our fast bowlers can make a bit of use of that.
It's so interesting. I see you smiling because I heard what was told to be called by you and you won it. How do you feel, I guess, overall about your performances so far in this tournament?
Yeah, that was a little joke. I asked the boys what to call each time. I lost last time, so it was their fault, so I'm just trying not to let it be my fault. But yeah, it was a good outing so far in the championship so far. We've gotten some good results. We're in second, so we're trying to continue that form. Hopefully we can get another result.
I had a chance to have a conversation with your coach ahead of this one in terms of pitch. How different do you think conditions will be here at Kensington in comparison to what you've played on so far?
It's the first time I've seen grass at the Kensington Oval for a very long time, so it's good to see. We are quite happy. We have the fast bowling department to do it, so we also have the spinners to do it as well. So we're just happy to see a good cricket wicket and hopefully get a good game out of it.
Final one for you. Any changes to your side coming into this one?
Yeah, Vikash Mohan out injured and Kamil Puran comes in.
I'll go tell the boys you won the toss. Have a good one, Josh.
Thank you.
Craig, you've lost this toss having a bat first. How do you feel about that one?
Yeah, I mean, we would have bowled first as well. But in saying that, I think today the pitch will just be a bit slower, so a bit of time to adjust. I think tomorrow it will quicken up a bit. So still positive in it. I think once we take care of the first hour in the first session and put ourselves in a good position.
You've made quite a few changes between the last round and also another big name coming in. It looks like on the team sheet for this one. Let's confirm first of all, will Shea Hope be in the 11 for today?
Yeah. Shea replaces Lenico Boucher as the wicketkeeper, and Jerry McAllister comes in for Ramon Simmons, who just getting a bit of rest.
No problem. Obviously, that name, Shea Hope, is one that we've not seen in white clothes for quite some time. How much of a boost will it be to your side here in this round?
Well, I mean, massive boost. I think Shea is a natural leader, and him just being in the dressing room alone, how he goes about his business, you guys will learn from. That's what I'm excited about. Obviously, we have a bright future with some young guys in the team, so it's obviously good to have Shea.
Well, have yourself a great one out there, Craig.
Thanks.
Well, there you have it. News from the middle, news from the toss. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force have won it, and they're going to have a bowl first. Well, that's it there. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force winning the toss here underwater. Some interesting conditions because it's slightly overcast this morning. Opting to have a bowl first, said skipper Joshua De Silva. And we do expect a very interesting contest out there in the middle. Of course, Captain Craig Brathwaite there on screen. He would have been hoping that he could have had himself a bowl first to utilize conditions, given the experience of the seamers that he has in his side. But instead, he's got to do battle with the bat first. Interestingly enough, two changes for Barbados Pride. In this one, Jerry McAllister comes into the side, and so does Shea Hope, someone that has not donned the white clothes at this level in quite some time. Alongside of me this morning, Roland Butcher. Good morning to you, Roland. How excited are you for this contest?
Yeah, Joe, good morning, and yeah, welcome to Kensington. Yeah, it should be an interesting contest between, I think, two of the better sides in the competition this year. Trinidad very much on a roll, so is Barbados on a roll, hoping for a fourth victory at home, which would be unprecedented. They've got a real challenge on their hands because obviously Trinidad has been playing some good cricket, and importantly today they've won the toss on what appears to be a greenish surface.
So first ball of the day out of the hand of Jaden Seals, and it also brings the first runs of this contest as well for Barbados Pride. So off the mark, thanks to the captain Craig Brathwaite. He's joined out there in the middle by his opening partner, who has done such across this tournament so far in Zachary McCaskey. It was interesting that some were wondering with the inclusion of Shea Hope whether or not Lenico Boucher might find his way up towards the top of the order, but he's actually been left out today, and Zachary McCaskey continues his role at the top. I'll maybe get your thoughts on that at some stage, Roland, on whether or not you would have continued with Zach at the top, or whether or not you would have considered moving Boucher. Beautiful, and that's why De Silva opted to have a bowl first this morning. You expect the ball to move around a bit because of the overhead conditions. You expect it as well because of a bit of grass that is on that surface, and Captain Craig Brathwaite also felt that the ball might hold a bit and be a little slow in the early exchanges of the morning because of a bit of moisture as well in the surface. So we'll have to be a little circumspect in terms of shots this morning here, Barbados Pride.
Yeah, I think it's important really to put the ball in the right place. Even though there's some green patches on this, you still got to put the ball in the right areas. Seal's just a little bit too short at the moment. Hasn't quite got his length and range yet, but on this type of surface and overcast morning, I think it's very important to bring the batter onto the front foot. I think if the batter will be quite happy to play off the back foot, it's much easier to play off the back foot. But if he's being drawn forward, then it's important because he's not sure of the swing or the movement, and those slips will come into place.
Well, talking about slips, 3 slips and a gully in operation here, and a slight change to the field as well now, with an additional fielder goes across on to the offside. So 3 slips, a gully, a backward point, a cover, and a whitish mid-off for McCaskey. Beautiful from Seals once again. I think that is more so the length that you're looking for, Roland.
Absolutely. Pitch the ball up. Yes. Get the batter to come forward or think about getting forward, especially early in the innings when the feet are not moving that well, and that was evident there with McCaskey. His feet were stuck pretty much on the crease, and he sort of played forward after the ball had gone. So excellent delivery there by Seals.
Yeah, a batter who is still looking for runs in this championship, McCaskey. He's going to have to be patient this morning, and that word patient is something that has not necessarily been in his game in this championship. If he looks back at some of his dismissals, you would attribute it to a lack of patience. But he's been given another opportunity, McCaskey, and he's a young man with a lot of potential, a young man who, as long as he gets in, puts totals on the board. First over of the morning bowled, 3 without loss.
Yeah, Seal's not quite getting his range in that over. Just got the one delivery with 2 good deliveries in the right place. But I think apart from that, just a little bit too short. But you can understand it's the first over of the day. Obviously, he wouldn't got into a rhythm yet. The body's not warmed up properly, even though you would have done a warm up before. It's different to actually when you get into a contest and you're bowling at a batter whose job is to try and score runs. So first over, Craig Brathwaite was able to nudge a couple away for a couple of singles.
It's going to be Anderson Phillip who will pair with ball in hand from the other end, operating with a similar field to that of Jaden Seals. 3 slips and a gully once again, and we do expect some movement this morning. It's all going to come down to those lengths that the opening bowlers for the Red Force hit this morning. A bit full on that occasion, and a lot of space in that cover region for Brathwaite. He's someone who's gotten himself runs since coming into round 2 of this championship. The Pride side, as mentioned by Roland, have found success at this venue. 3 games, 3 wins for them. And 3 convincing wins at that, but a much tougher opposition in Trinidad and Tobago Red Force for this round. McCaskey thinking of one and sent back by the skipper. But yeah, much tougher opposition in terms of with both ball and bat in Trinidad when you think about the teams going around this competition, Roland.
Yeah, most definitely. I mean, the rivalry between these two teams, as we know, goes back a very long time. So even in 2025, I wouldn't expect that it's going to be any less intense than it has been in the past. And, both teams will go very hard at each other.
Line probably just a bit too wide on that occasion. But it's in going to the surface, and you talk about the amount of grass that's on it, and live grass at that. Sometimes a fast bowler might be, getting a bit carried away at times. Not to say that's been Trinidad so far. Obviously still very early in the exchanges, into the second over of the day.
Yeah, beautifully bowled, and again on the bringing Craig Brathwaite forward. That's much better delivery. Good line, good pace. And fortunately, Craig Brathwaite didn't get a touch on that, but I think that's the type of delivery that's most likely to trouble the batter in these early exchanges. The ball that is pitched up. So the short of a length ball would be quite easy for the batters to negotiate, but early in your innings, that type of delivery is the one that's going to give you a problem.
Yeah, certainly can afford to be a bit fuller at the start of things here today, given the conditions. But also need a measure of consistency as well, because if we're looking at how the ball has been carried, or rather carrying, the carry has been good this morning, and that was something that was discussed a little earlier between the two sides in terms of conversations. How will this ball carry on this surface? A lovely over from Anderson, 5 without loss.
Yeah, absolute beauty to finish that over by Anderson. Beating Craig Brathwaite all ends up.
Fourth game of this championship for Jaden Seals. They had figures of 1 for 34 and 2 for 16 when they played versus the Windwards. None for 69 when they played versus Leewards. And in that last round versus the Academy, 1 for 71 and 1 for 48 Seals. So he'll be hoping he could get his wickets column going in this championship. McCaskey in now off the mark. That'll be a good feeling for him. This match even more important, I think, from a McCaskey perspective, simply because this is the last round of games that will be played here at Kensington Oval in this championship. Will want to make full use of home conditions, McCaskey, before having to hit the road and venture towards those foreign surfaces that they'll play on for the remainder of the championship. Just so interesting, we were talking about carry and what type of carry you might get on this surface. And that one kept quite low there, being taken on the bunks around the ankles by Captain De Silva. And this is why coaches were asking a question or two about this surface. Yes, there's grass on it. Yes, it has the appearance of being hard, but how will this ball carry off the surface?
Yeah, that last ball is not what we'd expected. Kept a little bit low, maybe the length of the delivery, but we've seen some carry nicely. And once again, Seals goes past the outside edge. Has a word with Craig Brathwaite, who remains unflappable.
Yeah, they do know that this will be a big wicket to get here, Trinidad and Tobago. Usually the anchor of this Barbados batting side, Craig Brathwaite, not just from a runs perspective, but because of the amount of time that he takes out of the game as well. Slightly falling over there, playing around that one, Craig Brathwaite. No harm done. But once again, a long conversation between himself and Seals. Came into this one, Brathwaite got a double 100 versus the Academy, and 31 and 47 not out versus Jamaica, and 38 and 15 not out versus the combined campuses and colleges. So since that double 100, Brathwaite hasn't necessarily carried on in this tournament, so he too will be looking for runs in this last home game. Another over from Seals, 6 without loss. Operating with a very heavy offside field is Anderson Phillip. Just the two in the leg side. One of them there on screen, and Jaden Seals at what is a sharp mid-on. He'll return to it very soon. And then a man back on the fine leg boundary. So we'll be looking to operate just around that off stump, just wide of that off stump area on a good length, Anderson Phillip. One of those men in the leg side now, and Seal comes into play at that short mid-on position. Cavaliers once again. Coming back to you now with that question, Roland, and I'll offer my thoughts on it after you, but in terms of having McCaskey remain at the top, now that Shea Hope is coming to the side and Boucher then being the one to go, just your thoughts on that one from Barbados today?
Yeah, I certainly agree with maintaining McCaskey at the top of the order. McCaskey, I think he's got some credit in the bank. He's performed well for Barbados the last few years. He's been on West Indies tours. I think that's a beauty. I think you've got to continue with him. I think he's a good player. I'm not saying that Boucher isn't a good player either, but I think McCaskey has some credit right now that should be utilized.
Yeah, I actually side with you on that one. Because obviously when I heard the discussions come up, I understand that persons were looking at it from this season, Boucher has scored some runs, keep him going, but I'm also thinking about the confidence that it instills in McCaskey to keep him there at the top. I'm not telling myself that Shea Hope will play in the rounds after this because there's a 2-week break as well.
Yes, but George, we have a lot of armchair critics who basically, they want to change the team after every game, every innings. Every innings you play, you're on trial. So, if you got 102 innings to go and you fail the next innings, you should be dropped. So, I don't pay a lot of attention to that type of thinking. I believe, I've been in the game for a long enough time to realize that, you've got to take a much more balanced view of how things are. McCaskey is not trying to prove anything. He's just got to get himself in form. He doesn't have to prove that he can play because he can.
Gets it wrong on that last one, but just to buy in that over, 7 without loss. Yeah, agreed, and it's nice that you mentioned in terms of him not having to prove himself, because naturally I think that might be a conversation that McCaskey might be having in his mind at the moment, given the form that he's been in or the lack of form that he's been in. And it's also so interesting the mental battle that players have in terms of knowing that they have the ability, but when they're out of form, having that pressure that they place on themselves from saying, well, I've got to prove myself again.
Well, see, that's where good captaincy and good management comes in, because really the captain and the management should be saying to McCaskey, you don't have to prove anything. You just got to get yourself informed. We know what you can do. You've done it before. So it's just backing him on that level and giving him the confidence to believe that, he's not under pressure. Because, we like putting people under pressure.
Yeah, a little disappointed with that one. Jaden Seals.
I think, a lot of our supporters enjoy the fact that, this is your last chance. I frankly don't believe in that. I believe in empowering players to give of their best. Certainly if I was in that dressing room, my conversation with McCaskey is that, you have done it in the past. It is not something that we don't know that you can't do. Just give yourself a chance to be at the crease for a long time.
Yeah, and he'll have to put deliveries like that out of his mind, because you do expect the caliber of bowlers on display right now in terms of Seals and his experience, Phillips and his experience, that they will test you, especially given the conditions. But naturally, if he's able to weather this quote-unquote storm, if he's able to get himself through the first hour, if he's able to be there as we get to an hour and a half of play, maybe that confidence that he's had in previous seasons might begin to return for him.
Yeah, I mean, this is a good test for him. Just fight your way through. Ooh, that one took off.
Yeah, it did take off, but interestingly enough, when I think about the position of the Silva, almost had to catch it on his way back down in terms of the jump, which tells me that it didn't fly through as well. And that's something that Captain Craig Brathwaite mentioned at the toss, that even in terms of the bounce factor, it might not be quick bounce out of the surface. So naturally, this pitch might begin to quicken up as we get to the end of the day, and maybe at the start of tomorrow, you might see a by far quicker surface out there. Two experienced umpires out there in the middle for this contest. There at the bottom of left of screen just now, umpire Leslie Reefer Jr. He's out there in the middle. Yep, that is good old Les right there. From these parts is what they would say, from the island of Barbados, Leslie Reefer. And he's joined by umpire Ryan Banwari, who carries a lot of experience at this level also. So two good umpires out there in the middle, and they will be called upon at some stage when you think about how the tempers might begin to flare in this type of encounter. Trinidad versus Barbados always brings a lot of tension to it, a lot of emotions as well, because bragging rights are on offer, Roland.
Yeah, it's part and parcel of the game. I mean, that's the whole idea of a rivalry, is that there's need to be tension, there need to be passion, and I don't think it's something that you should try to stop, because you'll kill the contest then. Just got to let it flow.
Pushing out at that one, McCaskey survives though. 7 without loss.
Yeah, Trinidad maintaining the pressure. The only thing they haven't done is to get the wicket, but they've kept both of these Barbados batters in check with some good bowling. And, I think what Craig Brathwaite and McCaskey has to do is just keep fighting it out, fighting. They'll become more accustomed to the pitch, more accustomed to the light, to the pace of the deliveries, to the action of the bowler. Then once they get used to that, then suddenly batting will look a lot easier. But right now, you would expect it to be quite difficult because it's a brand new ball. It's a greenish surface. You're not sure how it's going to play. Two international bowlers who play international cricket. It augurs well for a very good contest.
We'll be hoping not to be there too often. Seals just going down on the angle, right arm across. Naturally, the wind also is a factor when you come to Kensington, and it is blowing from left to right of your screen, so naturally blowing the ball down the leg side of the right-handed batters as well.
So far in this over, Philip struggling to get his angles right. One wide on the leg side, one wide on the offside. I think Craig Brathwaite's got to look out for the straight one.
Philip gets the big breakthrough. Full and into the stumps of the captain, Craig Brathwaite.
Yeah, not a good shot there by Craig Brathwaite. No feet movement at all, just really waved the bat out. Didn't get into line, and when your luck's not on, that's what happens. He gets an inside edge, plays it into his stumps. Trinidad will take the wicket, but I think it's a fortunate one. And Craig Brathwaite really undone there by lack of foot movement, pitched up delivery, and somehow manages it to squeeze the ball into his stump. So Barbados lose their first wicket.
A very disappointed captain in Craig Brathwaite. You'll look back and think that maybe should have played a better shot to that one. It comes off the inner portion of the bat and crashes back on to that stump. So disappointment for the captain there.
Yeah, just undone really by his own lack of movement with the feet. That was the real issue there for Craig Brathwaite. Wasn't anything, there was nothing lethal about that delivery. It was just a pitched up delivery, but because his feet didn't go back nor forward, just ended up playing with the arms, and unfortunately got it into his stumps.
The new batter for Barbados Pride is Jonathan Drakes. Got himself back-to-back hundreds at one point in this championship. A new day and a new contest out there for him, though. Clipped into vacant mid-wicket space. And could maybe think three. And good running allows them to get it quite comfortably. So off the mark nicely is Drakes.
Yeah, clipped in the ear, and I think he'd be quite pleased, Jonathan Drakes, that there was not a mid-wicket, because he may well have been on his way back, but instead he gets off the mark with three.
Good areas again, once again from Phillip. Just getting that big wicket, Brathwaite will do a lot for the confidence of this Red Force side. Because once again, we talk about the type of anchor that Brathwaite is and the amount of time that he takes out of a game as well, and how level he keeps things out there as well in terms of the experience and conversation that he's able to pass on to those at the non-strikers end. Success in that over for the Red Force. It is 10 for 1.
Yeah, good over by Phillip. Just testing the batter, getting the important wicket of Craig Brathwaite, who really most innings are built around. And a lot of work to be done by McCaskey and Drakes.
A lot of work indeed. As mentioned at one stage, Drake sort of had back-to-back hundreds in this championship, and he can look and say that he's done relatively well across the games so far. 70 and 26 versus Guyana, that first 100 being 117 versus the Academy. Oh, this looks close. It is dead. Seals is celebrating. Oh, he must feel he is back at Carnival. 2 down now for Barbados Pride.
Yeah, the pitch tuck delivery again. That's the one that's done it. Drakes just getting his pad where the bat should be. Obviously beaten for a little bit of pace, but more importantly, I think really beaten for length. And Seals bang on target. So things going well for Trinidad and Tobago. Red Force Drex goes. Barbados in a bit of bother. Drex goes for 3.
Well, a few of the runs for Barbados Pride now back in the hut. Early pressure and good use of the conditions. We talked about length and how important it is. Length perfect here from Seals. Coming back in on the angle as well. And yeah, trapped in front. That is a good feeling for any fast bowler. That is what they wanted. That is how you back up the decision of your captain to have a bowl first.
Yeah, and Austin Chase. Is that Chase? Oh, Wickham. Yeah, I think another candidate for LBW. I think Seals. Wickham shuffles also to start with. Doesn't get a long way forward, so a similar delivery from Seals. He could be in a bit of bother, so he's got to get those feet moving and moving quickly, because lack of footwork has undone 2 Barbadian batters so far.
It will be a test versus Jaden Seals here. And this is what we wanted in terms of the championship. Quality bowlers against quality batters. 2 in 2 for Jaden Seals. Oh, cue the music. Cue the celebrations. Oh, this lad is having a time at the Oval.
Yeah, I think he may have got an inside edge again here, Kevin Wickham, but what you'll find when you do look at the replay, Joel, is that you'll see really a lack of movement again by the batter. Foot movement. Again, that's really what's undone him. He's got to go for a duck, but Barbados in real bother. Let's look at this. Feet go nowhere whatsoever, and another angle would obviously tell us whether the ball's come off the inside edge or not. But what we do know is that Wickham's back in the pavilion and Seals has got 2-2.
Yeah, maybe a little loose there, Wickham. Just pushing away, back going away from the body, needing to be a bit tighter at the start of things, especially with the ball moving. Gap between bat and pad. Ball finds its way through. And Jaden Seals is now on a hat trick.
Yeah, that's a good delivery. Actually came back in quite sharply, but what Wickham did was just play the shot from where his stance was. He never really covered the line of the ball. Allowed the ball to move in. And as you can see, I mean, Chase is another LBW candidate, you know. He's early in his innings, feet don't move very well, so I think Seals will be looking to bowl full and straight.
Well, Roston Chase there in the middle, got himself 100 in the last one, but different conditions, different challenge, and different bowler here today at Kensington Oval. Jaden Seals, 2 in 2. He's on a hat trick. Sharp delivery for the hat trick ball. Length pulled back a bit on that occasion, but the emotions are high in this contest. His sails are up, and he's blowing in the wind at the moment, Jaden Seals.
I just wondered whether that was a deliberate short ball or whether it just came up that way. I would imagine on a hat trick ball, you've got 4 slips in place in the gully. You'd be looking to pitch the ball up and not necessarily short. I think he'd probably go back now to his pitched up delivery.
Just gets a little carried away there in terms of the line on that occasion, Jaden Seals. But what he's done is that he's asked questions of the Barbados batters, batting that has done relatively well so far in this tournament. When you think about the two sides and the runs that they've put up across this first class championship, a lot of big numbers for them on either side.
Yeah, big numbers, but different pitch, different opposition, different circumstance.
Oh, just for a moment, expecting a better effort, Jaden Seals. Looks like Carrier, the guilty party on that occasion. Thinking that maybe an effort forward and to the right could have brought about the dismissal.
Well, there was a loose shot by Chase, really. He's just come into the crease. Team in trouble. To get off the mark, he's going with a big drive on the up. This pitch really at the moment is not a drive on the up pitch. That ball has to come very close to you and you have to play it late. His hands are out in front. He was lucky that didn't go straight to mid wicket.
A quiet leave alone in what was an exciting over. 11 for 3.
Yeah, excellent over by Seals. He's now got 2 for 5 in his 4 overs.
So Barbados under early pressure. Good morning all. Good aggressive fast bowling from Anderson, Phillip and Jaden Seals. Good toss to win. Predictably, the Red Force win the toss and enforcing Barbados here. Good morning to former West Indies opener Philo Wallace. Nice to see you, Philo.
Good morning, Andrew. It's nice to see you as well. Yes, challenging conditions for the Barbados batters, the Barbados Pride batters, in that the surface is full of green grass. And obviously that grass is aiding for some good swing movement, which we're seeing from Seal and Anderson.
Yeah, pretty strong side, Trinidad and Tobago. There's no question about that. Captain with 3 consecutive hundreds. Of course, Jason Mohammed, who says he wants to play Test cricket. Double century and all. So this is a pretty good side against a team that has won its last 3 matches, but they are in trouble at home.
And also, too, Andrew, you have to remember that you have Jaden Seal, who played for Sussex last year. In county cricket, they're now coming up to Division 1. He was the leading wicket taker. Anderson Phillip, who played for Lancashire as well. So you have 2 quality bowlers coming at you on a surface that will aid the fast bowling with the movement that we're seeing. And Anderson Phillip obviously operating from the northern end. He's honing in on that off-stump line and getting the ball to leave and shape back in to both batters. And it's good to see consistent pace, consistent line and length. And he looks good in his rhythm.
And has always been pretty fit, Anderson Phillip. Barbados pretty strong batting, at least on paper. I mean, Captain Brathwaite has gotten out rather strangely in recent times, Philo.
Yeah, well, today he got a ball outside the off stump, and I call it the cover down shot. He looked to just, instead of moving his feet, he allow his hands to go past his body, and he just woof at the ball or close his back face, and the ball drag onto his off stump. Then we saw Jonathan Drake's not getting out to the ball, being trapped at LBW, and Wickham coming in and not giving himself any chance, looking to drive at the first ball. And again, you play on the surfaces that's quite strange to them with grass and movement coming off the seam.
Yeah, well, Barbados bringing McAllister into their side. He's the only real genuine fast bowler in terms of pace. But the retort from Trinidad is that we've got fast bowlers too.
Well, they do have fast bowlers. We're seeing two in operation. Then there's another one to come, James. It's obviously McAllister, he'll be the quickest, but you have to bowl the ball in the right areas to be effective. You just don't want to see green grass on the surface and go helter-skelter and bowl the ball badly. I thought this morning when the Trinidad bowling pair, the Trinidad and Tobago right force bowling pair, Seal and Anderson started, they bowl a bit too wide and not allowing the batters to play at the ball. And when they did come straight, then they got the results.
That's a lovely shot. Beautifully played. That'll go for 4. Yeah, given in terms of that length, it was full. Eyes open very wide there. Chased and stroked it through cover. He's got a big job to do for the Barbados side. Yeah, just outside the off stump. Lovely movement across the stumps and driving through cover. Always going to be 4 very well timed.
Yeah, typical Roston Chase shot, looking for that ball half volley length. He's using his reach quite well and just hitting it through the offside. Not hitting it hard, just using the pace. And Barbados, obviously, the scoreboard tells the tale, 15 for 3.
And no share hope as yet. Surprised he hasn't come as yet, Philo?
No, I'm not surprised.
You're surprised?
No,
Okay.
I'm not surprised at all.
Okay.
I think that hope obviously will come after Chase. I didn't expect him to bat before Roston. He's replaced Boucher,
Right.
a wicketkeeper who batted at number 6.
Okay, fair enough. This is also very important innings for Zachary McCaskey. He's been under a lot of pressure, got a good score in Guyana, but ever since then has struggled. But of course, he's the opening batsman, and Barbados having to make the choice to play him. Had a lot of interesting discussions about it. Boucher would have done pretty well behind the stumps and in front of the stumps, losing his place. But I suppose that happens when you have the big boys coming back into the side.
Another thing too, and she's at Boucher batting in the middle.
Right.
This is a different kettle of fish here. You're dealing with Anderson, Phillip, and Jaden Seal.
Right.
2 quality fast bowlers, both of West Indies ilk. And can Boucher deal with this? I think McCaskey is given the opportunity to. If he feels, Andrew, he cannot see, he didn't get the opportunities.
Right, I
The
agree with
opportunities have been presented to Zachary McCaskey. It's up to him now to decide if he wants to bat to lunch and bat Barbados out of trouble to really cement his player. He had a good score against Ghana, tail away a bit, but he's a designated opener. And this is the opportunity now for him to really show his caliber and his class and quality.
Well, he started with his captain, who departed. A bit of a meek surrender. He's faced 20 balls now for 2, but occupation of the crease is important. Trinidadians have bowled very well this morning at Kensington. Runs for Chase, will get a second. That's going to head out towards the boundary. And we'll get there. Well, didn't look as if it would have gone to the boundary, but it was so very well timed. And that's good batting by Chase. Beautifully played through the onside for 4.
I realize, Andrew, you don't have a watch, a wristwatch, so timing is not really on you. And that is a fantastic cricket shot. And Roston Chase is a good man for this crisis here. Ball on in swing and length coming back in, and he just knocked it quite nicely through mid-wicket area and over the boundary for 4. But then you look at Chase. Chase is the ideal man for this crisis because Chase will score. And that is what I like about Roston Chase. He's a batter who looks to score.
But he's gotten 2 boundaries already. And as we said in the last match against CCC, made a 100. It was the man of the match. He also bowled well. More runs, trim it on.
Thought they could have come back for 3. Very, very poor running indeed. Again, you have McCaskey, who is 2 from 20 balls, chases 11 from 12. McCaskey, to me, was chilling out on that second run.
Yeah, surprised. Feel that Midon had a long run and aggressive running. They should have gotten 3 comfortably.
And the guy who chased the ball is Yannick Carrera.
Yeah.
You run faster than him, Andrew.
Yeah. Comfortably too as well. Carrera up at straight mid-wicket. Will hopefully bowl today. Let me remind you that the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force won the toss and decided to bowl first. And the decision has proven to be a good one so far. Philo, talk me through the pitch. You would have had an opportunity to see it.
Yes, I was out there earlier this morning. We didn't do a pitch report because the rain came, and then you have a ball head, it hits you hard. But the pitch is full of grass.
Right.
It has very good grass covering, and I spoke to Vincent Reid and Nigel Newton, and that is what they want to get at Kensington Oval. Pitches with grass and allow the grass to work with the ball. Obviously, it's what is underneath that is going to aid in the bounce. So once the underneath is hard and firm, and you have this green grass coming through, which is prepared to the pitch, then you will get bounce, pace, and seam movement. And we saw that ball from Jaden Seal carry through to Joshua De Silva head height. So it tells you that the pitch has some pace in it.
No, that's not a good shot by Roston Chase. That's a get-out shot. The over comes to an end. Barbados under pressure. Being inserted 22 for 3.
And on a surface like this too, Andrew, the batters have to be very, very patient and selective. Because if you try to go against the grain of the surface, it might give you the wicket. So it's going to be important to see how well these two Barbadian Pride batters adjust to the conditions, the pitch conditions. And obviously, the ball is swinging around, as the Jukes ball will do in these conditions. And the quality of the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force seam attack, it's going to be important for them, the two batters, to just have a little look, wait around, and when opportunities present themselves to score as Chase had done, just try to get the ball to the boundary. And we're going to see it as a change from the northern end. It's going to be Joshua James, big fast bowler, Andrew, big and strong and tall.
Well, I'm very keen to see him.
And the ball is still new.
Yep. I'm told that he's got some gas about him, and one for the future. Big and strong, as you said. Here he goes with his first ball. Do you know him at all, fellow? Have you ever met him?
No, I've never met him.
Okay.
No, he's a new kid on the block. He's strong. Obviously, his run-up is not as smooth as I thought it would be.
No.
But the first ball came down good on line length. McCaskey allowed to go through to the keeper. But I think if you get his run-up smoother, he can get more momentum driving through the crease. Because he's bowling off a strength at the moment. There isn't a lot from that run-up.
Very powerful legs as well. Does he remind you of anyone that would have played regional cricket? Or no? You got to look at that, fellow. What do you think?
Yeah, you would want me to go in my crystal ball.
Yeah, look into your crystal ball.
But my crystal ball is cloudy.
I like that one. Big, strong guy he is. Very tall.
So,
broad shoulder.
Yeah, think about something like a Casper Davis.
Casper
kind of
Davis,
height.
okay.
Yeah, Cameron
right.
Coffey.
Cameron Coffey.
That kind of height, tall.
Yeah, you're right.
Maybe a little bulkier than both.
Ooh, almost played that ball onto his stumps. Bit of a nothing shot by McCaskey.
That happens when you're not scoring. You get a wide delivery and you think it's time to score, but you're not in the right position. More often than not, you'll drag the ball back onto your stumps. They were short and wide, but certainly didn't have the pace. McCaskey not in the right position to play. I think for a short batter as well, he challenges the short balls a lot, too much for me. I think he needs to sit down a bit more on those short balls until he really gets in and express himself. Still haven't gone an hours yet of play.
So the Barbados side generally playing medium paces so far. Of course, with the backup of the left arm spin of Warcan and the man who's at the non-strikers end, Roston Chase. They've made that change with McAllister big and strong coming into the side on a grassy pitch at Kensington. Good toss to win.
Yes, for any visiting captain to come and see a surface like this, they want to win the toss, and they'll insert the opposition, which Joshua Da Silva has done. I know a lot of guys were, having bowing their heads, oh, we have to bat first, but that is the nature of the game. Once the coin goes up, when the captain calls, you can't turn it around. And it's just unfortunate for Barbados not to be bowling first, but it's an opportunity for the batters to test their skills.
First time we're seeing Joshua James play at the regional level in Barbados. And yes, I think he's got to work on his run-up, Philo.
Yeah, this way you have Riyad Emirates is the bowling coach, is the head coach, and he's a former fast bowler.
Yep.
And these are things that I would expect to be corrected from that type of coach. So it's something that obviously I know Riyad would take notice of and try to work with him throughout this game. It's not going to be an overnight success, but it's something that has to work on, during the game and after the game. They have a couple of weeks break as well. Because I believe that once he gets that run up right, Andrew, he's going to have more rhythm to his bowling.
But he's remarked his run.
So you have Joshua James, you have O'Shane Thomas.
Right.
You have the young guy from Ghana that I explained today.
Isaiah Thorne.
Right. So we have three
big
tall,
men. Very
fast
big
bowlers.
men, yeah.
I know it's going to be interesting to see how they develop throughout this season and on towards better things, one would hope, because we're looking for fast bowlers and we've identified three already. You have Shamar Holder, you got Shamar Joseph, Roach is on his way out, you got Jaden Seal, Anderson Phillip, you got O'Shane Shields from Jamaica, so you have them. But it's about developing them. That ball is lying badly from James down the legs and an easy tuck away by McCaskey. So it is about developing these fast bowlers, getting the right people in places to help them to develop their skills. We heard Franklin Stevenson last night. He spoke about overcoaching.
Oh.
If a man is supposed to bowl fast, let him bowl fast. If
Right.
a bowler wide, he bowls a wide, he will learn. He spoke about Alan Donald when he called White Lightning.
Mm-hmm.
He spoke about him and how when he came out, he just used to bowl and bowl fast, and that is the key. Because bowling fast, you have to enjoy it. That's why you and I sit here and we jog and walk the roads.
Yep.
We're not Olympian sprinters or...
More walking now, though, Philo.
Well, as you grow up,
Yeah.
there's certain things that you stop doing.
But to have former West Indies opening batsman Philo Wallace very much a part of the commentary team, along with former England opening batsman Roland Butcher.
It always baffles me with Trinidad and Tobago playing red ball cricket, and the white clothing has red in it.
Yep.
It's really
Interesting.
Yeah, it's interesting.
And a very aggressive field to 4 steps in the gully. Why not? Jaden Seal is bowling well. He's in his 6th over now, so I imagine that he may take a break pretty soon.
Well, I spoke to him this morning, and he said that his rhythm is good.
Right.
Obviously, he's fit, but he was marking his run up from the northern end.
Oh.
And he's operating from the southern end.
Interesting.
But obviously, now, Andrew, they no longer put the boot marks. They put spray.
They do.
So, yeah, but he said his rhythm is coming back, which is good to hear. And obviously, his fitness is up. His speeds look good, and he's getting the ball in the right areas more often than not. And it's good to see that Joshua Da Silva is supporting his fast bowlers by having aggressive field placing.
Now regarded as maybe the #1 fast bowler in the West Indies team. I think that stint in England really served him in good stead, Philo.
Yes, his time down at Sussex was well spent. I thought that Firebrace did a really good job with him. There's also Grant Flower down there as well, and he loved playing at Sussex. Then after that break, he went up to Shabazz Chowdhury, who's the same guy that worked with Shamar Holder.
Right.
and they did some work there as well. And he looked good from the series at home. You can see his rhythm is good. And this is a guy who's coming back from a very serious injury. And to me, what county cricket has done to Jaden Seals is get him to understand how to bowl. Because there's so many different conditions that you encounter. And he's not at Hove, Andrew. It's not the warmest place in the world. The sun could be shining. It's beastly cold because there's always a wind. And Franklin Stevenson was down there for some time. But he has gone down. He went down there and he has done wonderfully well. And he's made Sussex his home. He's going back this year. And I hope that 2025 will be a big year for him as well. But he's going up to Tier 1 in the county championship. So he'll be running up against teams like Yorkshire and Notts and Surrey and those teams, those big teams. So he's going to have his work cut out. But I like the way he looks here at the Kensington Oval today.
Yeah, that was wide the off stump. Looked a bit of a tired delivery. I reckon that he may take a break pretty soon. But of course, when you're getting wickets, you tend to have that energy. He's bowled well, getting rid of Jonathan Drakes, plumb leg before him. Then Wickham. Describe Wickham's dismissal. What did he do wrong there?
He didn't get his left foot up to the pitch of the ball. See, that's the thing about cricket. As a batter, one mistake and you're out of there. You've got to be on your P's and Q's. And it's good that the younger batters would have come in and realized that on a surface like this, you need to be spot on with your feet movement.
Oh, that's very well played by McCaskey to get his first boundary through extra cover. Beautifully played.
The sound off the bat tells you that it's a fantastic shot. Got into very good positions at McCaskey.
I think he recognizes that he's got to get a good score. He's under the microscope, and there's no doubt about his ability. And I'd love for him to get a big one. Barbados are in trouble, and he must bat away in adversity and come out on top. Another good shot by McCaskey. Will it have the legs to get there? It will. It goes for 4 through cover.
2 gifts to have volleys from Jaden Seals. As you said, tiring coming to the end of the spell. But the way in which he played those, he executed those 2 drives, just shows that he's in control. He's not looking to overhit the ball. He's staying in the shot, stay in the moment. And obviously, again, Andrew, pristine, Kensington over outfield and getting value for his shots. And at the end of that over, Barbados spread, they move up to 31 for 3. Chase is on 11, and Zach McCaskey is joining him on 11. He faced 32 balls. So it's been a pressure situation for the opener, and we hope that he can continue in this vein. Chase has only faced 14 balls. Yeah, lovely shot. Just getting to the pitch of the ball and just pushing it through extra cover. With such a field that is so aggressive, there's going to be opportunities in the outfield to hit the ball into the gaps, and he's taking the opportunity quite nicely. And again, he can be feeding off a Chase, because we saw Chase exit 2 lovely drives as well off Anderson Phillip. This is James going to continue from the northern end.
Well taken by the keeper. James's run, he looks rather laboured. That's interesting. I mean, it's the first time I'm seeing him really. I mean, I've seen him before, but I mean, at Kensington Oval, looks as if he's got to really work on his run-up.
Yeah, I think that is something that he needs to work on his run-up. He needs sprinting.
Yep.
As they said, I can remember years ago I went to Gloucestershire to check a friend of mine. He was a horse trainer. 6 o'clock in the morning.
Right.
And he had the horses sprinting up a hill. And I asked, why are you doing that? He said, because you get power from your gluteus maximus, which is the bum. So he needs sprinting. He will bowl the odd quick delivery. His lengths will be varied, but he needs to get his legs. His legs are not strong. His legs are big, but they're not strong enough to really give him the momentum to get to the crease. Because it's how hard you hit that crease that obviously gets the ball to come out with some pace. To me, it's just like, as you said, lumbering up to
he is indeed.
To the crease. Obviously, he's coming from the northern end. I would like to see him both from the southern end to see if there'll be any change. But he's really struggling here with his run-up, James. And it's unusual to see a fast bowler shining the ball in his shirt.
I picked it up as well, Philo. That's going down the leg side. I think he missed out on that one. Chaser was full. That should have been ripped through the wicket. Instead, it thudded into the pads. In terms of height, Philip, let's have a look at this run up here.
Yes, not the smoothest at all. There isn't a lot of jump. Ball merely coming in, hitting Ross and Chase on the pad. But he's looking at that ball a little too hard, so he lost his shape. And he's batting way out of his crease as well.
In terms of height, Philo, how tall do you think he's about?
Well, he's taller than you and I.
Yep.
I'm 6'2". How tall are you?
Just over 6.
Just over. And just under 6'2".
Yeah.
So James is about 6'5".
Yeah, he looks like 6'5",
Yeah.
6'6", yeah.
And that's why I said that if he can get his run up right and he jumps, he's going to deliver the ball from almost 7 feet. So that is another advantage that he will have.
Right.
He keeps rubbing the ball in his shirt. But it's good to see that Trinidad and Tobago, Andrew, have a balanced bowling attack. They're not too heavy on the spin. They have 3 seamers, or 3 fast bowlers, and then you have the 2 spinners, well, Kari Pierre and you got Yannick Correa. So you don't want to underestimate them, Brian Charles as well. So you want to make sure you can get through the seam attack before losing too many wickets. Barbados are 3 down, and they wouldn't like to lose another wicket before the break. So it's important that Chase sees out this over from James.
That's a good one. Best ball he's bowled to end the over. 31 for 3. So it's been a pretty difficult morning for the Barbados team. The Red Force winning the toss and electing to field. And at the first break, Barbados in trouble. 12 overs gone, 31 for 3. Losing their captain. Another meek surrender. Jonathan Drakes, who's been in good form. And Kevin Wickham, the young man with so much ability. First ball ducked today, having made 95 in the last match against CCC. So 31 for 3, time for drinks.
The first hour of play done and dusted. Barbados Pride 31 for 3. Not a position that they would have liked to be in on the first hour of the morning. On the flip side of things, Trinidad and Tobago Red Force and their captain Joshua Da Silva will be happy with how things have progressed in the first hour. Of course, winning the toss and opting to have a bowl first this morning at Kensington Oval. We started with some overcast skies, started with quite a bit of green grass on the surface. Of course, that grass is going nowhere anytime soon, but conditions overhead have slightly improved. Blue skies now above us at Kensington Oval. So into the second part of this morning's session now. A change of ends for Anderson Phillip. He'll be operating now from the Malcolm Marshall end. Starts wayward. Not the line that he would want. And 4 leg byes as a result. It's always so interesting watching bowlers make the adjustment based on ends as well. Started from the Joel Gardner end, where that wind would have been blowing from the offside to the leg side of the right-handed batter. Or rather bowling from the offside, sorry, to the leg side. Now, naturally, it is different from this Malcolm Marshall end. And there, just a natural away movement from the right-handed batter now, from the Malcolm Marshall end, assisted by that wind. 3 slips and a gully have been in operation all throughout the morning. Started getting into rhythm. McCaskey just before the water break, 2 back-to-back boundaries, 2 overpitch deliveries from Seals, and showing signs of what we know he's capable of, and what Roland Holder has been looking for from McCaskey.
Yes, a couple of lovely off drives, good use of the feet. Didn't try to hit it hard, just timed it perfectly.
They've actually plugged that gap in the offside now. There's a man at cover who does the fielding. Going to force McCaskey to, if he's still looking in that area, to move open the face slightly more to get it to the left of Jason Mohammed at cover. That presents a risk to it.
I'd much prefer him to get it to the right of Jason Mohammed. Then I know he's getting into a good position if he's hitting it in that area.
Indeed, because we'll be presenting more of that bat face as well if he gets it to the right of Mohammed. It'll be interesting now. That gap has been plugged for McCaskey, but he's looked good this morning, and good not just from a stroke perspective, but from a temperament perspective, in terms of you haven't seen some of the loose shots that we've seen so far in the tournament early in the innings from McCaskey.
Well, he's in the contest, and that's, contest brings out the best in the best. So he's been fighting hard.
His fight comes to an end. The slip cordon in business, and that's 2 now for Phillip.
Yeah, that one wider deliveries, and McCaskey going for the drive. I think you'd also find here that He hasn't really covered this ball properly. His hands going away from his body. He'd be disappointed because he was looking good. Trinidad would be delighted. Good catch taken there at second slip. McCaskey goes for 11, just driving at a wideish delivery.
Yeah, just when we talked about the temperament and how he's been relatively settled at the crease this morning, just that one fault stroke from McCaskey is his undoing. You would say he gets to start with that 11, but just pushing away from the body, reaching for that one. Good height, good catch. McCaskey has got to go for 11. It's 35 for 4.
Yeah, it's nothing special about that delivery. It was just wide, and McCaskey just played with a wide, just flared his arms at it. The ball wasn't really close enough to the body.
Well, for some, they might feel that they're seeing a ghost, but no, it is indeed Shea Hope in white clothes. The return of the White Knight, some might say. But the big question, is he here to stay? Shea Hope once again in the middle after some time in white clothes rolling. How good is it to see this?
Well, it's good from a Barbados perspective to see him back playing. He's coming at a time when the team is under tremendous pressure, 35 for 4. Not going to find it easy to adjust. Trinidad very much in control at the moment, making full use of a greenish pitch at this stage, even though the pitch hasn't really attributed to the dismissals. I think most of the dismissals really have been technical errors by the batters. When you look at all the dismissals, you'll realize that that's the case, but it looks as if Chase is going to counter-attack. That might help Shea Hope to settle in, but it's going to be a tough act.
A bit of kick from James as he gets in to rhythm. Very top-heavy as a bowler. And you think about his run-up, not anything that is quick in terms of momentum to the crease. So a lot of the work happens from the upper body. James, he is a very strong young man, and as he gets into his work, as he truly gets warm, you begin to see just that additional pace that he carries.
Just a bit late getting forward there. I think that was due to the previous delivery, which leapt alarmingly.
Yeah, we have seen one or two darts differently off the surface. One earlier from Jaden Seals crept through quite low. A couple have kicked from this Joel Garner end. Did that carry? They think it did. Roston Chase is looking and wondering, but Trinidad believe they have the big scalp.
Umpire finger goes up. So Chase goes.
This Trinidad side are all over Barbados pride. 3 seamers have been used and all 3 have been effective. Oh, this is not how the Pride saw their morning, going 35 for 5. Roston Chase, the last to be dismissed.
Yeah, that was well bowled. It was a good area. I think Chase really, he had to play at that. I don't think he had much choice. The line was good. And even though he played at it, you can see he played a little bit away from his body as well, Roston Chase. There was some daylight there between the bat and his pads. Gets a thick outside edge. Brings Jason Holder to the crease.
Well, he's getting a coaching lesson right now from Jaden Seal. Not sure he wants to take Jaden's advice in terms of batting, but you love the banter. You love what goes on in a contest like this. A lot of experience when you think about the amount of cricket that Holder has played at the test level in one days and T20s. So a lot in the middle for Barbados. They actually have a side that when you think about it is half of a West Indies side as well. And I think that is where Trinidad brings that additional fire as well because of the names out there for Barbados. When they get those big names, they know that they're in the dance.
Yeah, a lot of experience in the side, a lot of international experience, not just first-class experience. It's being put to the test now in this first session here by Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. I think right now they're the ones with the upper hand. Barbados under a lot of pressure. Should Jason Holder go now, then you're just left with the tail. So real pressure now on these two.
Pressure on the Pride. Pressure might bring another. Indeed it does. As Machel said, it is a party out there. 36 or 35 for 5 is now 35 for 6.
Yep, full and straight. Nothing complicated about that delivery. James goes straight. Holder struck in front, playing across the line. And he's got to go for a first ball duck. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force all over the Barbados Pride here. Yeah, ball straightened a little bit as well, so can't complain about that. Hitting middle stump, so he is delighted, James. So is the rest of the team. He's now got 2 for 1.
The scorecard reads Barbados Pride 35 for 6 on day 1 of round 5 of the West Indies Championship versus Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. Matthew Ford, well, he has entered the fire.
Joel, there was some discussion as to what type of wicket you wanted to play the Red Force on. Do you think there will be some reservation now about the surface that they're on now?
I'm not sure there should be that much reservation when we think about some of the dismissals that we've had. Let's get back to it though. Hat-trick ball for James. Wow. Movement on offer. Everything happening here at the Oval. Yes, the surface is doing something, and you actually want that when you think about a 4-day contest. It's the first morning of a 5-day encounter. You want to see something in it for the ball, because on the flip side of it, it means that it asks your batters to do something a little different. It asks them to be a bit more patient. And when we think about, let's go to the dismissal of Craig Brathwaite, that was an error in judgment from him. Drake's, yes, got a good ball. Kevin Wickham, error in judgment. McCaskey, error in judgment. If we take away some of those errors, score looks a lot different to me.
Yeah, I think the dismissals, you can't put the dismissals down to the pitch or the ball. I think a lot of those dismissals were really technical errors by the batters that caused their downfall. So I guess the pitch had nothing to do with that. But this is a mental game as well. So if they're expecting something to happen mentally, even if it doesn't happen, in your mind it still does. So that could always be part of parcel. I think also they have not made the adjustment from playing on that flat pitch on the other side that's right in front of us here, where nothing happened. There was no movement in the air off the pitch. It was just very flat. This is a different situation now.
What a way to get off the mark for Shea Hope. Pushing for 3 as well. It'll be interesting to see how he goes in this contest. Of course, naturally coming back from a lot of the shorter format of the game. But this is why I like to balance conversations, because we've seen, yes, Barbados Pride have been scoring runs, but I also like to look at the attacks that they score the runs against as well. When I think about this Trinidad and Tobago Red Force attack and the quality that they have with that new ball, it means that they ask a lot more questions of the batters. So yes, maybe one or two batters in Barbados Pride would have had a challenge here and there. Height may be a question, maybe going down as well, but this is what I'm talking about in terms of the amount of questions that are being asked. When we think about some of the previous matches, yes, we had one or two good balls amongst what was a lot of maybe 30, a lot of maybe 60. When we think about the amount of good deliveries here from Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, deliveries that are on a good area, deliveries that are asking batters questions, they have been by far more consistent, which means that the challenging technique of the batters for a bit longer, they've held their chances as well, which means that chances that went down early that allowed batters to get in previous contests, they've been held, and because of that we see 38 for 6.
Yeah, Ford just beaten for pace in that delivery.
If we think back to, let's say, the match versus Jamaica, which interestingly enough was on this surface as well, which yes had a covering of grass, yes did a little, but when you thought about first change for Jamaica with Jermaine Blackwood with ball in hand, you saw O'Dean Smith spraying the ball around, and yes, he is, you know, a decent bowler, but he's not your opening bowler when you think about it. So they just had Marquino Mindley with ball, so easy to navigate that spell, easy to get things in and going for them.
Absolutely, just the one ball in Marquino Milne, the others were pretty ordinary. Wasn't testing.
When you think about the academy now, you have Jeddy Blades, yes, you have Johan as well for them, but when you look at them, you say, okay, how consistent will they be? They had the young seamer from St. Lucia there as well in their side. Name slipping me at the moment, but when you think about the amount of questions that they will ask, and they actually played on the flattest of surfaces as well, so you have to balance that conversation and say that Barbados haven't necessarily been tested that much with quality bowling.
Well, they haven't. This is a much sterner test against bowlers who played international cricket. And not just that, the importance of the game, also raises the level of your performance. So Trinidad, obviously, they're very fired up for this game. They know the importance of this game. They won the toss. See some grass in the pitch. They realize they've got to make full use of this because it can get them ahead of the game. That's what contests are all about. This is a good contest.
A play and a miss to bring us to the end of 15, 38 for 6.
Yes, Matthew Ford, if he continues to drive in that fashion on the up, it's only a matter of time. He's not allowing the ball to come to him, he's going after it, so.
It will also be interesting when Trinidad and Tobago come to bat, because they too haven't come up against what are a lot of testing bowling attacks. I also had a conversation with Riyad Emrit, their head coach as well, and he talked about how flat some of these surfaces are that they played on. Just the last surface at Coolidge was the one that gave them a bit of a challenge in terms of conditions. A thickish outside edge on that one. I was hoped to get a single, but yeah, he expected to have much more of a challenge here at Kensington Oval now, because it's not just the conditions, but it's also the quality of the bowling attack that Barbados have as well. Because when you think about that Coolidge match, you realize that Trinidad didn't necessarily dominate as much as they have with the bat. Jason Mohammed didn't get the runs that he's gotten in the tournament on what was a surface that tested them a bit more. So you wonder how they will go as well here at Kensington Oval.
Yeah, that is why Trinidad would want to bowl Barbados out cheaply. They won't want to have any significant total to. Yeah, I mean, they'll want to get them out cheaply because the likes of Roach, Jason Holder used to be bowling, they would enjoy bowling on this as it is right now because, they can bowl footish lengths. Roach will be there and thereabouts if Jason can get his length right, a little bit of extra bunks. Trinidad could be in trouble as well. So it is important from a Trinidad and Tobago point of view that they actually get Barbados out and get them out cheaply.
Well, looking to counter-attack is Ford. A bit more bunks on that one, as you mentioned. Yeah, when you think about especially somebody like Jason Holder and the type of areas that he can hit on this surface, naturally he will get the ball to bunks from a much fuller length than some of the other guys. So he will be a handful should he bowl the right areas on his surface. Kemar Roach, naturally with experience, will be a handful as well. Matthew Ford has been into a good rhythm with ball. He will answer questions here with that ball in hand. Jeremy McAllister, if he can get it right, will also pose somewhat of a challenge. Gets up tall on top of that one. Does Ford. Probably shouldn't go to the boundary, but he gets two.
Yep, but before you reach that point, Barbados have got to do a lot of batting. A lot of responsibility now on the shoulders of this pair. Not much to come after this, really. You've got Warwican, Roach and McAllister.
Testing deliveries, asking questions consistently. I think we can finally say that we are getting signs of what we want to see at first class cricket. Once again, not to talk too quickly or anything like that, but you just want to see more of this across the championship. You want to see that the bowler that takes the new ball second, as in first change, is able to follow up what is done but doesn't release pressure. You want to see batters having to graft and find a way to score runs on day number one, first session of the day. You want to see a contest. Bowled, 42 for 6. Last played a game for Barbados Pride, I believe, in 2022. Michelle Hope played in the county championship believe in 2023. But this is a format that he's not been in for quite some time, especially when you think about the test level. Quite a few years he's not been in and around that setup. Obviously there's been a change in coach now for that test side, and Darren Sammy is there. Just wonder if he picked up that phone and Shea Hope if he can find his white clothes. Well, he's played a lot of limited overs cricket, and he's played several of these shots in those formats as well. Looks as if he is going to be busy out there in the middle, Shea Hope. Well, it's not going to be nudge and nurdle stuff. It appears. A bit of room, and throws his hands at it, Shea Hope. Continues to go and pushes hard as well in terms of the running. Hits that boundary rope though, back-to-back boundaries for him, not in convincing fashion, but he's on the go. Brings up the 50 as well for Barbados Pride.
Yeah, it looks as if he's going to play a few shots. He's just, I guess, trying to transfer some of the pressure back onto the bowlers. Not letting the situation get to him. Shea Hope's still going to try and play with some freedom.
Well, we've heard of Baz Ball. Will it be Sammy Ball out in the middle? You just wonder, you know, what's the role, or what's he thinking of Hope at the moment in terms of, is he thinking about the possibility of getting himself back into that test side? And if so, what is the role that he's looking to play in that? So we mentioned a lot of limited overs cricket. When we think about the style and fashion that quite a few of the test sides are starting to adopt in terms of that ODI mindset in the longer format of the game. Of course, he has a contract for the PSL, so you wonder how much will he play, because there's obviously a 2-week break, I believe, after this. So how much more red ball cricket will Shea Hope play after this? Short and wide from Anderson. Protection back on the point boundary now for that shot that he just flares at outside of the off stump. Just to the bottom left of screen is where that protection is on the point boundary. 1 ball to go in this fill-up over. And that man comes into play now. Just a single to end off. 17-51 for 6.
So about 25 minutes to go before lunch on the first day of the Red Force game against the Pride. The game is going at the pace of Usain Bolt, 51 for 6. Here's James to continue. Shea Hope is on 14. Matthew Ford, we want to stay with him. He's got 2. Lots of debate on social media as to where Shea Hope should have batted. The noted journalist Ezra Stewart was making a comment on social media. I'll look at that in a minute. But the argument is that he's in the side as the keeper. Describe that.
That's a poor shot for Matthew Ford. James obviously is into a very good spell here. And Ford getting a short ball and looking to hit it into mid-wicket, but the ball was swinging away from the right-hander. Ford needs to understand that he's there to support Hope. Hope is he's on 14 from 9 balls. There's no he's scoring freely, gets some good deliveries, but he's played the cricket that we know, looking to rotate the strike. So Matthew Ford just have to bide his time and support Hope and try not to lose another wicket before lunch.
Yeah, as a short, the noted journalist says Shea Hope should be batting at number 4. He should have split Drakes and Wickham, who are 2 inexperienced non-test cricketers. Your response, Philo?
Yeah, but they batted at 3 and 4 for the last 4 games. So because Hope is back, he should split them. I don't believe in that. Hope is in the side to replace Boucher. And he's batting in the position as a wicketkeeper batter. Drakes and Wickham are batters who have been scoring runs. There's no need to split them.
Beautiful delivery by this big, tall Trinidad and Tobago fast bowler, Joshua James, JJ.
A lovely delivery, one touching down just inside off stump and just seaming away. And what I look for, Andrew, is the carry. Joshua De Silva took that ball by his head. So it goes, it's just telling me now that the pitch is firming up.
It is.
And the bowlers are starting now to get this juke ball to swing and bounce and seam. So that's good bowling from James. And Joshua De Silva continues to set good cricket fields as well. Don't ease up at all. Keep the Barbados Pride batters under pressure.
Bowled him right through the gates. And James celebrates. Trinidad and Tobago, the force at the region's Mecca. Barbados in all kinds of contortions. 52 now for 7. Wow.
Yes, a good delivery. Ball pitching on the stumps. Just a hint of in swing. Matthew Ford late on that delivery. And the ball just going through outside edge and hitting the off stump. Well bowled to James. And that was set up from the ball before. He got a short ball. And this delivery is a good length delivery. Ford playing nowhere near the ball. And a very good wicket for Trinidad and Tobago right force, who are large and in charge at Kensington Oval.
So Kemal Roach, the veteran, the mentor, comes to the crease with his country in trouble. And we'll really have to bat until the cows come home here.
We're in Bridgetown, and I see a lot of cows around. Just trying back to lunch. I don't think
maybe some stray goats or some stray sheep that we see occasionally.
I don't think Roach ever thought he'd be batting at this time on the first day, 20 minutes to midday. Obviously, it's going to be important now for Roach to try to stay there with Shea Hope. He's obviously the junior partner in this one, but he'll have to try to find a way in which he can survive the lunch, and hopefully Shea can continue to score. But this is not a good position for Barbados after losing the toss and being asked to bat by Trinidad and Tobago, a Red Force captain Joshua De Silva, finding himself at 57 for 2. And only an hour and 40 minutes of play have gone so far. It's very, very not good at all. And James has picked up 3 wickets for 6 runs from 4.5 overs. So he's into a very good spell. He's into his 5th over and he doesn't look tired. Looks like he's fit, strong and enjoying it.
But he comes into bowl to Roach. He's on a roll. Paul Mears, the noted journalist in Barbados, writes, we need more pitches like these to separate the flat wicket bullies from real batsmen. Interesting comments coming from him.
Yeah, it's a good comment there by Paul. Obviously, when you look at this surface, Andrew, it's full of grass, so the ball will bounce and seam. You got to remember that Barbados have played 4 games before this on docile pitches, limited bounce, not a lot of seam movement. But now we're seeing the value of grass. We're seeing that jukes ball really working. Bowlers bowling good lines against a good bowling unit from Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. And they've not let up at all. They've pressured Barbados from ball 1. They've picked up 7 wickets. Some good deliveries in between, but again, mistakes made by the Barbadian pride batters.
Very interesting decision by Barbados to prepare a pitch full of grass. The response from the captain of Trinidad, we've got fast bowlers too, and they are doing a great job on a pitch which is good for bowling. Getting hard all the time, Fiddle. You made an interesting observation. That's gone past the keeper and fine. That'll go for 4. Wide signal by the umpire Leslie Reefer Jr.
That's good to see Leslie for Jr. standing another home game. And that ball was badly lined. Too much effort there from Phillip and pushed that ball straight down to second slip on the leg side. Captain De Silva had no chance at all. He just stood and stared at Phillip and said, what are you doing? Phillip just needs to concentrate on where he got his success and how he got his success.
Interesting in terms of tactics too with Shea Holt batting. There's a backward point on the boundary. That's his favourite shot. So they're just trying to cut out those runs. In fact, in the last over, he played a rasping square drive, but only got 1. 2 slips and a gully for Shea Holt. Lovely, authentic off drive by Hope.
But Andrew, I don't believe in that man at deep backward point. At 57 for 7, and you got a deep backward point to Shea Hope. That is a no-no for me. I bring the man up in the circle and I force Shea Hope to beat him.
Yep, challenge him to go over the top.
Challenge him. You have to. 57 for 7, Barbados on the back foot.
Yep, yeah.
Shea Hope might get a ball hit in the ear. If the man was normal, it'd be a catch. But you have him on the boundary, defending the boundary to a bad ball. He can only hit the ball down there if it's a bad delivery from Phillip.
That's good pace, good response. After being driven up to mid-off, banged in short. Some aggression from Anderson Phillip.
Yes, a good short ball. After hitting, get a sweet drive, half volley, decided to test out the middle of the pitch, and the pitch did respond well. And Shea Hope did the appropriate thing, just going down, allowing the ball to fizz past his head and through to Joshua De Silva. But good aggression for Anderson Phillip. As you said earlier, he started from the northern end, but he's fit, Andrew, and you can see him really enjoying coming from that southern end, which is something that is left to be seen throughout this game. How many bowlers will want to favour that southern end? But he looks smooth, looks in good form.
There you go. Find the outside edge and going down to backward point on the boundary, and Hope gets a run. I agree with you. That should be at the conventional backward point position. But instead, it went away.
And it would have given Anderson Phillip an extra ball to bowl at Hope.
Yep.
I'm not saying that he might not get Roach out in this over, but at least he would get an extra ball at the batter, the main batter in Hope, and try to get him out. So you give him an easy single, which brings Roach on strike now. And this is a young Puran who last week played for CCC.
Yep.
Now he's playing for Trinidad and Tobago against Barbados at the same venue. He loves the island.
Yeah, he does. Yes.
I don't think he went home.
No, shaped pretty well. I like him as a little player, one that I think has got some ability. Well, they got beaten badly, but I mean, you know, sometimes a batsman doesn't have to make 100 to recognize that there's something. And he times the ball beautifully.
Yeah, and it's going to be interesting to see how he goes here for Trinidad. Mind you, last week was a CCC.
Right.
Now he's played among cricketers.
Right. Roach has always had a good defence and shows it on that occasion. Yeah, in fact, we were saying that he looked a bit like Ronnie Sarwan.
Yes, he does have that cut. And now he's playing with the big boys, one would say. And you would expect his energy levels will go up now, being in this full Trinidad and Tobago Red Force squad. Again, the talent is coming through, Andrew. So you can see it over the last couple of games that the talent is there. My biggest concern is how do you develop that talent into proper cricketers?
Right. The Trinidad and Tobago side is a strong one. I mean, you've got 3 good fast bowlers and very decent spinners as well. As to why the off stump. The other thing about Trinidad and Tobago, of course, in the past, by now, Ranji Nanan would have bowled about 15 overs, and we head up towards lunch on the first of this match, and no sign of spin. I mean, Trinidad over the years, they've been known for their spinners, so this is good for Trinidad's cricket to have 3 bowlers, Seals, young James, who looks impressive, and Phillip, who are good fast bowlers. Well done, Trinidad.
And this will be the quickest pitch that they've played on all season, and for the bowlers to make the adjustment from those slow docile pitches to this green bouncy pitch is quite commendable. And Joshua Da Silva has been handling the bowlers quite well.
Well, he gets away with that. And should get 3 here. Roach is off the mark. So the over comes to an end. The Barbados pride, not proud of its performance at the moment. In fact, they're struggling. They're 61 for 7.
The ground staff has come out to obviously remark the crease. The bowler's front foot hit the crease a lot, and don't know what type of paint they're using, if it's paint. When you played, Andrew, what did they mark the crease with? Paint or white line?
Both.
Both. But once it was white.
Yeah, in your day, what did they use, Philo?
All white.
All white,
Yeah.
all white, all
white,
white.
all white.
Like your clothes, yeah.
Yeah, but not now. The clothing now having a lot
yeah.
of colors.
Yeah, yeah.
Trinidad and Tobago, right? First, they have the red because of their national
Remember
colours.
Kieran Powell
Yes,
in pink?
yes. He said it wasn't pink. He said it was orange.
Orange.
Yeah, but
Looked
he
like
didn't
pink.
have a black one.
Okay.
But he got one. It's amazing how you can get something so quickly overnight.
Yeah.
Yes, but he had the tights underneath, trying to keep the muscles warm so that they wouldn't, get cold. The ground staff there, he needs to pull his trousers up. But other than that, he just remarked that front crease. Obviously, the umpire wanted to have that line remarked so that just in case James or whoever else, their front foot goes over that line, he'll be able to signal no ball. But the ground staff nowadays, Andrew, they have all the gadgets, huh? And I think they enjoy it. There's a golf cart. Once upon a time, there used to be a water cart. None of that now. Everything now is just so synchronized and easy to manage and maintain. But you must commend the surface here, Andrew, on day 1 of this very important clash. 2 playing 3. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force their second, and Barbados Pride their third. So this is a good clash.
Now, Philo, do you think that given the pitch with grass that Barbados should be 61 for 7?
No.
No.
When you look back at some of the
Explain.
dismissals of the batters, you will realize that it wasn't the pitch.
Right.
It's their techniques and their shot selection. Certainly Captain Braffett, that was shot selection. McCaskey, shot selection. Jonathan Drake's not getting out, shot selection. Kevin Wickham.
Beaten with a lovely delivery. What about Jason Holder?
Oh, he played wrong with full
Played
length.
wrong,
Played
full
wrong the
length,
ball.
yeah,
Looked at the ball
plumb
too
leg
square,
before,
rather than hit the ball down the ground. So there's not a lot to dismissals about the pitch. If you go to bat, yes, the pitch has grass, but that shouldn't inhibit your stroke play. I think when you're batting on a surface like this, you get in, you have to stay in and play your shots. But it's all about shot selection. If your shot selection is not right, you will perish on a pitch like this. And 7 Barbadian batters have perished on a pitch that is offering something because of shot selection.
Now, what is that? A good old cow swipe like blind elder in Barbadian parlance. Wow.
That's the first time I've seen Roach play a shot like that. Normally Roach is rather reliable. Again, he's playing a shot because of grass. But he plays at Surrey.
Yep.
For Surrey in the county championship, he plays the oval, the key oval.
Right.
And he's accustomed to grass. I'm a member of that county. It's grass. He's just swinging at length. So he's accustomed to these kind of surfaces, Kemar Roach. It's going to be interesting to see how he bowls on this.
Yep.
But that is not a shot that you expect from Roach at this stage of a game.
Every run is precious here. Barbados Pride haven't done so very well in the last 3 matches. Started with a big victory against the Academy, then stinging the Scorpions of Jamaica, and then taught the students of CCC a lesson at the region's Mecca. But they've come up against a Trinidad and Tobago side, and their forces, Trinidad and Tobago, are very strong in Bridgetown.
Well, they said Mighty Gabby has a song called Red Force.
Red Force, yeah, indeed. He also has a song, In Crisis, Lord, Send an Answer for We. Of course, the Mighty Gabby lives in this area. As you look out from on high to our left, Emerton.
Emerton, yes. He
Used
sang
to live
about
there,
that
yeah.
village as well, that community. I think he'll move now to
Clapham,
Clapham,
yeah, yeah. You tell me to forget that my grandmother was born right there. So one of the great songs of Barbados, Emerton, the Mighty Gabby, the most honorable, give him his stripes. Oh, what a delivery. Almost cut him in half.
And that is what you will get on a surface like this. At the end of that James over, Barbados Pride is 62 for 7. When you look at James' figures, Andrew, he's bowled 6 overs for 6 runs. He's picked up 3 wickets. So he's been very effective.
Yeah, very effective. And of course, the work at his run up. He's a big, strong man, laboured, but looks as if he will bowl a heavy ball as well.
He's strong, and he's bowled all of 6 overs from the northern end. You know, it's going to be Jaden Seal who's going to come back from the southern end. He's bowled 6 overs. He has 2 for 20. So Joshua Da Silva has been sharing the overs around quite nicely. And again, no spin as
No
yet.
spin, more pace. About 6 minutes or so to go before lunch on the first day. Now that's a awful shot by Kemar Roach. That's a get-out shot. Don't think he likes batting out there, really. Kemar comes down to prod the pitch. Maybe thinks that there's some devils in the pitch. And now Roach will be lectured, presumably by Hope.
Yes, Hope is telling him, Roachy, it's only 7 minutes to lunch.
Mm.
You need to stay here with me, brother.
Yeah, yeah.
Don't play at those balls. Jaden Seal, obviously, is Roach's bowling partner and teammate at the next level, at the international level. But today they are opposite ends of the fence. And there's a battle here.
Big battle as well.
Roach is the mentor. Jaden Seal is the student.
Now that's an authentic cricket shot. We know that Roach has got a good defence. And he showed him the full face of the bat. And a bit of byplay as well, involving the 2 West Indian cricketers.
He walks the leg gully, looks at his back. So clearly there's some exchanges of words there.
Yep, yep.
You know, and Roach is having none of it. Roach understands what Shea Hope is trying to do, and he has a role to play.
Wonder if Jaden Seals may bowl a bouncer here. Maybe he wouldn't want to do that to his mentor, but we shall see.
I don't know if you used to watch Kung Fu pictures, but when you beat the master in the Shaolin Temple, then you leave the temple.
Yes.
You become a man.
Yeah. Well said, fellow.
I'm not saying that Jaden Seals is going to physically beat Roach, but I think that if he gets him out,
Yeah.
Roach will give him another notch on his belt.
And he may leave the temple too. Well done. Well said, fellow. Umpire Basil Morgan is enjoying the stream and he's been sending him some notes. You remember Basil Morgan?
Very good man. Nice.
Good man.
Good morning, Mr. Basil Morgan. Hope you're well.
Yeah, well, I expected that. Banged in over the top of the off stump.
Yes, and De Silva catch it by his head. Which tells you that the pitch is starting to firm up nicely, Andrew. It's going to be very interesting to see after lunch how this pitch behaves. Barbados obviously be looking to go to lunch and continuing to get a reasonable score at 62-7 is not what they really thought that would the position will be at this time. But good aggression from Jaden Seal. Roach is a senior batter, senior player, but he still asks him to lower his height.
Yeah. So 2 balls are left in the over.
Does that happen in every cricket match? So one has to walk behind the bowler's arm.
Mm-hmm. So that's the 1-2, the lovely drive. We'll get a second run here. I think Roach was waiting for that. It was telegraphed. It was short the ball before, then looking to york him. But Roach meeting him with a firm drive for 2.
That's the key, Roach, we've come accustomed to. We're just getting a full length delivery and just pushing it quite nicely to the left of Anderson Phillip there at mid-off and picking up two easy runs. So it's good to see Roach come back into himself rather than looking to be expansive. And that person who was guilty of walking behind the bowler's arm is none other than Ken Mobino.
Mm-hmm.
And you can't miss him. He has a fluorescent green floppy hat.
The top photographer in the country. Nice stir of the wrist by Roach. Will look for a second here, but decides against it. Ran the first run very hard. So as we come down the home stretch, in relation to lunch on the first day, Barbados in big trouble. Then the doghouse, they're 65-7.
Let's keep our Roach and sheer hope. We're looking to see things to lunch. Roach starting to look like the Roach of old. That ball just stuck into the leg side and picking up a single. And hopefully this could be the last over before lunch. So it's going to be interesting to see how Roach can navigate these 6 balls from a very impressive Joshua James.
He looks good.
And he's finally starting to rub the ball on his trousers.
Yep. So he heard you.
They told him.
Mm-hmm. Big guy. Very big man indeed.
I'd like to know how old he is.
What a delivery. First up. He's really bowled well.
I'll tell you something, Andrew. He's bowling well with minimum effort.
Minimum effort.
You know, if you look at how he just slipped that ball through on the surface and the ball leg cut straight through to Joshua De Silva. Roach squared up, but obviously playing inside the length of the line of delivery. But I like the look of him. I like his build. I like his attitude. He's very cool, very simple demeanor, and he's getting the ball in the right areas more often than not.
Yeah, we want to attack Roach on the stumps. We'd love to get another wicket before the luncheon interval. It's been a tremendous morning for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. The first thing, having won the toss, it was quite predictable that we were going to invite Barbados on a grassy Kensington Oval pitch. And that decision has proven to be correct in that Barbados are in big trouble. Good run in by Kemar Roach. The ball went to the left of the mid-off, and it was his call. It went behind the non-striker. Every run is important. Big guns not firing for Barbados at all, fellow.
They have no shells.
No.
They're empty shells,
Yeah.
Andrew. But I like that shot from Roach. That's a nice flowing drive. I like the confidence that he's showing here just before lunch.
Bit aggressive ball again, but well played in the end by Hope. So what, they know what, 2 balls left before the break. I've got just around noon, so this should be the last over before the break.
See that man coming from deep backward crease, coming back into third slip. It looks like Kyle Peer. So Joshua De Silva is giving his fast medium bowler a lot of support in that offside. only 2 men in the leg side, a mid-on wide and a fine leg. So there's 7 men in the offside. So Joshua James have the license to bowl just on top of that off stump and obviously look to shape the ball away from the right-handed Roach. So it's good aggressive field placing. It's amazing how good Joshua De Silva looks like as a captain when the bowlers are bowling well. It's not defensive at all here.
Leg by signal by the umpire. And Barbados has 68 for 7. Lunch on the first day of the battle of some of the big teams in this competition, making good running. But what a morning it has been for the Red Force of Trinidad, as the two Barbadian batsmen Hope and Roach troop off for lunch. It's going to be a great lunch for the Red Force, having won the toss. 22 overs bowl. Barbados in lumps of trouble in their own backyard. They're 68 for 7.
Yeah, it's a very good morning session for Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. First, they won the toss on a very good surface at Kensington Oval, as Andrew said, full of grass, and they did assist the seam bowlers, the 3 seam bowlers, Seals, Phillip, and James. Seals has 2 wickets, James have 3, and Phillip 2. So they will feel quite happy knowing that they've broken the backbone of the Barbados Prize batting. And obviously, as they trot off for lunch, the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force players, they'll be the ones who'll be smiling at the lunch table.
Yep. Garfield Sober's pavilion. Going up the steps now. In fact, the Red Excellent Garfield Sober is losing his partner yesterday. So may she rest in eternal peace.
I offer my condolences to Sakari and his family and Jackie and her family.
Yep.
Jackie was the pillar on which Garfield Sober stood. So it's going to be interesting to see how he now goes through this challenging times. And I do hope that he gets all the support that is required for a person of his caliber and class.
Yeah. Always a live wire at Kensington Oval. So, good start for the Red Force. Certainly looking to get early wickets, and they did. Oh, first ball Wickham gone for duck. Lovely flowing drive by Roston Chase. 2 straight, put away through mid wicket. Oh, McCaskey driving through cover. Easing the ball through extra cover. And then that was a loose shot to give his wicket away. Another good piece of bowling, good low catch. Hold the first ball, leg before. Something had to give here. Hope coming to the crease. And real trouble for Barbados with Ford gone. Too wide down the leg side. And Barbados 68 for 7 with Shea Hope 16 and Kemar Roach on 7. It's been a very good morning, Phil Wallace, for the Red Force of Trinidad.
A very good morning indeed for Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. The fast bowlers have answered the call of Captain Joshua De Silva. So Red Force obviously has had the better of the exchanges here this morning at Kensington Oval in this second place side versus the third place side. And Red Force will be the ones who will be obviously singing a lot louder in that dressing room, because the Barbados Prize batters, they did not answer the call at all this morning. They were undone by some good seam bowling, but I thought a lot of the dismissals were down to poor shot selection.
Philo, let's analyze the morning. 2 big sides, of course, Barbados and Trinidad and Tobago doing very well. They won the toss, and quite predictably, Trinidad decided to bowl first.
Yes, it was expected on a surface like that. When I came here this morning, I saw that grass, whoever won the toss, which captain won the toss, would insert. And Barbados obviously did not win the toss, and Joshua Silva made the right call. But he also said that Trinidad and Tobago Red Force have fast bowlers.
Right.
And they showed up this morning. They bowled wonderfully well. The Jukes ball, as we know, is going to bounce and seam a lot on a surface like this, and it has responded well. It's unfortunate Barbados have lost 7 batters.
Yeah, Yeah, and the captain at the start, not batting as well as he normally should. I mean, played some kind of funny shots, really. He got up pretty early.
Not tight as you're accustomed to. That was a nothing shot from Captain Braffett. He played around the ball, got it inside edge and Catlin into his stumps. And you know that once he goes early, the team starts to lose confidence because he's the one who holds that top order together. And then we saw, obviously, the other middle order batters not really coming at trumps this morning, being undone by some good deliveries.
Was it about bad batting? As there we go. I mean, that's really a nothing shot, really, to be dismissed.
Jonathan Drake just pushing his pad in line of the ball and getting hit in front. Kevin Wickham not getting out to drive. That ball is not even a drivable delivery. It's just a left delivery. Should have defended that. So it's nothing to do with the surface. I think it's just shot selection for those first three. I think the guy who got the best delivery would be Roston Chase. He got turned around with a ball that went to second slip. Brian Charles took a fantastic catch. McCaskey flashed at a full length delivery with flat feet. Outside edge caught that slip. So there is a lot you can say that the bowlers have done. Just bowl the ball in the right areas and create pressure.
Now, let's look at young James. Big, strong man and great economy, but also success as well in getting wickets.
Yes, he's coming from the northern end, which is the hardest end to bowl from, or the harder of the two, I should say. But he's very easy on what he does. He's not looking to run into the crease hard. He's not hitting the crease hard, but he's strong, he's tall, and he has good seam presentation. And when you're coming from that height with that kind of strength, where you can hit the seam more often than not, he's gotten the results. He's got 3 wickets for 6 runs and 6 overs.
Well, Jaden Seals is now the top man, really, for the West Indies side. When you look at James, produced a delivery that was pitched up. There we go again. Big, strong man, getting wickets, and certainly one for the future. Does he remind you of anyone? I asked you that earlier. Can't think of anyone.
Yeah, he reminds me of a Casper Davis, that tall Cameron Cuffey, yeah. But I think that when you look at Trinidad and Tobago and what they have offered to Barbados, you can see that there's improvements, particularly in the fast bowling department. Right. You expect Trinidad and Tobago Red Force to come here and play a lot of spinners. Yes, they have 3, but they have 3 quality fast, medium, fast bowlers that have delivered on this day in Barbados on a surface that is afforded them to bowl fast and get seam movement.
Let's look at Anderson Phillip.
Yes, Anderson Phillip continues to work hard. He's a trier. He's at Lancashire in the county championship, and you can see the improvement that he has. The improvements he have made. He looks fitter, stronger. He's more consistent in grouping. Because one thing I tell you about county cricket as a bowler, you have to work for your wickets. You have to group a lot of balls together to take wickets, and you can see that coming out today. And obviously, they're running and express themselves on a surface that is offering assistance.
So, very good session for the Red Force of Trinidad. 68 for 7 Barbados. Shea Hope is at the crease. Is there any hope in Shea?
Well, he has a lovely name, Shea Hope. There's every hope in Shea. Obviously, he has to find a partner.
Right.
Roach can be that partner if he doesn't get too excited and look to play shots. But a lot will be dependent on Shea Hope, on how well he starts after lunch, on how many deliveries that he can score from. Because clearly we saw Joshua Da Silva defending quite early, putting the deep square on the boundary of the offside. So if that continues, Shea Hope would then have to find other ways of scoring to try to get Barbados to a respectable total.
Well, 68 for 7, Barbados in all kinds of contortions in their own backyard, the region's mecca. Thanks to some very good bowling by the Red Force, led, of course, by Jaden Seals, supported by young James, and, of course, Anderson Phillip doing the job. Don't you go anywhere. We're going to continue with this train. There's a very interesting young man from Antigua, Joel Andrew. He's up next.
But to play 85 test matches in a row, you know, it means
When we hear the words Antigua and cricket in the same sentence, we're often thinking about names like Sir Vivian Richards, Andy Roberts, even maybe a Sir Richie Richardson. Maybe one day we could be thinking about Joel Andrew. Great to have you. Congrats again on all that's happening this year. We are in Antigua, where it's all started for you. Tell me, first of all, how does it feel to be in a West Indies camp?
It feels great, to be honest. You know, playing around the old guys makes me feel even better about myself and just the support I've been getting so far is something that I want forever.
It's well documented that families played a big part in your journey. If you had to describe the role that they play, how would you put that into words?
If I try, I'll be here a long time. My mom very neat, you know. She's just my backbone, I should say. I mean, she's more confident than me. You know, just seeing her in the stands, you know, gives me that extra push. And you know, she's just joyful and a good person to be around, and someone that you should have in your corner.
Joel started to play at a young age with big men, so he doesn't play name cricket. You bowl to him, and once you bowl to him in whatever loose ball, he just put it away. So he's fearless. Joel and I have a connection. We talk about everything, every single thing, and if he knows that I'm here, he's going to do his best to make me happy. What he normally says is that, Mom, I'll give you something to watch, because I watch all of his videos over and over again. Once it's on YouTube, I don't watch anything else. So, you know, that's how it goes with us.
If you had to put into words who is Joel Andrew, what would you tell them?
So a confident young man, you know, fearless, as Viv would say, never die sort of guy. So that's just someone I want to be forever.
Let's talk about the Under-19 World Cup, where this unbelievable year began, where you scored the most runs for the West Indies and you were well talked about. Did you feel any pressure now that there are eyes on you and there's a certain expectation tagged with your name?
At that time, I was feeling extra pressured because you know, everyone expects me to, you know, score every game, and that's not realistic, but that's what I try to do. I just try not to think about it as much, because at this level, expectations will be high. So just for me to just stick out what I'm doing and just learn as much as I can at this level.
I think a month after that World Cup, you made your first-class debut for Leewards. How have the guys in the Leeward Islands shaped your journey and helped you along this process?
I mean, they push me more than I push myself, especially fitness tests and those things, you know. Aiden is the one that really pushed me to, you know, do an extra one, even when I'm not feeling it, because it will benefit me in the long run, and it did.
I really, you know, see him as a little brother, and I really trying to encourage him in, you know, doing the right things to stay at the highest level. So, you know, the only thing I can do is just give him my knowledge and, you know, encourage him a little harder. He just reminds me of myself when I was a kid, you know, just always laughing. Sometimes you'll see him sleeping on a chair. So, you know, he's just, at the end of the day, he's just a kid, and, you know, I really, you know, love having him around.
And what about Casey?
He's more, you know, my idol off the field, more than on the field, because I like the way he carries himself off the field.
So what about on the field? What's wrong with that?
Nothing is wrong with that, but I just...
You think you could bat better than him?
Yeah.
So much has happened for you in this year. So you get that first-class experience, went to Ireland with the West Indies Academy. Whilst all these things are happening, what is keeping you grounded to remembering sort of where you've come from?
I actually look at old Snapchat videos that my sister sent me when I just started playing. I'm like, look at this to now, you know. It feels like a big achievement, but I just feel it's just the beginning for me.
June 2024, CPL draft is around, and Joel Andrew gets picked. Not only does he get picked, he's going to play for the Antigua Falcons.
Playing for your home is always something you love to do. And I know it's a franchise team, but it feels more like home to me. Receiving, you know, that call was something that I always wanted, to just be in a part of the CPL, because, you know, this is the biggest part in sport, so I always wanted to experience it for myself.
After the CPL, West Indies call up. Where were you exactly when you got that call that you were going to be part of the West Indies setup? What was your emotion?
I was actually on my way back home from the CPL, and I cried instantly. Because, you know, just receiving that from the coach, that I would be a part of the team, it made me feel good about myself, and it's something I always wanted.
That squad was captained by Shea Hope, who you've always said is your biggest idol. Why Shea Hope?
I mean, he's just cut above the rest in my eyes. Averaging 15 ODIs is never an easy task. So that's something that I want for myself. So if I see it in someone else, you know, I could just always emulate it, try to bring it into my game.
So third ODI comes around, getting your cap from Azari, who is obviously working his way to be one of the great Antiguan cricketers. What did that moment feel like?
I mean, he's more of a brother to me than a teammate. We go way back in terms of Antigua and club cricket. So receiving my cap from him was a special moment that, you know, I would cherish forever.
If you are to play in Antigua, to hear the rally around the West Indies, to be part of cricket with Antiguans all around you, what would that mean to you?
I mean, every time I hear that anthem, I get emotional because, you know, that's something that stands out and something that means a lot to everyone in the region. If I get the opportunity, I want to score my first 50 in front of home crowd. That will make me feel good. And just still learn as much as I can because I'm still here to learn.
17 years old, we could be hearing Joel Andrew for the next 10 to 15 years. The guy makes me feel old, but brother, I hope you enjoy this. This is an invaluable experience that you will get on this series, and we can't wait to see what the limit will be for you. So all the best.
Thanks.
But to play 85 test matches in a row, you know, it means a lot. I have to be extremely thankful to be able to be fit. Obviously, God bless me, you know, for no injuries in that period. But to play 85 games in a row is hard work. You know, you got to be mentally tough. It's no where you got to improve because oppositions always come, you know, at different ways throughout your career. And it's just knowing what to do, how to improve as a player, you know, through. I mean, up to this day is the same thing. But hard work for sure and dedication and discipline is very, very important. And obviously to pass Sir Garfield Sobers, you know, that's almost unimaginable, to be honest. You know, it's a sense of honor. You know, I mean, Sir Garfield Sobers is a legend of the game. He always gives, you know, his advice, you know, whenever we see him. And, you know, obviously you could see why he was great, you know, from obviously the way he moves and the way he talks, how confidently he says about, you know, certain situations of the game and certain shots that, you know, he would have played. Obviously injury could happen at any point for any player, albeit batting is a lot easier on the body compared to fast bowlers. You know, so to be on the park for all 85, I got to be thankful, you know, for being blessed with, you know, the strength to be fit for every game. That's one. And then obviously performance, you know, comes into play.
A win that has come swiftly and appropriately off the bat of the West Indies captain and leader. And he has given them a series victory.
Would have loved to be playing, you know, T20s and stuff around the world, but, you know, that's not how it worked out for me. And everyone has a different way of going for their career. But for me, it's been easy, you know, just, you know, doing to be a successful Test cricketer. And, you know, and the ups and downs, I think that's one of the biggest challenges. And I will always tell any younger guy, any guy aspiring to play as a batsman, yeah, it's good to come in and get a debut 100 and a maiden 100. That's lovely and your average looks nice. But it's when the failures come in, you know, it's how you deal with it. And I think that's what makes you a Test cricketer. If you can deal with those pressures around, and that's my advice for everyone. You know, everyone aspiring to play. It's obviously the greatest format. You know, it's where legends are born, and I'm extremely thankful to have been playing for this period.
A landmark of the highest order for Craig Brathwaite. Test century number 9, he becomes the 18th West Indies Test captain to score one.
I remember the 100 I made against South Africa when they were number 1. You know, at that age as well for me, you know, being 24, 25, I mean, for me that was amazing. The 100 in Australia, you know, a couple of years ago, I mean, they were number 1, and for me that was amazing. But for me, I'll say, you know, the Henley 100, unfortunately, I didn't get the double 100, you know, out for 95, foolishly, but that happens. You know, we won the Test match, and you know, they won like South Africa and stuff, but that game was drawn through to bad weather. But we lost the game in Australia. So for me, like, I feel better with the 100 that we won the game. And you know, for me, the Headingley match meant a lot for us. You know, coming off from a massive defeat in the first pink ball test, so to come at Headingley and to be able to contribute to the team, you know, getting 100 there in that game, that one meant a lot. Majority of my 100s I really loved, really enjoyed. But beating England that day, I think that was very special for us as a West Indian group. And for now, I would say that's number 1, but it's very tough to choose one. It's 12 now, hopefully it'll be 12 more, you know, in my career. But I tell you, every one of those 12 has been special to me. But the one in Sharjah, that was nice as well. I remember, you know, for the spinners, I used my feet a lot. One of the most times I used my feet in a Test match. I'll never forget that. And you know, that was a great feeling, man. We were down 2-0 that series, and obviously winning the last game, you know, was obviously a nice feeling. You know, after obviously Pakistan had us 2-0. And being knocked out in both of those innings was special as well. So I mean, to be honest, all 12, I could say all 12 are special, because the feeling hadn't changed. So, you know, obviously you ask a question, I am trying to answer it, you know, by choosing one, but really, I don't really think I could choose one. Like, I have a friend back home, he has his idea, which is my best, but then I don't agree with him. So both of them were special. I must say all 12 have been very, very special to me, because it takes a lot of hard work to score a Test 100. Unfortunately, you can't make it in 30 and 40 balls to make it easier. You know, you got to grind for a couple of hours to get 100.
Now this will do very nicely indeed. Very deftly, very sweetly, tucked away behind square on the offside. And this is the reward for monumental effort and concentration, and a lot of skill as well. This is what's known as leading from the front.
I mean, as any batsman will say, but obviously for me in my journey, if you come on tour and you're now looking to play work, like we said a week before and stuff, it's too late. So I'll say one thing I've learned is, you know, you go through a series whether you do well or not, and you gotta understand what you gotta work on, because guys are gonna keep coming with something different always. And the key is to do it in your off season. Make sure you put in that work, you know, before you get to the next tour. Don't wait to the next tour then to start, you know. And that's one thing I've learned, and obviously continue learning, because as I say, every series, every game is always different. One thing I'll say is putting in that hard work, you know, off season before a series starts, putting you in a better position, you know, to be able to score runs.
How you doing? You good? Nothing beats hard work, and what is important is doing the hard work always, and not just when coaches are there. I think that's what will make you go to the next level. Well done, well done.
Test cricket is the ultimate test. You will be a legend from Test cricket. That's one thing I know. You know, if you look at all the legends in world cricket, Test cricket is what they come from. And playing a simple defense is what the basic stuff. And once you can do that, then you can play any cricket in the world, T20, T10, T5, whichever you want to play. So once you have that foundation from playing Test cricket, it will set you up to play every cricket in the world. Alzari Joseph is one for me. He loves Test cricket. He loves Test cricket, and obviously he's being IPL and everything, CPL, everything, and he's still here. And that's one example that I could give the guys to follow. He does it, and obviously I hope he plays a lot more Test matches as well with a lot of success. But that's a great example that you balance both. You can do it. To play 100 Tests was my dream. And one thing I'll say, I can never be in this position without God. I must say, putting God first has helped me throughout my career from primary school, never forget. And obviously, my two grandparents who, are not with me now, but they've done a lot for me, through their prayers and stuff. I would never be in this position without them. And also, obviously, my father, who has been there, for me for cricket from a young boy. So, and my goal, and I'll never forget, my coach, Mr. Ashley, at the time, and he never forgets that my goal was to play 100 Test matches, not to play for West Indies. I didn't just want to play and, or score 100 and stuff, and then it done there. No, I don't want to finish there, I want to play 100. So, to play 100, yeah, that would be everything. That's what my life has been, playing Test cricket. And yeah, it's very thankful to be in this position right now, to be captain and played 95 games, obviously closer, to that target. So I can't really express how I will feel on that day, God willing. But it's everything. Test cricket is everything to me. I can't express the feelings that I will feel towards, that special day, to be honest.
Not this trio.
No. Between the three of you, who is the funniest?
Between you and Jaden, yeah, funny at all.
Yeah. Between Andy and I for sure.
Yeah.
And who take the longest to get ready?
Me.
Always waiting on this man to go for dinner. Always.
Who is most likely to be late?
No one really.
Me.
Important things.
Important things,
nobody late. But like if it's dinner,
casual, I think me, for sure.
For sure. Cuts it close.
Who lifts the most in the gym?
Then between Andy and I.
Oh
no, you look strong too.
You see my legs? Where's your squat?
3.
You win. Yeah.
I think it's 3
I was
285 or something.
I was 275. Who's the most competitive?
It varies.
Depends on what we're doing.
Yeah.
Table tennis. These two can't beat me, so I just always win anyway. If it wasn't cricket, what other sport would you like to play professionally and why?
For me, I'll pick track and field because that is what I used to do before. So for me, if it's professionally, I would always go back to that. It would be easier.
Football.
You're not good at all.
Yeah, I used to play football and
it wasn't good.
You mad?
We're mean on a game.
No, but only mad.
Yes, fine.
Yeah, I have medals for football.
They give out participation medals too?
No. Squad banger from outside the box.
Right.
Top corner too. You.
I would choose football because I actually played football at a decent level.
Okay.
I played the highest school
Next.
football level. Wait a minute.
Next.
Hey, I have an intercol game, eh?
I've played intercol final and like big sellout stadium. About 5,000 people watching.
Who do we think did the best at school?
Definitely not me. Not me at all.
Why that question?
Jaden.
I don't have a choice. Who is the toughest opponent or player that you have faced in your Test career?
Probably say like Josh Hazelwood because of his skill. Yeah, I think he was one of the toughest bowlers I've had to face so far.
Can I say it's just about enjoying the battle this far for me.
Only one man I could call. Drew.
So what Ben Duckett?
Nah. he only do it for 1 game. Jory do it for 6 games, you know. From the Caribbean to England. It have to be Joe Root.
He gives you nightmares?
No, he's not giving me nightmares. It's just...
He's making you think a little bit.
Yeah. He's making it hard work. Yeah.
Who's the teacher's pet?
The whole team. All right.
Nobody.
Nah, if we go in batting coach, the teacher's pet for the batting coach is Kevin Hodge.
Oh, yeah.
Full stop. Full stop.
Yeah, my
Conversation done. Nobody else. It had nobody else. Conversation done. Kevin Hodge for batting coach. Full stop.
This next one, real interesting. Who is the best dancer?
In the whole team.
Michael Louis.
Yeah, Louis has some moves.
He has some moves.
Louis has some moves. Shema would say he has some moves too.
I never see it, so you can't say.
Shema would say he has some moves.
I see Louis put it down.
But I see Louis dance.
Yeah.
So Louis.
Yeah.
Louis.
Yeah.
Who has the best fashion sense?
Sinky.
No. Next. Cut. Nah, you're doing that for spite. You're doing that for spite. Casey has some dress. Casey always fresh, yeah.
Alright, this one I can probably say Sinky. Who is the loudest?
We don't need to answer Sinky.
Nice man.
Kevin Sinclair. Kevin Sinclair.
Come on, man. I'm gonna tell you out, man.
This is an easy one. Who has the worst taste in music?
Don't say me, eh? If you only say me.
So who else gonna call again?
I don't know, it's not me.
You are the worst taste. You listen to country music, bro.
What's wrong with country music?
Everything wrong with country music.
I listen to soca, I listen to dancehall, I listen to country, I listen to Afrobeats, reggae, you name it, I listen to everything.
When?
All the time.
Who would you call in an emergency? Anyone out of the two?
Yeah, anybody
Yeah,
there.
anyone out of these two?
Yeah,
Anybody there.
definitely.
Yeah. Anyone. And who deals the best with pressure? I think one name that stands is Craig.
Craig for sure.
Yeah, Craig does
Yeah.
be real calm. You
No
can
matter
never
the
tell if he's
situation,
taking
yeah.
on anything or not.
Yeah.
Can't tell what he's thinking, he's just...
So yeah, Craig. Easily Craig.
What has been the most memorable moment in your test career so far?
You go first.
I would like to say my test 100, but I think beating Australia in Australia was probably most memorable. As a team, personally, it would obviously be test 100, but I think beating Australia, especially in the Gabba, where it's their fortress.
For me, it had to be my first 5-wicket haul. And not even the 5-wicket haul, it's just the fact that we win the game. And how we win the game was close. That is the most memorable thing for me.
Yeah, I remember watching you jumping.
To become the youngest West Indian fast bowler to get 5 wickets, and he does so.
For me, it's my first test wicket. It came off my second ball of my first over. So that is something I cherish as well.
And we have a picture with that one.
Yeah.
Hands up.
Who is the most naturally talented cricketer?
In the team, Alec boy.
Yeah.
Alec
Gifted.
just look the part all the time.
Discuss the friendship that we have with each other on and off the field.
Well, I can speak from when I started, because I didn't know any of them personally when I now started. I started playing cricket with Josh at probably 19, 20 years old, and we just created that bond when we played together for Trinidad in the first class setup, and then we all came together with West Indies, and the friendship just grew and grew, and we went on tours together, and every time we had to go for lunch, breakfast or dinner, we moved together, and we sit near each other on the bus as well.
Yeah, I agree.
It was something just natural. It was just natural from the beginning. You know, we fight, how we could say it, we go to war together, so we always just lean on each other when it's that time. But it's something that's come natural.
We know each other, so like on the field, I would know Jaden bowl a bad over or something. I'd try and cheer him up a little bit. I'd know Andy's emotions when they're not going his way. Yeah, it's a nice feeling to have two of your best friends on the team at the same time. So.
Off the field, he can't beat me in FIFA though.
What?
Next question. Next question.
We have to do a video of us playing FIFA and see how much. The other night we played, I scored 20 goals. I scored 19 with Haaland.
Next question.
What is your favorite thing about playing for West Indies?
I get goosebumps, yes. Everything. For me, is everything. The first thing was I wanted to play cricket. I wanted to play for West Indies. And then obviously playing, you get to experience Test cricket. You get to experience singing the national anthem. And doing it home. Doing it in the Queen's Park Oval was something big. So I guess singing the national anthem anywhere in the world is a big thing.
I think for me it's about representing the region. Not everybody gets to do it. There's a lot of people who aspire to do it, but not everyone gets to do it. So I think for me is that weight on your shoulders. It's obviously a big weight, but it's something that you cherish forever. And to get that test cap, nobody could ever take that away from you.
Yeah, it's a great feeling, to represent the region, as just said. And you know how it started for me? It was funny because I had friends who used to play cricket, who I would go down on a weekend and watch play cricket and get the opportunity when they are short. And those are the ones who actually wanted to play for West Indies at the time, because I used to do track and field. So it's not only for me now, but it's for them as well. So I'm actually living their dream for them as well.
What moment has made you the proudest of each other?
I think we were all there when we beat England, right? Yeah. We were all there when we beat England in Grenada. Jaden and I played, Andy didn't debut as yet, but yeah, I think just all of us being on the team and then being there to do something historic like that was a special moment for sure.
Goes down the ground. He thinks he's got there. He certainly has. What an innings from Josh De Silva. The ecstasy written all over his face, and boy, he's deserved that.
The way we celebrate and enjoy each other's success, that's something I cherish. That's something I definitely enjoy.
For me, when Andy made his debut, I was very happy for him. And then obviously getting the first test wicket. I know how much that would mean to anybody. So far more getting your first test wicket on debut in your first over is obviously a big thing. So I was very proud of him in that moment. And for me, with Josh, it's scoring the first test 100. And not because I was batting, just because he get it. Because he was batting well throughout the series. He had, I think, 150 before that. And he was looking like he could push on at some stage. And he did it in that last game, in the most vital game of the series. And he got to that triple figure mark, and we won the series in the end. So I was very proud of both of them in those different moments. What are we expecting from this test against Bangladesh?
Win.
I would say definitely a series win. Definitely a series win.
Yeah. Not much, not too complicated, just
to win. Just to win the series.
Yeah, do the basics well and make Craig and coach proud.
Yeah,
that's all.
Great memories for those three on the test arena. I do recall being there at that match in Grenada and being able to witness that moment for Joshua De Silva and truly what it meant to him. But back here to the present, and they're creating more memories because 68 for 7 certainly entertained all of those who have turned up here at Kensington Oval. Of course, not if you're supporting Barbados. You'll be hoping for something completely different. But we get ready for the second session of the day. We've got Philo Wallace alongside of me. Philo, what did you make of that morning session?
Clearly, good afternoon. The morning session, Joel, clearly belonged to Trinidad and Tobago Right Force. On winning the toss, they made a right decision to insert the Barbados Spry batters. And the Barbados Spry batters found it difficult from the first over. And to have lost 7 wickets before lunch, or at lunch, is a big setback. You got to remember that Trinidad and Tobago Right Force are second in the table, Barbados are third. So this is a big game. And then the thing is that Barbados goes on the road, and they're going to Darren Sammy Stadium, where lots of runs were scored there last week, and then they go to St. Kitts, another flat wicket. So it's going to be very important Barbados try to salvage something out of this game. It's not over yet. It's only the first session is gone. Roach and Hope are obviously at the wicket now, so it's going to be very important how Hope can shepherd the low middle order for Barbados to get up to a total that they can work with.
Yeah, it will be very interesting for that man you mentioned, Shea Hope, not on screen there because he's not facing Kemar Roach. Will be facing the first ball after lunch, and it will be Anderson Phillip, who's picked up 2 already for the day, who's going to get us going from that Malcolm Marshall end. So the second session is about to get underway. Starts with runs from Roach, and in the face of what we've seen today, oh, that's a class shot from him.
That's a beautiful shot. There is value in Kemar Roach, you know, not only a bowler but a batter. I think he has a very simple batting technique. A half volley. Anderson Phillip a warm-up ball straight after lunch, but Roach getting up to the pitch of the ball and stroking it sweetly down to point for 4. A good start for Barbados Pride.
Well, looking to get under that one, but not getting up the manner that Roach would have thought. And that bounce factor is something that's been interesting across the early exchanges of today.
Yes, there's a first ball I see that was dug in short and then bounced. And luckily for Roach, he just left the bat with the bat face down, and the ball obviously went down to slip. But you need to watch the ball, Roach. As soon as you see the ball and looking to dig the ball in short, you cannot turn your head. You need to keep your eyes on the ball.
As we go through this, of course, when Trinidad had their chance to bat on it, they make a full assessment of the surface. That one gets to a bit more, but it's proven to be a surface so far that's challenged batters' techniques so far.
Yes, and I think it's a good surface for cricket, where the batters now can't lunge on the front foot because there's some green there. The body of the pitch is obviously firming up, and the ball will obviously bounce. And when you go to the sea, Joel, you expect to see fish. So if you come on a pitch like this, you expect to see the ball to bounce. But I thought that Roach handled that one in the approved fashion, just going under the ball, it's fits through to Joshua De Silva. But this is the type of pitches that you want to see more often in cricket, not only at Kensington Oval, in cricket, where there's a bit for the bowlers and the batters have to obviously wait their time in order to score.
You talk about waiting that time, and I think that is what was kind of ideal or key for that first boundary after lunch from Kemar Roach, whereby he didn't actually stride out and look to, play that full-blooded drive away from the body. Allow that ball to come to him, similar to the 2 boundaries that Zachary McCaskey would have hit a little early in the day. And then you look at his dismissal, that was the one reaching away from the body. So it's just asking batters to be a little more patient in their stroke play and just wait more so on that ball to be where you need it to be.
And add to that, Joel, is playing the ball under your eyes. You cannot go and reach for it because there's something in that pitch. You have to allow the ball to come under your eyes and play it from under your eyes. Key.
Doesn't get enough of a glove to that one, De Silva, but then again, enough to stop it from going to the boundary. Yeah, that playing under the eye, that patience factor, I think maybe that was an element that was missing from Barbados Pride. And when we also look at the fact that it's a by far better bowling attack that they're up against as well.
Yes, Trinidad has a balanced bowling attack. You have the three quicks, and you got the 3 spinners. But I think the rotation of the 3 quicks in the morning session from Joshua De Silva was quite ideal. Jaden Seal had a 6-over spell. He came out. And then we saw Phillip Joint moving in from the northern end, and then he went to the southern end. And James, the surprise package, bowled 6 on the trot, picked up 3 for 6. So the rotation of the bowlers were good.
Done everything right so far, De Silva. 23 gone, 73 for 7. He enjoyed himself from the Malcolm Marshall end this morning. Now operating from the Joel Garner end, Jaden Seals. And there's that movement that we've talked about. Just a bit more, you might say, from this Joel Garner end. In terms of how the ball has jagged away from the right-handed batters.
One of the interesting factors here is how Jaden Seals is going to operate from this northern end. Because this is the first time he's coming to operate from this end. He's normally a way swing bowler. So obviously he's looking to get the ball to hit and straight. And that first ball pitched way too short and allow Roach to just leave it alone.
Draws him now into the drive, more so on length than anything else.
Yes, and that is very impressive of Jaden Seals, how quickly he can correct his mistake from the previous delivery. Pitching that first delivery way too short, allowing Roach to see it and leave it. This one, as you said, just pitch on that nagging length where Roach feel he can essay extra cover drive. The ball just seemed past. Remember, he's bowling to 3 slips, a gully, cover point, extra cover, and a mid-off. There's only a mid-on and a deep, long leg on the leg side. So he's bowling to a bias 7-2 offside field. So he has to be pinpoint on the off stump or just outside the off stump.
Exaggerated movement away from the right-handed batter. I don't truly think Kemar Roach is truly offering a shot at that one.
He's not a tall man. He doesn't bat with a long blade. He doesn't have a lot of reach. So I believe it's just a shadow shot. I can't see Roach looking to hit that ball anywhere. It's just a wide out swinger. But maybe he's shadow shotting, you know, saying, well, look, I can see it going away, but I'm not going to hit at it.
Once again, that length, just drawing Roach into the shot. And it's so interesting that he held himself back slightly from the other end when facing Anderson Phillip. Played one under the eyes, as you would have mentioned, that got him a boundary. But here now to Seals, just reaching for that ball.
He's a typical batter. He wants to feel bat on ball. What I'm impressed with Jaden Seals is that he's luring Roach into a sense of false security, because he's looking to take that outside edge. But bear in mind, he still has the ability to nip the ball back. So Roach still needs to be careful here. I think he's a little too loose outside the off stump.
Goes searching. Oh, this could be a chance. A mix-up, a moment. The throw. Well. And from my eyes, it looks as if Barbados have lost hope. Hope in Shea Hope. That is a big blow, a big mix-up. It's all happening here.
That is one of the worst ways to be dismissed. It is a massive wicket. If there was any chance of Barbados getting to a respectable total, it rested on Shea Hope's shoulders. First game back in a long time. That end swinger, Joe, that I told you about, Roach played it well, but lacking communication has caused the downfall of Shea Hope. And Barbados is 73 for 7. End swinger from Jaden Seals. Played in an approved manner. Roach taken off to the single. The fielder going to his right, and like James picking up a bad throw. But Joshua De Silva had the presence of mind to just take it in the left glove, come up with a superb stop and execute the run out. Again, Hope guilty of ball watching. Was going and then he stopped. Roach ran past him. A good take by Joshua De Silva and whipped the bails off from the Trinidadians of cock a hoop. They're happy to see the back of Shea Hope.
Well, not what they needed. But as I mentioned, everything going the way of De Silva, just getting that left glove down in time, stopping that ball and effecting the run out. Disappointed Kemar Roach. You think in a situation like that, he would have hoped that he might have been the batter that might have been run out, just given the situation that Barbados were in. But they've lost Shea, and have they lost hope in this encounter?
Well, Warwick has joined Roach. Warwick fancies his chances as a batter. I know we're going to see another fielding change. The helmet has been brought onto the field, so we're going to see a man at silly mid-on. Add pressure now to this Barbados lower order. We know that Warwick can strike the ball. And we'll see how he goes against a upbeat and rampant Jaden Seal.
They found success after lunch, Trinidad and Tobago, 73 for 8.
You know, Joel, this is such a fascinating game. A surface that is full of grass, offering assistance to the fast bowlers. Barbados 73 for 8. I wonder if we'll see a Barbados innings, Barbados being bowled out without a spinner bowling. We need to check key folder for that start.
Good sharp fast bowling at Kensington Oval. Oh, Philo, are you excited seeing this?
Yes, I'd like to see the ball bounce in. I think it sends for good cricket. It brings excitement. When the spectators see balls bouncing around on bowlers on their back and batters on their back foot, I think it makes people, want to get involved. And Anderson Phillip has exploited these conditions quite nicely, along with Jaden Seal and Joshua James. Those three fast bowlers from Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, they've really put in the effort. And what I like about them is that they have adjusted from slow docile pitches to come to this pitch that is offering something that's bowled exceptionally well so far.
Maybe getting a little carried away there now. Anderson Phillip, and it's called wide as well. He's gotten excited with what is happening.
He's getting in from that southern end quite freely, and that short ball. But the actual thing about that short ball that I like, Joel, is that the ball will actually pitch outside Roach's left shoulder, and Joshua De Silva caught it outside the right shoulder as a keeper. So that means the ball is out swinging as it's bouncing. So Joshua has asked Phillip to come a little straighter with those balls and get Roach to play at them. There are 3 slips in the gully. Nobody's asking a question about the field. Because he has that man at the deep point area, which I don't believe in.
Gets a touch fuller, but not necessarily the line that he might want to have been on. Somewhat close in terms of a possible run out there at the other end with Jamel Warrican.
I bet you see he was running. It was neither fast or slow, he was just running. But good presence of mind from James to throw the ball to the non-strikers end. The Warrican was laboring to get in, but 2 leg byes.
Just brings into question that man that you mentioned at the deep point position. Probably there more so for what might be a slash outside the off stump or a back foot cut upish. But when you think about a gentle, comfortable single like that, you can understand why you're asking the question, Philo.
Yeah, Joel, you're giving a single away. Anderson Phillip would love to bowl 6 deliveries at Roach. That as an outswinger, Roach, just look at it, aim through the legs. They got an outside edge, got an easy single down to deep barrel point where Puran is now at the orthodox cover point. You need to keep pressure on the batters. You don't want to give them runs.
I was going to say a bit of a pushback, but I had to frame my words correctly, given that we are on air. But you do expect at some stage that Warrican will also have a swing of the bat, given what we've traditionally seen from him.
I know normally the modern day batters, Joel, bat in spikes, so they don't slip. It's just strange to see Warrican right foot, which is his back foot, going outside the leg stump. So he's certainly sliding out there. He's putting it out there to give himself room. But a good delivery from Anderson Phillip at the stump. It's bang on target.
Draws that length back. Keep Warwican honest. Interestingly enough, now before our cameras switched angles, we saw Warwican with the shadow shot of the pull. No protection out at that deep backward square leg boundary. Protection though goes out once again on the offside in terms of that man going back to the point boundary. So maybe looking to offer Warwican the comfortable single for Jaden Seals from the next end.
Or maybe go wide and hoping that he throws a sink and house at it and catch a deep backward point. But I prefer feeling in the orthodox positions. It puts pressure on the ball, on the batter. And I think that sometimes we see some negative field placings when the lower order is batting. Rather than continue the bowlers to hit the hard lines and lengths, the captains go very defensive and spread the field, allow the batters to get singles and get into momentum. Because the more singles they get, the more confidence they're going to get. And the Barbados total will obviously increase. 77 for 8. You won't like Barbados to rally. Trinidad and Tobago right force won't like Barbados to rally to 140, 150. They like to close out this innings as quickly as possible so they can get in there and dictate to Barbados on a good surface.
Well, there's Warwican lifting it, but has it gone far enough? No, it hasn't. Easily taken by Jaden Seals. Wicket number 9 goes down.
Full length delivery. Warwick not getting anywhere near that ball. Looking to hit the ball down the ground. Only hit high on the bat and Seals this running a few meters to his right. Taking a very comfortable catch going over his right shoulder. Eyes on the ball all the way. Good hands. And that is the end of Warwick, and Barbados have lost their 9th wicket with only 77 on the board.
Well, as you mentioned, Philo, if Barbados are to escape, so to speak, and find themselves at 120, even 130, will feel as if Trinidad might have let them off the hook at the moment. They're on the hook, and they are drowning Barbados.
Well, they say it's hook, line, and sinker. Well, McAllister to join Roach. 120 is like going to space without a rocket.
Well, in Caribbean context, they're currently on a banana boat. 77 for 9, Barbados. We're just into what will be a few minutes of the second session of day number 1. Jaden Seals to continue. And Roach now, well, he's going to have a go. Jaden Seals is asking for a change in field, it looks like. A man moves from that slip cordon.
Kai Peer comes out from third slip. Now Joella, he's going to go to deep square leg on the leg side. Obviously, he's telling Roach, look, I have a sweep on the offside and I'm going to have protection on the leg side. I have a mid-on, 2 slips, a gully, extra cover mid-off, so I can afford now to bowl your short ball. And if you don't middle it, either you're going to catch it at deep backward square or deep fine leg. So this is a good ploy here from Jaden Seals to give himself protection just in case.
Well, it flies through that gully region and into the boundary. It's just so interesting, Philo, that I was actually telling myself that maybe a fly slip actually could be a better ploy if you're having Kemar Roach playing outside the off stump like that. You do expect a thick edge to fly maybe up and over at some stage.
But I would not have even moved the third slip. I would have bring the fine leg square and stay with the 3 slips and the gully. The ball might have gone through, but you have the protection. Because I bet you these bowlers are not poker players. Because I know a lot of them bluff.
A bit of 3-card Monty.
You better believe it.
Well, Roach pulls and pulls well in front of square. Commanding shot that.
Well executed there by Kemar Roach. Pulling length. Not a short ball from Jaden Seal at all. Jaden Seal. Just a length delivery and he just swiveled onto the back foot. I hit it clearly in front of square leg. Just a length delivery going onto the back foot and just smashing it through mid wicket. Not a lot of pace on that delivery and down to the boundary. Let's see how Jaden Seal will reply. If you want to pull, we'll give you something to pull. A very good shot for Kemar Roach, who's starting to show some aggression.
Yeah, what's also interesting about that one is that he pulled from actually a good length on an occasion because it wasn't as short as we thought it was. This time pulls the bat inside. But it's just so interesting that in a period like this, these quick runs, you might easily get to, as you mentioned, that 120, 130 period. But Trinidad need to find a way to close this innings out.
I know Jaden Seal would love to get Roach's wicket. Now he's asking that man at deep square leg to come in. I was going to see if he's going to put him into that third slip area and try to reinforce the slip cordon. Or he's going to leave him at square leg.
Yeah, probably might actually bring him maybe further in front of square, maybe.
Yes.
He's in front of square now, but I was thinking maybe a little bit further.
Into a mid-wicket-like area.
Somewhat, yeah. Point also comes in off of the boundary. Clipped to that man, Carey Pierre, who's coming off the boundary.
That's the fastest time I've seen Roach running between the wickets. That's a very good single. Carey Pierre is no slouch. The ball, yes, was to his right. He's a left-hander, but he got to the ball quickly, and Roach was at the non-striker's end. So clearly Roach had settled, like, I'm the senior partner. Let me do the bulk of the scoring.
Well, from what I've seen of McAllister, I'm going to put it in the context of if we were playing on the PlayStation. X is to defend, O is to swing. I can't ever remember seeing Jar McAllister pressing X. Well, he pressed X and he kept it out. The end of 26, 86 for 9.
It's going to be Anderson Phillip to continue from the Saturday. And I'll tell you why he defended that ball. Roach said, look, I'm giving you one ball to block. And the key word is block. And he did it in the approved manner. So good. There's some understanding between Roach and McAllister, but for how long?
That certainly is always the question. For how long can it continue? But from a Barbados perspective, obviously not a position that I would want to be in. And if our camera guys can pull out for a very quick second, that fly slip that I would have talked about in the previous over has now been instituted by Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. So a little distance away from the boundary on the offside. Doesn't get it right in terms of a line there.
And I'll tell you why Joshua De Silva is laughing. Because you asked the third slip to come down to fly slip. There's a deep backward point on the boundary. You bowled the two slips of gully, a wide mid-off, and your first delivery is down the leg, and you only have a long leg, a backward square, and a mid-on. So Joshua Silva is asking Phillip to concentrate most of his deliveries just on about off stump on a good length to bring in the outside edge into play.
Yeah, expecting that Roach will go hard, that thick edge. They're hoping carries down there. That's what they were hoping for. The outside edge. They've taken it and they've wrapped up this Barbados Pride innings. Certainly no pride in this total. 86 all out on day one, session number 2 of this round 5 of the West Indies First Class Championship.
A length delivery just outside the off stump. Roach playing that aggressive shot, not getting near the ball at all with his left foot. Edging and De Silva saying thank you very much at the end of the Barbados innings. After losing the toss this morning and being inserted, asked back by Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, being bowled out at just after 5 minutes past 10 was not what the doctor would have ordered for the Barbados Red Force squad. They've been shot out for 86 in 26.2 overs. Phillips taking 4 for 36. So a good return for the fast medium bowler. Seals has picked up 9 overs, 2 for 32, and James 7 overs, 8 runs, 3 wickets. So the 3 fast bowlers for Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, they have blown the Barbados Pride first innings wide open.
Yeah, they certainly have. Won the toss this morning under relatively overcast conditions, Trinidad and Tobago, and they've certainly excited those who've turned up here at Kensington Oval to take in this contest. Of course, if supporting Barbados, then you will look at this total and be entirely disappointed with what it is. Yes, conditions were a little challenging in terms of movement, both in terms of swing and in terms of seam. When you look at the application, when you look at the patient side of things, you might be relatively disappointed. Kemar Roach, his 21 at the end of the innings, proving to be the top scorer of the day. Captain Craig Brathwaite, just 5 for him, 11 for McCaskey, 3 for Drakes, none for Wickham. Chase got 11, 16 for Shea Hope, back into Barbados Pride colours since 2022. Jason Holder, he went first ball without scoring. Matthew Ford for 2. As I mentioned, Roach 21, none for Warrican. And Jerry McAllister did not out batter at the end of the innings. Well, that is the story of Barbados Pride. What will be the story of Trinidad and Tobago Red Force when they come to bat? Before we take a break, Philo, I want to ask a question. Do you expect something similar in terms of ball in hand for Barbados and bat in hand for Trinidad?
Well, that's a good question, Joel. I can't see the future. But if you take this game into perspective, obviously the way in which the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force seamers have bowled, just on about the off stump, asking questions, some short balls as well. You would expect the Barbados Pride bowlers to have learned from that. It's a good surface. They've asked the small roller to be put on it, obviously, to compact it a bit more, to get out some of those indentations. But if you look at it, this pitch has gotten quicker. From the start of 10 o'clock to now, it started to bounce a bit more. So I would expect the Barbados bowlers to bowl the ball in the right areas rather than going helter-skelter short balls and try to put Trinidad and Tobago Red Force under pressure. Mind you, Trinidad and Tobago Red Force batters have been scoring lots of runs. So runs is confidence, even if you're playing on sand.
Well, let's take a look at how things went for the day. As mentioned, Trinidad and Tobago Red Force opted to have a bowl first, and things started well for them. First wicket of the day went to Anderson Phillip, and then it was the Seals party. He got himself back-to-back wickets here. Wickham, the second of them, and they were off to the races after that. Phillip returned, and well, Ross and Chase came in with a bit of intent. Looked as if he would have going to steady the ship along with Zachary McCaskey, and at that stage you thought that things were going to look good for Barbados. A partnership was beginning to form for them. Zachary McCaskey got himself back-to-back boundaries, and just when we thought that he was looking good, just when we thought that he was going to carry on, this happened. Played that one away from the body, and Phillip picked up another one. And then that man, Roston Chase, the first of the wickets for Joshua James, who picked up 2 and 2, in fact, because Jason Holder was trapped with one. Shea Hope, as mentioned, he's back in white clothes, and he came with a bit of purpose. Matthew Ford, he was beaten all ends up by James. The seam attack, yeah, truly did the job for Trinidad and Tobago Red Force under quite helpful conditions. Kemar Roach, as mentioned, top scorer for Barbados with that 21. He brought I was going to say a measure of respectability, but yeah, he helped things out. This didn't help Barbados, though. A bit of a mix-up, and that was the end of Shea Hope. Then Warrican looking to go over the top. Good catch being taken by Seals. Couple more runs for Roach as things got towards the end of the innings. A very commanding looking pull shot that was, but not long after that, this was the end. A good easy catch being taken by De Silva. Barbados 86 all out by the end of it. You just wonder what is going through the minds of those spectators. I can tell you what's going into the mouths now is food. Some good food on offer, Philo.
Yes, obviously the spectators are here. I was down there early this morning. Lots of obviously tourists. If cricket is playing on the beach, they will turn up and watch it.
Well, they can also turn up and watch this because this is the schedule for 2025 for the West Indies men and the West Indies women. Of course, things kick off in April for the women with that all-important World Cup qualifier. And of course, that World Cup will be played later this year in India. So the women will be hoping that when that tournament is confirmed, that they head across there, that they do the job and get themselves into another World Cup. West Indies men, they head across for a tour of UK and Ireland in May. Then Australia, I guess you would say the big boys, they come here to the Caribbean in June for a home series, played across multiple venues. And then Pakistan come a little later in the year, and that's the summer, of course, and that's in July and August. The women, they have their tour of England in May, a home series versus South Africa women in June, and as mentioned, that all-important World Cup in September and October in India. So a lot of cricket to be played here in the Caribbean and away for both men and women.
Yeah, lots of cricket for both West Indies men and West Indies women. Let's hope that they're fit enough. Their minds are all cleared on what they have to do. The qualifiers for the women are going to be very important. We hope that they first get over the hurdle there to make it to India. And you will hope that the men will have a good tour of Ireland and the UK before they come home to face the mighty Australians and also Pakistan.
Yeah, so a lot of cricket and a lot of test that will be happening, of course, both test limited overs being a part of those series. But we take a break here at Kensington Oval, and when we come back, it will be the first innings of Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. It's the turn of Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. If you're now joining us, no, it is not incorrect what you're seeing. Barbados Pride have been bowled out for 86 in 26.2 overs. Having won the toss, Trinidad and Tobago will be, I guess you would say, elated with this start. Now have a job to do with bat in hand. I now have Roland Butcher alongside of me. I had a chance to ask Phil Wallace this question. What have you made, I guess, of the Barbados Pride innings?
Very underwhelming, really. I think they would have been very disappointed with not just the total, but I think the more the dismissals showed a lack of technique. You can't really say that the pitch had a lot to do with the dismissals.
Well, Kemar Roach with ball in hand starts with a no ball as well. That opens up the account of Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. Cephas Cooper and Camille Puran, the opening batters for the Red Force. Camille Puran getting the call up to come in to this round.
Yeah, so Barbados will be very disappointed when they look back. Okay, they lost the toss, but you know, somebody has to lose the toss, somebody has to win it. They were at the bat first. And really the batting lacked conviction as far as I'm concerned. Too many dismissals were basic dismissals in that. Just lack of big movement altogether. Playing with the bat. Really that would have come about really because of playing on those flat wickets that we've seen here at Desert Oval, where runs have been aplenty, not much movement. Batters really don't have to move their feet, just really cross their eyes. Today was different. It meant you had to take big positions.
Yeah, they were asked a lot of questions, the batters of the Barbados Pride, and we go back to saying that's what we want to see at the first class level, where you're seeing bowlers who have been hitting consistent areas, bowlers who actually carry a bit more pace to them as well, because that pace factor has been the undoing of a couple of the Barbados Pride batters as well, because of the inability to get themselves into the right positions.
Yeah, I think you got to give Red Force some credit. Their bowlers, I think they put the ball in good areas. Yeah, they didn't bowl too many loose deliveries, like you know, long hops and half volleys. Really, there were very few drives. You know, they kept the ball actually in front of the batter. And as we saw, because of the lack of foot movement by a number of Barbadian batters, really caused their downfall. But the seamers bowled pretty well.
Yeah, the seamers certainly can be happy with the returns that they got today. Jaden Seals 2 for 32 from his 9. Anderson Phillip 4 for 36 from his 10. And Joshua James 3 for 8 from his 7.
Yeah, that's good support all the way through. I thought James was excellent, actually. Not just, you know, the length that he bowled, the movement. You know, he got good pace off the pitch. He troubled nearly all the batsmen, and you know, he was a good foil for Phillip and Jaden Seals. Just held that one end. Really didn't allow the batters to get on top of him. So the seamers really dominated this morning. It's going to be much harder this afternoon for Barbados Pride, because even though the pitch has still got that greenness in it, you know, the sun is out. All that moisture that would have been there would have been dried out of the pitch. Roach goes past the outside edge.
First over completed. It's 1 without loss.
Yeah, there'll still be something in the pitch, but it will certainly be a lot easier once the shine goes off this ball.
Back into this Barbados Pride side, Jar McAllister. the express fast bowler. Will have that ball in hand from the Malcolm Marshall end. What will be interesting are the lengths that he opts to bowl. Naturally, he's on the shorter side of things, Jar McAllister. But based on what we've seen today from the seamers of Trinidad and Tobago, being on a much fuller length, that is what causes the problems. A man under the helmet at back pad, 3 slips and a gully for McAllister. Starts full with a dot ball, McAllister.
So the game going at the pace of Atto Bolden, of course, the famed Trinidad and Tobago athlete. McAllister played his second match for Barbados to bowl to Poran. It's gone through the keeper and will go away to the boundary for byes.
Yeah, quite a nasty one to take there for sheer hope. Just landed in front of him and just really shot along the ground. He would have hoped to got something behind that, but
Barbados preparing a pitch with grass on it and bitten in the tail. A big bite too. That's a loose shot.
Going after that one, Puran, hitting on the up, something that all the batters have found very hard to do today. I think the ball has to be a full half volley really for you to drive through the line. He was hitting that one on the rise. If he got a nick, it would have taken some catching.
As you'd expect, the cricket tongues across Barbados are wagging. Barbados playing on brown pitches ever since coming home. Won comfortably against the Academy, then against the Scorpions, and then against CCC. But the Trinidadians in tongue, and they feel that the Trinidadians can't play fast bowling. But what Trinidad did was to bring fast bowlers here and knock them down, as they say. That's a good delivery.
Yeah, just rushing Puran there. Didn't play that particularly well.
Trinidad using their fast bowlers, the captain rotating them. First thing about the 3 fast bowlers being used is that they're fit, particularly Phillips, who has always been a very fit fast bowler. Jaden Seals looks good, having had the experience of playing in England. Here's McAllister. We saw glimpses of this young Poran play for the CCC and looks a good player. Reminds me a lot of that stylist from Guyana, Ronnie Sawan. 5 without loss. Cephas Cooper.
And Andrew, right now it's a beautiful day for cricket. If you look around, it's clear sky.
Yeah, absolutely beautiful. A bit overcast this morning. A little bit of rain too, in fact, just after the toss was done. Had some rain, but generally in the last couple of days it's been pretty hot in Barbados, I suppose across most of the Caribbean. Kensington Oval, looking at pictures, always been well manicured, Kensington Oval. It's going down to the right side. Kemar Roach, the veteran. Barbados finding itself in trouble here. And the argument is going to be put on the table. Of course, they say logic is the science of reasoning. Why would you prepare a pitch with so much grass on it, having done pretty well on brown pitches before you play against Trinidad? As the captain said, we've got fast bowlers too. Of course, I'm talking about De Silva. That's too wide. And Barbados have struggled this year in terms of pace. They've had generally medium pace bowling. Min Roach is just as quick as my colleague to my right, Roland Butcher. Has lost all of his pace, but still got good control. More the holding type bowling now, moving the ball both ways. Wouldn't trouble with pace. Matthew Ford is a medium pacer. Ramon Simmons has lost all of his pace. And Jason Holt has never really been quick. So it's interesting that a country that has produced so many fast bowlers over the years find itself now with medium paces, as opposed to the Red Force that traditionally have a lot of spinners in their lineup, but now they've got 3 decent fast bowlers.
And I'm going to make a unpopular comment. You asked the question as to why they would want to have a green pitch for this game.
Rolling the tape. Rolling, the tapes are rolling.
Well, I will be honest with you, Andrew. I want and would like to see all pitches with grass on them. I do not like those brown shaven pitches that we're looking down here, and that's one of the reasons why when you get on a pitch that is different, that you struggle with bat and ball, because you're accustomed playing on something that is good delivery to finish by Roach. My point is, if you play and practice on these surfaces, right, you will become better players. If you practice and play on those other brown pitches that you have there, you will stay an ordinary player, because those pitches do very little, which means you don't have to move your feet, right? You don't have to worry about technique. You just trust your eyes.
Right.
When you play against better players or on helpful pitches, all those other things come into play. Technique, movement to the feet. I want all the pitches like this. Practice and matches.
So there you have it from the former England batsman Roland Butcher. That'll make primetime sports across the Caribbean tomorrow. Oh, beautifully bowled by McAllister. He's got some pace. You reckon he can get to 90 miles an hour?
Yeah, I mean, listen, there are lots of guys that can bowl 90 miles an hour, but it's getting the ball in the right areas. If you're 90 miles and a batsman not having to play, or they're not wicket-taking balls, I always prefer somebody with a less pace, but make the batsman play. So if he can bowl more balls like he did that last one,
right?
No, then that would be an asset, because that was a good delivery. Had good pace, it had good length, and good bounce.
Well, that's played square in the offside. That's going to go for 4. Down to backward point.
Yep, slightly wide. Puran just threw the bat. See, he was really in control of that shot, but the result was 4.
Yeah, he threw the bat at it big gap between bat and pad as he played it. It went in the air, but safely down to backward point for 4. I think that was as a result of the ball before. Oh, that's one banged into the pitch by McAllister.
Didn't bounce as he expected.
Yeah, died as it got to the keeper. So basically then, Roland, how do you assess this pitch? Is this a good cricket pitch or is it favouring the bowlers?
It's a good cricket pitch. If you look at the dismissals of the Pride batters, nothing to do with the wicket. I think it was just 40 techniques and 90% of the dismissals.
No, I think it's got some favoritism towards the bowling, I think. Now that's gone through the offside again. Beautiful shot through cover. Remember, we saw a glimpse of this young man against CCC. I like him. Elegant, good in the eyes, one that you will maybe leave your rice in peace to come and watch bat. Of course, he's a touch player, the Ronnie Saw one, the Carl Hooper. And I'm sure that Trinidad would have seen something of this man. Look at this. Oh, it's to the offside, through cover.
That wasn't the worst delivery, but I think the reason Puran can play like this is because of what's transpired so far today, in the fact Barbados was skittled out for a below par score. So
is the pitch getting slightly better for batting, you reckon?
Well, it will do because the sun is out in all its glory. That early moisture would have gone. It may be green, but it will. It's going to be a good batting pitch, particularly by tomorrow afternoon.
Badly lined. Runs for the Red Force. They'll get a second. Leg by signaled by umpire Reefer. Let's do the second match in Bridgetown. Barbados had 2 matches where there were no Barbadian umpires in the middle. And the Barbados Pride played against the Academy. Chris Williams and Jackie Williams. Chris Wright and Jackie Williams out of Jamaica. And then for the game against the Scorpions, the combination of Shannon Crawford, the fireman in Guyana, and the Pride and Joy of Georgetown, Nigel Duguid.
Andrew, you know my thoughts on that.
Another short delivery, bowled by McAllister. To end the over, the Red Force are 15 without loss.
Yeah, my thoughts are very, very simple. I like the idea of neutral umpires. Even when you're playing in Barbados, I don't think there should be any Barbados umpires during the game. Takes away any thought of, anytime a Barbadian umpire gives a decision, it's going to be deemed as, a home decision. I'll take that away. Have 2 neutral umpires. If the umpire makes a mistake, he makes a mistake.
So Roach with 4 slips, no gully, and bowls 2 straight to Cephas Cooper. So this game being billed as a big game. The Red Force with a good side. I had a chance to examine it. I think perhaps on paper it's maybe the best side of it. I'm sure the Harp Eagles will say otherwise, in terms of Moti and of course Permal in the side, that makes a significant difference. But I like the Trinidad and Tobago side. Good balance of pace and spin. That's gone past the keeper hole. And we'll go towards the boundary and we'll get there.
Yeah, can't blame the keeper for that really. It was fired down the leg side. And went on with the angle from Roach. He's bowling pretty wide of the crease. Just trying to angle the ball in, out, very wide of the crease. Started outside the leg stump. Give Shohope no chance.
Yeah. Roach tends to bring the ball back into the right-handed batsman. It's got 4 slips, so we'll want to attack that off stump. Yeah, I think this morning that there was a bias, in my view, to the bowlers, getting harder, getting a bit better for batting, and well exploited by the Trinidad and Tobago bowlers. And I thought Captain De Silva was spot on by rotating his bowlers, no spin. There was no need to bowl spin. Roach in the November of his career now. Lots of talk about whether or not he should continue to play at the highest level. In fact, on my show last night, I got a caning from.
I didn't listen to your show last night.
Oh my God!
Unfortunately, I was busy. But
okay.
but I mean, did you say he was in the late November or the early November?
You're a devil. Yeah. Let's say November 30th, the Independence Day for Barbados. Yeah, I think he's getting towards the end, don't you think?
Yeah, I mean he will know that too, as well. That you know, he's certainly got less time now left than when he started.
He's been a very good servant for Barbados and West Indies cricket over the years. I mean, he's been a champion, there's no question about that. So he ends another over. TNT Red Force at 20 without loss.
Yeah, he's been a top bowler for Barbados and for West Indies. He's had a good career. I guess still has a lot to offer the game.
As a mentor, he's got a 1-year contract with Cricket West Indies, I'm told. But you know, I mean, people criticize you. I'd move on for sure. I think, you know, he's done very well for us. But you know, I'm sure that many people may be upset with my comments. But I really feel that we need to move on. There's some young fast bowlers around. You got young James that we've seen. I mean, you've got McAllister, you've got a fit Shamar Joseph, you've got Alzari, although we'd like to see him do better. And of course, the man who's leading the pack now is Jaden Seals. Push away in the offside for one. And then, of course, you know, in the construct of an 11, the question you'll have to ask, can Roach and a returning holder play in the same side?
Well, that's a question they'll have to answer.
Can you answer it, Roland?
Well, I'm not sure whether I can answer that, Andrew, but I think at the moment, you know, if Holder plays, his batting has to be considered as an important part of his selection.
Another short delivery banged into the pitch by McAllister. He's known to do that.
Andrew, what's become of? Is O'Shane Thomas playing cricket? I haven't.
Yeah,
followed it recently.
He's been around. Yeah, but I mean, you know, first of all, in my view, O'Shane Thomas has got to get fit. I mean, I remember.
Well, I know a year ago he was fit. I haven't seen him. Have you seen him this year?
When you say fit, what do you mean?
No, he'd got himself in good shape.
You reckon?
Yeah, I mean, I know it for sure.
Okay. You almost picked him then. You were selected then, Roland. Stung the leg side.
Where did that ball pass, Andrew? I would like to see that. Because Shearhope ended up taking it to his right.
Yep. It veered back on pitching.
Did it swing after the stumps
or
before?
It did. Little Poran. One of his related to Nicholas Poran. Barbados in search of a wicket here. having been skittled out, as they say, for in Barbadian parlance, bingo numbers, and find themselves behind the 8th ball in their own backyard. So the Australians are coming in the middle of the year. 3 test matches, 1 in Grenada, 1 in Barbados, and of course 1 in Jamaica. Pakistan will follow as well, white ball series. So we look forward to the visit of Australia and Pakistan.
But before that, Andrew, there's a little matter of a white ball series in England as well. So that would be interesting.
And a new captain for England. It was you, Roland, because you know I value your knowledge of the game. I remember we first saw McAllister playing for Club Wanderers, which is the same club as the captain, and he bowled pretty well. Big, strong man he is. Comes from north of the island in St. Lucie, parish of some of the fine players to have represented Barbados and the West Indies, led by Sir Charles Griffith. St. Lucie man he is. Has gone through the gap. Couple of runs here for Poran. Will get 2 comfortably. Nowadays, batsmen don't run hard between the wickets, because in the old time days when you played, Roland, as fit as you were, you might have been contemplating a 3rd. So Barbados yet to get a wicket. The Red Force making a steady start at 23 without loss. So Kemar Roach gets a much needed rest, and the medium pacer, one describes him as the white ball specialist, Matthew Ford, comes in the attack to bowl to Cooper. Suppose when you do a critical analysis of the Barbados team, despite the lack of aggression in the bowling, they were able to beat their opponents comfortably. Spin did it with Warkan, continuing from where we left off in Pakistan. First Shamholder, and now Roston Chase. Holder, of course, at second slip. There's been a lot of talk about him coming back into the Barbados side. This is a pitch that's got some grass on it. It's going to be interesting to see how he goes when he bowls. There he is at second slip with 98 on his back. Yeah, Ford strikes the type that will come and keep things quiet. The one that will maybe your 3rd or 4th change bowler, bowling good length, good line. And the type that will do the donkey work and maybe bowl in a day, maybe 15 to 20 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 50. That kind of a ball. You don't really expect him to get 5 or 6. Like I thought against the CCC, he bowled very well. There was a spell when very little was happening. He actually bowled 7 overs for 5 runs, built the pressure up, and Warkan was the aggressor and the man that was able to come through and pick up the wickets from the northern end. But there's a difference now in the pitch. I mean, you know, it's settling down nicely. Good toss to win this morning. Had some moisture. Exploited admirably by the Red Force bowlers. Hence, the Silver's men are large and in charge in Bridgetown. Lovely shot. McAllister's got some work to do. Football skills just as good as Lionel Messi. Badly lined by Ford to end the over. So been bowled for 86 in 26 overs and 2 balls. Barbados Pride not being able to prize any batsmen out as yet. The Red Force are 26 without loss.
Change of ends for Roach. Thought Jason Holder would have been replacing McAllister, but it was for Roach.
Well, we're just after to lunch on the first day of this match, and already the Barbados team looking as flat as a Bajan pancake, really. No energy. Suppose this is when you bat poorly. As Roland Butcher said, a test on a pitch that is good for bowling, grassy. The batsmen not able to find the answers. Now Roach comes from the southern end now, replacing McAllister. That's gone through. Should get a second here comfortably, Cooper. It looks a different ball game altogether now, really.
Yeah, understandably so, Andrew. Sun's been out on this pitch now. Covers are off from this morning, so the early moisture has disappeared from the surface. Damage done already. You know, rest of this afternoon and really tomorrow will be difficult for bowlers to extract a great deal out of this pitch. Probably just got to try and hang in there because it's not going to be easy. They're behind the 8 ball already, but just got to keep working hard.
And the Red Force batsmen, they've been relatively comfortable to Roach, who's nowadays length and line, really. You agree with that, Roland? Length and line?
Yeah,
or line and length? Take your pick.
Yeah, I mean, I thought they bowled after a couple of overs this morning. They hit good lengths, they hit good areas.
Yeah.
Really, they're testing they tested the techniques of our batters, and I'm afraid we failed the test this morning. It's a good thing to win the toss. I mean, I think Barbados would have done the same thing if they won the toss. They would have asked Red Force to bat. They wouldn't have had it easy either this morning. But you win some, lose some.
Surprised that Roach is playing in consecutive matches because nowadays these guys will play a match and don't play the other one. This is now, I think, his 3rd in the trot. Are you surprised by that, Roland Butcher?
Yes, but I can understand why. I mean, when you get on a roll, when you're winning, you want to keep playing. the management will want him also to keep playing because they felt he would have contributed.
Someone just sent me a team for the first test. I mean, that's so far away. Lots of cricket to be played. And in the team, I just peeked at it there. I wouldn't give you the full team,
Well,
of course.
I would even discuss that. Andrew.
Of course. And he was saying Roach, Fitzgerald Joseph, and Jaden Seals. Didn't have Alzari Joseph in the mix-up at all. What's your view on Alzari? Has he gone to your satisfaction, Roland?
Well, I think Alzari Joseph, he adds something to the side that the others haven't got, which is some hostility.
So the over comes to an end, 28 without loss.
Yeah, I mean, he's obviously probably the number one in terms of pace in the West Indies team at the moment, backed up by Seals and others. If he can hit his straps right, then he can cause some problems. But so the rest of the team is what you've got to consider, as well as just the series against Australia. You've got to also have an eye for the future because it can't just be Australia series and nothing behind. You've got to. So it may be an opportunity to expose someone else for the future.
Yeah, we're going to leave. We're going to leave you now. Of course, your good friend Joel Manning comes to call along with the big opening batsman Phil Wallace. But tremendous insights from you, being of course a former West Indies selector. You lost your pick, but and I cried actually that day when I heard that you. I did cry. I must admit. Yeah. How did you feel?
I didn't cry.
How did you feel though when you got that letter?
Well, obviously not at all happy, Andrew. I mean, if you believe that you've done a good job, and the results show that you've done a good job, it's disappointing. But I'm a professional. I've been around the game for a long time.
Have you gotten over it though?
Of course, I've got over it.
Are you sure about that?
I'm absolutely certain.
Okay.
I have moved on, Andrew, and to do other things.
All right. Well, I'll just do this over. And of course, Joel Manning behind you was laughing. But of course, I was shocked when you lost your pick, really.
Well,
I thought you'd done well enough, and I did tell President Shallow that when he came on Mason and Guest, along with Mr. Bass. In fact, you were on the same program with Miles.
Yeah, I mean,
and he said you weren't fired, you were just replaced.
Well, yeah, his contract was finished or something like that. But listen, in professional sport, these things happen in professional sport, and you just get on with it. It's not always the best thing. It's not always fair. But I felt that we were going in the right direction. We were getting the results to show that we were going in the right directions. But obviously, CWA thought that they needed to go in a different direction. Time will tell.
Of course, patience is bitter, but it's fruits are sweet. I'm sure you want to get back there sometime. It's really lovely having you doing commentary. The Barbados bowling looks pretty ordinary, really, I must admit. And 30 without loss, and the pitch which is getting better for Matt. And good toss to win. This morning, I'm sure, had Barbados won it, they would have inserted their opponents. That didn't happen. And before you could say, hello, Barbados, all out for 85.
Before you leave, Andrew, the only disappointing thing for me right now is the energy levels that I'm seeing from the Barbados players in the field. I'm not seeing any. It's like it's inevitable. There's nobody's trying to G people up, get some kind of. Everybody looks so sad and depleted, as if the world has come to an end. But cricket doesn't play like that. This is the time really you need somebody to rally the troops and try and give some inspiration. But everybody looks, I don't know, when Philo comes, maybe they'll come alive again. But who knows?
I mean, Philo would want to be part of a team that's losing when he wants to be president of the BCA. Did he tell you that he's running for the BCA's job?
No, he didn't.
President?
I mean, I know Philo's a transatlantic traveller.
A what? well, I'm sure when he comes to call it now, he'll be in a position to comment on what you just said. 30-minute loss, time for a change. The big fellow Wallace is going to be joined by someone who was laughing quite a bit when I made the comment about you being fired, Joel Manning.
Good looking shot, but a good hand on it from Warwican. And good running as well to come back for the second. And here's why I made the point of not necessarily judging the surface until both teams have batted on it, because it's almost as if we've turned up at a different Kensington Oval now that Trinidad and Tobago Red Force are batting.
Good afternoon, John. Yes, the energy levels, as Roland said, for the Barbados fielders, the Barbados Pride fielders are quite low. They're down. Obviously, they'll be disappointed not to get up to a substantial total in the first innings. But they need someone to G them up. They need a wicket here. Because clearly the pitch has settled down. And the enthusiasm that the Trinidad and Tobago fast bowlers bowl with and the intensity certainly is missing within the Barbados bowling unit thus far. We see McAllister bowling a few quick deliveries but not consistent. Roach is now in the second spell from the southern end. Matthew Ford is just thereabouts. They need a wicket. It's 32 without loss. Cooper's looked good. And Puran, I must say that coming out of CCC, he was in the middle. Now he's at the top. And he's adjusted quite nicely.
Yeah, has made an adjustment coming at the top of this order, Camille Puran. Just so interesting because, okay, overhead conditions are slightly different. Yes, sun is now blazing in comparison to when we started at 10 o'clock this morning. So naturally, you say the ball might not swing around maybe as much as the earlier exchanges, but there was a lot of seam movement and offer as well from the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. And you naturally expected to still see that when Barbados Pride picked up ball in hand. So maybe not necessarily hitting the same areas as Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. Not areas that are causing any problems at all. Whipped nicely off the legs. Finds its way for another boundary.
It's a very nice control shot there from opener Cephas Cooper. Royce getting his line and his length wrong. Cooper dealt with it in the approved manner. Not looking to overhit the ball, but allowing the ball to swing and just closing that back face. As you can see it here on the replay, just closing that back face on contact, using the wrist to get it down behind square and over to the boundary rope. But again, good scoring. These two young openers look good. They're balanced at the crease. Clearly communication is there. Puran played last week for CCC on a totally different surface, and he's back this week now playing for Trinidad and Tobago, and he's looked the part. I like the way he's adjusted in his technique on a surface that is offering something to fast bowlers.
Maybe also been slightly more patient at the top of the order, both Cooper and Puran. But I go back to that question, I'll ask you it, Philo. Have Barbados Pride hit the areas that they needed to with ball in hand?
Yeah, they're hitting the pitch. I don't think they hit the areas that we should cause a concern for the batters, because they're on the fullest side. And you can see with a split field, they're bowling with 3 guys in the leg side and 6 in the off. That the captain's still not happy with the line and lengths that they're bowling.
Given the limited overs cricket that we see, I would say good offer for that one. 10 gone, 36 without loss.
Well, it's amazing how Roach can get that ball to climb off a length. And we don't see so many of those deliveries. They're few and far between. And I think that Roach, with his experience, can afford to bend his back a bit more. There's a 2-week break after this, and then Barbados on the road to St. Lucia, and then going up to St. Kitts. And judging from the scores in St. Lucia last week, Joel, it seems to be a flat pitch. Despite that the Leeward's winning, the Windies beating the Leewards, a lot of runs have been scored there. And we know that St. Kitts is a road. So they have 2 hard games coming up, and they need to salvage something from this game. It's not over yet. It's only day 1, 36 of lost Trinidad and Tobago. But all the runnings now have to be made by Barbados.
Well, nearly sneaking through the gate there. I wouldn't necessarily classify this surface as a road, but I go back to a point mentioned very early on the day that it is a surface that I do expect there still to be a lot of runs on when I think about that game versus Jamaica. Same surface, and naturally I'm not telling myself that the surface can change that drastically with a space of time. And because of that, at some stage you expected that batter should have been able to get into the gear of things and really put runs onto the board, and maybe that's what you're seeing here now from Trinidad and Tobago.
Yes, obviously the early moisture at 10 o'clock would have gone from this beautiful sunshine. And then the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, they obviously rolled the pitch as well to help dry out whatever moisture was there. So the Barbadian Pride bowlers now will be bowling on a flatter pitch. It should get firmer, but because they're erring on the full side, we're not really seeing the actual bounce and carry from the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force bowlers. Ford is just operating on about a line just outside off stump, not really express pace. A bowler within themselves, just looking to get the ball in the right areas and hoping that the batter will make a mistake. But I like the look of young Cooper. I like the look of Puran. And these are young players that you can see once they're given time, they'll develop and move on. But again, the biggest question is what happens to them when they're looking to go up to the next level? What kind of work is going to be done with them?
Beautiful from Puran. Balance and execution, the hallmarks of that shot.
Picture perfect. What I like about young Puran, he's not looking to overhit the ball. He's just using a lot of timing. Ball coming in on line from Matthew Ford. He's just going forward, good balance, and just whipping the ball. And the ball as well, but you're whipping the ball quite nicely. You see those wrists rotating, the back face down. And again, Joel, this outfield, you must give credit to the ground staff here at Kensington. Over the outfield is in pristine condition. Could not want for a better outfield at a lovely venue.
They've been timing it well at the crease, and it's so interesting that we also talked about how much that ball was moving when Trinidad and Tobago had it. And I always think about how much more a ball moves when you have new batters at the crease whose feet aren't moving, so naturally they're feeling a bit more for it, because there was a stage of the game where Ralston Chase and Zachary McCaskey batted for a couple overs, and you just saw a bit of the excitement begin to drain out of the game at that point. Then the dismissal of McCaskey came in, and all of a sudden you saw that ball seemingly appearing as if it started to move a lot more after that as well. Early on in this innings for Trinidad and Tobago, obviously still very early, but the ball, yes, kicked, saw a bit of movement as well, but because of how much they've been at the crease, how easy they are at the crease, it's almost as if they've negated the movement on offer.
Well, 17 weeks, the late 17 weeks once told me that when you bat long, the ball doesn't swing. But again, if you look at the effort that is being put in by the Barbados Pride bowlers, still short of that intensity that you really want. And you have to give credit to these two young batters. They have not taken any chances at all. At the end of that over, Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, they're 42 without loss. Puran is on 17, and Cephas Cooper is on 13.
Yeah, it's also time to have ourselves a water break. A bit of refreshment needed right here at Kensington Oval. But the day continues to be long to Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. A lot of questions need to be answered today by Barbados Pride.
Yes, I just want to congratulate Ayana Holder for making the step up to be a reserve umpire. Wonderful human being. And obviously she's family to Shamar Holder and Wayne Holder, who's the announcer. So the Holders are holding on in the cricket. It's quite good. congratulations to her. We hope that she can continue to make strides and go up to higher honors and meet maybe umpire one day with Jacqueline Williams, who's on the elite for the women.
Yeah, always looking to see the rise of young umpires, because it's an area of the game that you wouldn't necessarily say gets forgotten, but it's an area of the game that you don't naturally hear a youngster growing up saying, oh my God, I can't wait to be an umpire one day.
Yeah, another area as well, too, Joel, of this cricket is the match referee. I think that the local association, the BCA, has to encourage former cricketers to try to get into being match referees and make the transition up, try to get up in that international and the elite area. It's going to call for obviously a lot of application, and that dedication time is time consuming. But I think there's another area too that's forgotten in cricket, the match referee. So it's good to see that the umpires are making strides, and I hope that they continue to make strides. We know at Leslie for juniors on the international panel, and congratulations along with Gregory Braffett. And it's good to see that the Barbadian umpires are continue to make a mark in international cricket at a first-class level.
Yeah, indeed. Anna Holder as well got a chance in to recently concluded Women's CG United Super 50. And actually ticked a box for her as well in that one, given that it was a televised series on ESPN. She had her first television game. And she mentioned to me how nervous she was out there in the middle just because of the fact that there were so many cameras around for that one.
But it always happened the first time around, Joel. Don't care what you're doing. You're always nervous. You only settle down after 2 or 3 times. But the first time, nerves kick in. I don't know if you drive, but when you went for your driver's license, you were shivering. When you got the driver's license, your mother decided to give you a vehicle, you were even shivering then. So it happens. But nerves sometimes bring out the best in you, and it only goes to show that despite where you are, what you are in life, you still get nervous to doing something that is good.
It's very true. You said after 2 or 3 times, but I think I've maybe done commentary, let's say 6 times by now. And even, up to today, I would say that I still, still wake with a few butterflies in the stomach, of hoping that the first words come out of the mouth correctly.
Well, a butterfly is a beautiful bird. Is it a bird? You call it a bird? Or just a butterfly?
It's a something.
It's something, because it can't be a fly. Although flies fly. And there's no butter on a butterfly. But yes, you do get nervous. But the nerves sometimes bring out the best in you. And that's my thought today on this challenging surface, because I remember last week some of the Barbadian pride batters was telling me that they want a surface that would challenge their techniques. Because when you get a surface like this, it's offering something to the bowlers. And the quality bowlers that we saw in display from the Trinidad and Tobago Rifles, you want to do well. You want to hold your hand up and say, look, I'm going to stay here and get a half century, and if I can develop into a century, then so be. But we didn't see that today. Barbados obviously were bowled up for a very low total. And now we're going to see Jason Holder, who's going to pick it up from the southern end.
Well, just to answer your butterfly question, because I'm always interested in research. So butterflies are winged insects from the Lepidopteran superfamily. Jason Holder into the attack now. And starts on a good area.
It's an insect. Oh, I thought an insect was a pest. Okay, well, it's an insect. But Jason Holder is picking up from the southern end. Starts a little foolish. I told him this morning he needs to attack the stump some more. So let's see if my words didn't fall on deaf ears. He's a respectable figure in international cricket. Everyone loves to see Jason. And we hope that he can put in a bowling performance that can help Barbados out today.
Yeah, coming back after having a bit of work on that shoulder, I believe it was, for Jason Holder. So he's now looking to put some overs back into that shoulder. He's put some golf back into it. That much I can tell you for sure. But a chance to be out in the middle again and I guess get that momentum going again.
Yeah, get his body accustomed to the rigors of 4-day cricket. He had a spell with Warwickshire, and then he went back to Warwickshire to do his rehab. So there is a connection there. He's a work in progress if he's going to build his workload up. Everybody's looking, I want to see him in that West Indies squad to face Australia later in the year. But some other series that will be around, and hopefully he can get into the West Indies squad and work his way back into the Red Ball squad. But it's going to be interesting to see how he goes in this game, because I thought that he was on the bowl, or he didn't bowl a lot, I should say, in the last game against the CCC. So let's see on a pitch that he's offering something with his height, if he can get the ball in the areas to get wickets.
Yeah, it will be very interesting when you talk about that upcoming series versus Australia, of course, that being the first series that Darren Sammy will take over in terms of the red ball side of cricket. And there was a question that was actually posed on the YouTube. I kind of touched on it a little earlier, but you just wonder if we're beginning to see a few more faces turning up at the first class level, in terms of the fact that Darren Sammy has probably made a call or two to ask a few more players to come out and play this cricket, so that he has a few more options to pick from come for that series.
My take is that if a head coach has to call you to play for your territory, I think it is wrong. I think the players should be man enough to say, look, I want to play for my territory when the original first class cricket is on. I know some of them will only play one game, some might play 2 games and then they're off. But if they put in performances that merit selection and they're off, then you need to still try to get them back here to prepare for the test series. Yes, Sammy's going to be the head cook and bottle washer in a few weeks' time. And you hope that he will have a lot of conversations and good relationships with these players.
Well, a lot of speculation will go on in the coming days when it comes to West Indies cricket. 12 gone, 43 without loss.
So a good start here by Trinidad and Tobago right force openers. Cephas Cooper and Kamal Puran. 43 without loss. It would say that that is a good start.
Question for you, Philo. Would you expect to see, or rather, are you expecting to see a lot of changes being made in terms of that current test setup?
Well, the last series against Pakistan was a drawn series, 1-1, in conditions that were conducive to spin. Now, the first test match in the Australian series is going to be at Kensington Oval. And for what we're seeing here with this grass surface, the display by Jaden Seal and Phillips and the other fast bowler, you would think that West Indies will be looking at pace, because Australia now has had, they've had Cummins, Stark, Hazelwood, Nathan Lyons. So they have a good bowling attack. And you've got to remember that Stark, Cummins, and Lyons and Hazelwood have not played the Champions Trophy. So I would say they've been rested. And you've got Scott bowling as well. So you would expect Australia to come here with a potent seam bowling and fast bowling attack. And if West Indies is going to match that, you've got guys like Joshua James who will bowl well. You would expect West Indies to look for similar. But you have to find the bowlers who are going to have the intensity, who will want to be brave enough to challenge the Australian batters. If you look at what we did in Pakistan, we didn't expose a lot of fast bowlers. Anderson Phillip has been on 2 tours now and yet to play. But he looks good here. So it's going to be interesting to see what Darren Sammy and his team, because they have no talent scouts, and then they're going to deal with a lot of stats and stuff like that. Jamal Smith is down there. So those guys have a big task to select players to represent West Indies, particularly in the red ball competition.
That was a shot and a half. The boot of Matthew Ford taking a lot of pace off of it. And dare I say, almost spoiling the shot almost.
Yeah, it's a beautiful shot. Again, well balanced from Puran. I like the way he looks. He sets up quite nicely. Hits the ball down the ground when it is straight. When it's on the pads, he works the ball quite nice. He's a good driver. He hits square the wicket. So he looks like a balanced player. The only shot I haven't seen him really play is the pull. Although no one has bowled a real decent short ball at him as yet. But he looks good. And he continues to put on the pressure. They now move up to 45 without loss. So this is a good start by the Trinidad and Tobago right force. Then again, you got to look at the slow bowling department as well. Warwickon continues to take wickets. Mind you, he's a bit expensive because he has to work a little harder in the Caribbean. It's going to be interesting to see if he does get a ball on this surface with grass, how he bowls. So yes, you have Warwickon with his successes coming out. You got Imlak, who's a standing keeper at the moment. Joshua Da Silva with 300s. So there's a lot of work.
Cut away nicely. Space in that offside, and space he has capitalized on.
That's bread and butter for the short batter. Anything short and wide, and you can cash in as a short batter. He just got on top of that and crack it, square the wicket. Again, good confident shot, good position, got it a very good position there. Got a cross cover his off stump and then punks on it. Good execution from the young man Pooran, who continues to grow in confidence.
Error on the part, though, you would say, of Matthew Ford, because he just moved the man from the offside, put him short in front of the batter right next to the pitch. And because of that, you thought that the ball would have been pitched up, looking for something similar to the ball before. Went a bit wider.
Yes, what Captain Craig Bradford is asking Matthew Ford to do is come in to Pooran on length. Previous delivery was wide and he got slapped. The next delivery was on the length, but it scooted along the ground, that 50-run partnership, and beat Sheikh Hope, and they got 2 byes. But he's put Jonathan Jerry that straightish mid-on catching to get Pooran to try to hit the ball on length through the leg side and bring the short mid-wicket in the short forward square McCaskey and the short catching mid-on in Drake's into play. So it's not a bad field setting. It's just the bowler now has to execute. At the end of that over, Trinidad and Tobago Red Force continues to march on. They're 51 without loss.
I heard you mention a lot with regards to some of the bowlers that will come into the question when we think about that upcoming Test series. But I think definitely some of you touched on in terms of the batting side of things, because as you mentioned, Imlat currently is the one with the gloves. De Silva has put up, you would say, big numbers so far, and that's what you're saying you want to see. So he begins to force his name back into the conversation, so to speak. Then you're wondering with the likes of, I'll get back to it after this. You see Brandon King in white clothes now. You're seeing Shea Hope in white clothes, you know, and they're batters that persons have been calling for some time to find their way back towards or find their way into that setup. You see Jason Mohammed scoring runs as well. Does he get a look in somewhere in a bit? So I think that questions, I think maybe even more so questions on the batting end of things in terms of how will that batting lineup be structured for the West Indies?
Yeah, you said Brandon King, I hope, in white clothes, but for how long?
Top shot that only stopped with a right hand at cover means that they get 2. But yeah, you did say that, and funny enough, I did ask that as well. I said, you know, I questioned with regards to something. I said some poetic line earlier about a white knight, and then, but the question was, you know, how long is he here to stay? You know, and it's a very valid question as well.
Yes, because from what I've been hearing, they're not going to be playing many more games after this. Some are going to be playing 1 and 2, and some, and that's it, and they go and play 1 or 2 first-class games. Does that merit your selection?
I guess it also begs the question on where are players being selected from, because our automatic, I guess, guess or assumption is that they'll be selected off of what will be the first-class cricket. But we've begun to see quite a few international sides picking players off of the List A format and the shorter formats of the game. So I think that is another question there, you know, in terms of where is a team going to be picked from?
That's a good question. But our players don't transition well. So you hear people talk about David Warner, how he's come through that short format into long format cricket. But our players, a lot of our players can't do that. We can look at even Shemron Hetmar. He has not transitioned at all. He's now pigeon-toed into T20 cricket. So we'd like to see more of our players emerging from that shorter format and showing some understanding of this red ball. This red ball calls for a lot of concentration, understanding, technical skills as well. It's unfortunate that Hope got run out today.
Well left patience continues to be shown, because a question comes to my mind in terms of it all surrounds what is the brand of cricket that Darren Sammy would like to see at the Test level, and then based on that is where I think the questions will begin to be answered in terms of where then will players be selected from.
Yeah, but I agree. What brand of cricket we want to play? I don't know what West Indies brand is at the moment. And that's the honest truth. Our cricket is built around what? Fast bowling, slow bowling? What is our cricket built around? Because we're seeing for the first time at Kensington a green top and Barbados being shot out for 86. And you can't tell me that those batters can't bat. Is it the sight of grass that has psychologically stopped them from executing their shots better? Or because the ball was swinging around, the techniques came into play? Or the Trinidadian bowlers were bowling that quickly that caused so many problems? So we need to find out how we're going to structure our cricket in order to move forward. And if you look at it, I'm a big believer that our cricket should be structured around fast bowling. Because if you have good fast bowlers, that means the batters will have to improve. And if the batters are improving against quality quick bowling, then the wicketkeeper is going to improve, the catching and the slips is going to improve, and fielding is going to improve. And then the opportunity for a spinner will come into play. So we have to build our cricket, and I'm a big believer, around fast bowling. In order to get good fast bowlers, if you produce services like this, it's going to encourage more boys and girls to bowl fast. So the cricket is going to have a better outlook. But right now, as we see it, the batters are dominating and the slow bowlers as well. It's good today to see 3 quicks being used. But if you look down the wickets column in this competition so far, the Cricket West Indies Championship 2025, the spinners are still dominating.
McAllister returns to the attack. His first spell contained 3 overs. It was fractionally short occasionally, but when he was on a good length, he actually appeared to be rushing Pooran.
Yeah, he's bowled 3.1 overs. He's gone for 11 runs. Pooran had 2 crispy drives, but again, not a lot of deliveries in the business area to cause problems. And this is something that McAllister has to work on. Grouping. How well does he group those balls to get wickets? I think as a fast bowler on this surface as well, as we saw in the Trinidad first innings when the ball at the Barbados Pride batters, the bowlers were quite patient. They allowed, some balls were zip past the outside edge, but they never got frustrated. And I think that because the Barbados Pride bowlers have not gotten the wickets as yet, they're trying to fight the surface and trying to, to blast out the batters rather than just bowl on a nice line and length, allow the ball to work, and then you pick up one. And as you said, once you get 1 wicket, the energy level goes up and the surface will look completely different.
Yeah, that's exactly it. Having to work a bit harder, Barbados, on a surface that you can't say has drastically changed over the course of what is now, approaching 4 hours so to speak. So it really tells you about, I guess, the areas and what could have been different had Barbados applied themselves a little better when they had the chance.
Yeah, that's what's important for the openers to bat to lunch, Joel, to see off all the danger that new ball would have brought. That did not happen, and they lost so many wickets in that first session. Then they found themselves struggling to recover. So the importance of the openers sitting down on those Trinidad and Tobago Red Force opening bowlers, the opening burst from those bowlers, was very, very crucial on a surface like this. Because once you lose 1 wicket, you're going to find that the energy level of the fielding side is going to go up, and they got wicket in clusters, picking up 2s, picking up 2 wickets here and 2 wickets there, and then you look at it, you're 4 or 5 down, you have not even crossed 50. So that is where the pressure was put on the Barbados Pride batters. Now we're seeing it reverse with the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force batters. They're now putting the pressure on the Barbadian Pride bowlers and forcing them now to look for wickets. And this is a good area that McAllister is hitting. Yes, Pooran is middling the ball, but he's forcing him to play. So he's giving himself the chance of getting a wicket. So this is a good comeback over from McAllister. How well he finishes now is left to be seen.
Well, just the 1 delivery left in this McAllister over. 2 slips and a gully. It's not been a busy slip cordon, you would say, in the afternoon period. Work for fine leg. Brilliant. Looks like the Nico Boucher on the field down there. Gets around. So angled badly, but it's cleaned up by Boucher The end of 15:55 without loss.
Boucher seems to be on for Matthew Ford. But that is the kind of effort you want in the field. The small total, you want the fielders obviously to put in the effort. A badly lined ball from McAllister, but that's very good support from the young wicketkeeper batter, who obviously is missed out today because of sheer hope.
Well, the slip cordon busy now, but can't get a hand onto that one. It's the boundary for Cooper.
It's a better delivery from Jason Holder, attacking the stumps, and Cooper staying back, and the ball just hitting the outside edge. I'm down to third man for yet another boundary, but a good delivery. And that's what this area Jason Holder needs to hit more often. And that uncertainty, that corridor of uncertainty, where the batter doesn't want to go forward or go back. He just plays, as they say, half cock, given an opportunity, but to play with soft hands. And that ball ran away to the boundary.
Through that region again, this time to the right of McCaskey. Result, though, the same.
This time he decided to go fuller. Cooper looking to execute the extra cover drive ball, hitting the tick outside edge. McCaskey dived to his left the previous ball, and then he had to dive to his right. Let's hope now the third ball goes straight in. But two good deliveries from Jason Holder, again attacking the stumps. Very important for the tall, medium fast bowler to attack those stumps. Unfortunate for Holder, but good results for Cooper. 63 without loss, getting closer to that 86 made by Barbados spread. A very disappointing first innings total. And another thing too with these guys who play a lot of white ball cricket, Joel, is that the white ball games are played in the night time. These red ball games are starting at 10 in the morning. So it's getting it early, like 7 o'clock, having your breakfast, and heading on the bus to get down to Kensington Oval. And this is the hottest time of the day. So this too is physical as well as mental concentration. It's going to important to see how Shea Hope goes. But he hasn't keeping a red ball game for a very long time. I know he's done it for Yorkshire. I think the last season he had it, or yes, last season he played 4 or 5 games with some success. And it's going to be interesting to see how he goes in this game.
Well, from a fitness perspective, I like to call him Mr. Fit. That lad works hard when it comes to the fitness aspect of the game. Shea Hope. So definitely from that perspective of things, should be able to transition naturally, you would like to hope or think, because at the end of the day, even though you've gotten that fitness side of things from the gym and from your running and what's not, in the actual game itself, there's still that additional fatigue that will come in just because of having not played the format for quite some time.
Yeah, plus he's keeping for longer. In T20 cricket, it's different to 50 over to 4-day cricket. But this glove work looks good. He's catching the ball quite cleanly. Most of the balls are catching above the waist, so there's good carry. And that's what keepers like. Keepers like to know the ball is carrying quite nicely. At the end of that over, the Trinidad and Tobago right force is 63 without loss. Craig Braffett, Captain Craig Braffett would know Jaya McAllister quite well, because they're both from Wanderers, obviously, and Jonathan Drake is also in that that ilk Jason Holder as well. So they know each other quite well, so understanding shouldn't be a problem. And you're hoping that we can get it. They're looking for a breakthrough. It's important that Barbados try to prize out one of these wickets here before they go up to tea. If these two openers go to tea, it's going to dent the Barbados bowlers even more. And then they'll have to come out with all guns blazing in the final session. But again, it's going to be interesting to see how they approach looking to get a wicket.
Well, it's 10 minutes to that tea session. A no ball from McAllister, a problem that has slightly plagued him across the seasons that he's played in this format.
You don't want to bowl the good deliveries like that and there are no balls. If it takes the edge and you see the outstretched hand of the umpire, you're not going to feel good. It's hot. It's a very good delivery. Just hit the surface and just zip away from the right-hander. The right-handed batter Pooran, but no ball. He has to come and start all over again. But I like the effort of McAllister. He was out from the last game with injury, and it's good to see him come back strong thus far in this game.
Slashes at that one, and I think it probably has carried all the way as well. Confirmation now coming from umpire Banwari. That's a maximum from Pooran.
Short ball wide, had pace on it. Pooran opting to go over the top, and he went right over the top, over the boundary rope. A very good shot from Pooran, who continues, Joel, to show good intent. He's looking to score on anything that is loose, and that is the hallmark of a good batter.
Yeah, I love that uppercut type shot that he's played on 2 occasions now. The first one he missed when he was batting down here at this Joel Garner end, but I remember mentioning that I see it as a good offer just because of, I guess, the transition that we've seen or the direction that cricket is going. Second time being the ball before he got back onto it has actually prompted a man to go back onto that deep backward point boundary, but naturally I expect him to go a lot further to the left, which he's actually beginning to do now, because I can't really see Pooran cutting those balls in front of square. Everything naturally will go behind square off that thick outside edge. Like that. Comes into play, but just short of him.
And if Pooran gets out caught at that deep backward point on the boundary, he should be made to walk home. There is no need to play that shot with the man down there. No need at all. You bowled Barbados for 86. You're 71 without loss. You're batting well on 33. Why would you want to challenge the deep backward point on the eastern side of the boundary against the wind? He can leave that short ball alone and force McAllister to bowl in the areas where he can score. But you don't want to give your wicket away after batting so beautifully.
Tries to force it and just gets away with it as well, Sifa Scooper. And you're beginning to see maybe an opportunity for a chance or two now, as we're roughly about 7 minutes or so away from tea.
Against the run of play, a good length delivery is looking to hit that ball through the leg side, but pace again. And he only managing to get it over Wickham's head. And that is not what you want to see. 2 bad shots from 2 set batters. They just need to regroup. We're seeing now Pooran taking his gloves off and maybe just taking a deep breath and realizing it's a few minutes to tea and he needs to stay there. At 72 without loss, you don't want to give your hand away.
Opts to let that one go by, and I like that now, because as you mentioned, a man goes back onto the boundary. You're looking at the psychological impact of being able to get to tea, the psychological impact of being able to get past that first innings total without losing a wicket, and what that will do to further deflate Barbados' pride. When you think about the amount of time left in the contest as well, you set yourself up to have the ability to bat even deeper into day number 2, should you want to consider only batting once, what I think Trinidad and Tobago Red Force should consider on this surface as well.
Well, Joel, they have the run getters to come.
It is so true. We haven't seen De Silva. We haven't seen Jason Mohammed. So the runs are in the tank, and the runs are on the board already as well.
Yeah, we haven't seen Django. So the run reapers are coming. And if you don't prize with one of these, the ball is getting older and softer. At the end of that over, Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, they're 72 without loss in 17 overs. So they're scoring at 4.2 runs an over, which is not bad. And we're going to see spin for the first time. Roston Chase is going to replace Jason Holder from the southern end.
It is so interesting how you said that 4.24 is not bad, given what we've actually seen across today, because at 4.24, I'm pretty sure that Barbados would have loved to even be at 2.24 in their innings.
Yeah, so it goes to show the difference in bowlers, the bowling units. Because you saw the Trinidad and Tobago bowlers really hitting good aggressive lines and lengths. The ball was swinging. There was no doubt about that when the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force were bowling. The ball was actually swinging. We haven't seen that kind of pace and bounce and swing from the Barbados Pride bowlers, even with the experienced Kemar Roach in the team.
Well, Roston Chase with ball in hand now. He's been known to break partnerships. Can he get this one broken as we head to tea? A man back towards long on and Holder, so a comfortable single there.
He was the star of the show last week. Picked up a 5-wicket haul in the first innings, a few in the second, and got 100. And Barbados will be looking for Roston Chase, as they say, to break this partnership before tea.
Naturally, they say that if the ball seems, you expect it to spin. So we can expect maybe, there is some turn on offer for the spinners from Barbados. Naturally, we wouldn't know because Trinidad hasn't bowled any spinners. That is a shot of class from Puran. Inside out the execution. Oh, wow.
We saw that last week when he played for CCC. Clearly, that's one of his pet shots. But it's a very good shot because Roston Chase is an off spinner. And to hit the off spinner in to out through extra cover, over extra cover, is a fantastic shot. You just see it on the monitor, just opening himself a bit. Again, those wrists are working to get the ball past the infield and down to the boundary. So a good challenge for Roston Chase. It's good to see Puran on a different side, still showing the intensity to score runs. And it's going to be important to see how he settles here with the senior Trinidad and Tobago Red Force squad.
You talked about wrist. When I think about that bottom hand, that right hand for him, in fact, now how he has to actually open it up to get it through that region is a shot that I think is quite underrated in terms of the skill that it takes to do that.
Well, I don't know if you know the Indian culture. They eat with their hands, their fingers, so they go from in to out. So that's all part of the development.
Well played, Philo. I won't even question it. Quick single on offer. And they scamper home quite quickly.
No, he is. And if you look at all the Indians, they're very wristy. They wrist roll. The former Indian captain, Muhammad Azharuddin, was called a magician. And his bat was the one in which he waved it around and twisted around. And you can see Puran of that ilk uses the wrist a lot to manipulate the ball and get the ball into areas as Warwick moves back now to deep extra cover.
Brought to get the wicket, can't get the breakthrough so far. 18 gone, 79 without loss.
And one thing I could tell you too, Joel, is that the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force batters have scored quite quickly. They're Saturday night already. It's some 18 overs. Barbados was shot out for 86, so they're within touching distance of that Barbados first innings. As we're going to see the magician, Jamel Warrican, the left-arm orthodox spinner, he's going to operate from the northern end. I have a question to ask you, Joel. Have you ever seen Warrican bowl from the south? Take your time. If you want water, you can get some.
I think I have, you know. In this season, in this championship, I think in round number 3 versus Jamaica? Or was it round 2 versus the Academy? Naturally, this is the first end that he operates from. That much you can guarantee. But I think, in fact, he might have bowled a couple overs. I think in round 2, I think, versus the Academy from that end.
You need some coconut oil. Coconut oil stops Alzheimer's, you know, slows it down. Because I'm going to ask him when I see him during this game, in Pakistan, which end did he bowl from?
Lost that nicely. Does Pooran. Gets a little too close to him. And in this form and on what now appears to be a very good surface, he's looking good.
Dangerous indeed. A very good shot from young Kamal Pooran. We saw him last week of the CCC playing some beautiful shots. He's continuing here now with Trinidad and Tobago right forwards to step up to the senior team. And he looks the part. Just clearing his left side and hitting the ball straight through the line over long off, over mid off for 4. So a good start here for the Red Force.
Naturally, he pulls that length back. Can't get it past point though. Pooran edging towards what will be his 50 here at Kensington Oval. Gets a lot flatter as well, where he kind of worked away nicely. And that's when you know that a bowler is under pressure, because he went full a bit slower, and that's his wicket taking option. And when you force him to go flat, when you force him to drag that length back, you almost take the sting, so, I guess, so to speak, out of the bowler attack.
Yeah, because once he goes flat and fuller, the ball is not going to spin. But what I like is the depth, and the way in which Pooran used the depth of the crease to go deep into it in order to get his hands through the ball and pull it through mid wicket for 2.
That is a statement from Pooran. He's really dominating the attack here. Takes him now to 48. And it also takes us to tea here on day number 1 with Trinidad and Tobago Red Force in an absolutely commanding position with a lead of 4 runs versus Barbados Pride. 86 all-out Barbados Pride. And at tea on day number 1, Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, they lead by 4 runs. They're 90 without loss.
The balance shown on display by Pooran is unbelievable. A ball that was just short and sat up, and he went deep into his crease this time to punch it through the offside and got just reward. But a good session for Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. They'll be quite happy to obviously wipe off the Barbados first inning score of 86 and have gone into tea with a lead, and they still have 10 wickets standing.
Well, it was a session entirely dominated by Trinidad and Tobago. Let's take a look back at the highlights of this second session of the day. It's been commanding from both Pooran and Cooper. And naturally, we're beginning to say that it almost looks an entirely different surface here at Kensington Oval. A bit of wayward bowling occasionally as well from the Barbados Pride, not helping their cause, especially in the face of being 86 all out. But it was shots like this and how balanced Pooran was at the crease. Cooper on the other end of things having to observe. But it really flowed nicely. They played the ball under the eyes, as Philo Wallace would have mentioned. They allowed it to come to them. And it's really been, I guess, a demonstration in how Barbados Pride could have opted to operate on this surface. Yes, a thick edge here or there for them, but all in all, you would say that it's been a commanding performance so far from Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, and truly making a statement when you think about it. The last 2 shots being played by Pooran, truly, I guess, stating the excellence of him up and over once off of Warrican, and this time it was dropped short and whipped away last ball of the session. So all in all, you would say that Riyad Emirates, as coach of Trinidad and Tobago, will feel quite happy about how things have gone for his boys. Won the toss, bowled first, bowled Barbados out, but now they've backed it up with bat in hand, Philo.
Yes, the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force are running hot at Kensington Oval. Lush green outfield, good pitch, but the batters have dominated the Barbados Pride bowlers so far.
Well, we take a break here, and we head to a bit of a feature, which features someone who's actually right here in the commentary box. It is Roland Holder.
Performances. But today we're going to be speaking to Roland Butcher, individual who was the first black man to play cricket for England, a Barbadian bred and born, but he's been contributing significantly to the development of the sport. And with Roland Butcher, he's got a Roland Butcher training bat, something that he will be able to articulate and let us know how it aids in the development of the sport. Roland, how are you doing?
Stephen, I'm doing really well, and it's always a pleasure to speak to you.
Roland, we're here at Kensington Oval, the mecca of the cricket in the Caribbean, and you would have obviously represented the country here firstly before going off to England and playing not just for Middlesex but for England. I want to know, Roland, firstly, your experience in developing this particular tool, the Roland Butcher training bat. How did that come about?
Yeah. Before I answer that question, Stephen, I'll also say that this is where I made my debut as well as a national cricketer, so that was significant. These cricket training bats, really, there's three cricket training bats, and it really came out of the fact that during my years as a professional cricketer, I had a problem with the number of balls that hit the inside edge of the bat, particularly the balls coming into me, and it's something that bothered me right throughout my career. It was only after I finished my career that I really decided that I needed to do something about this. So I got about trying to be innovative and trying to develop a type of bat that would deal with that problem. Having got that bat together, I then practiced with it, and it got the results that I wanted it to get. So I thought to myself, well, if that's the case with the ball that comes into the batsman, then it must be the opposite for the ball that goes away. So I developed a bat for that as well. Now, having done that, a very wise man by the name of Bob Woolmer, who you would know, was a very innovative coach, said to me, Roland, what you need to do is to get those bats scientifically tested. And he liked the idea, so we went off to Loughborough University, and as you know, Loughborough University is one of the top scientific research universities in not just in England but in the world. And over a 2-year period, they tested these bats. And the conclusion, which I have here in my hand, was that these bats improve all the cricketers that use these bats. And they used the England Academy over a 2-year period to test the bats. As I said, there are 3 bats, one particularly for a ball that goes away from the batter, whether it's a spin bowler or an away swinger, one for the off break and in swinger, and obviously the other one which you have in your hand, which you've probably seen on the market before. That bat was actually, other people have this bat, but that's my patent. I own this bat. So basically these 3 bats are designed to correct flaws. They're also to develop skill. And I think it is something that not just coaches, but individual players should have these bats in their bag so that they can develop their own game individually. As you know, too many players depend on coaches to develop their game. And that's a problem that is hindering not just us in the West Indies, but a lot of players around the world, that players are not taking ownership of the game. These bats, they're not just Roland Butcher saying, get these bats. These bats are supported by science, which says that they do exactly what I say they do.
Roland, it's really interesting that you not only had it scientifically tested and proven, but you're now giving cricketers and organizations like the Barbados Cricket Association or globally any other cricket organization the opportunity to enhance the game of their players. How do you feel, having played the game, now being able to put back what I would say an opportunity for people to develop their games and become superstars as well?
Well, as you know, since I've retired, and even before that, I've always been about helping players to develop to the best of their ability. And since my retirement, I've continued to do that in many ways. I want to not just help the people in the Caribbean. I believe these bats can help improve the level of cricket around the world. And if the level of cricket improves, then, it's a better product. And, the spectators will hopefully come back if you're providing a better product.
Finally, Roland, what would you want to encourage persons to do, especially these young boys and girls who love the sport and the parents who want them to be superstar cricketers in the future? How would the Roland Butcher training bar aid them in becoming the best that they can be?
I think what needs to happen is I think coaches needs to embrace this sort of innovation and understand that it's a training tool. They've got other training tools, but cricket bats, and as we know in the Caribbean, the standard of batting is not particularly high. So any help that we can get certainly would assist that. But these are for coaches, they're for players, I think they're for academies, and they're for anyone who really wants to improve the level of their performance. And I would hope that over a period of time, long after I'm gone, that these bats are making a significant contribution, not just to cricket in the West Indies, but cricket in general.
Well, you've heard it from the man himself. I'm Stephen Leslie, and it's been a pleasure speaking to Roland Butcher here at Kensington Oval. You need to go and get the Roland Butcher training bat. It's going to aid in development in cricket. It's an innovation, a tool. Go out and get it.
22-year-old Matthew Ford from right here in Barbados, Spicestown to be exact. Matthew, it's been a crazy journey for you. I remember actually being here a year ago when you made your one international debut against the same England team. That journey, all that's happened to this point, one word to describe it, what would you say?
Amazing.
And he strikes again.
Good delivery, good delivery.
Tell me about your debut as well. Think back to your emotion, the feeling you had. Talk us through that day.
I think for me it was hunger and passion on that day. You know, obviously there were 2 matches in Antigua and I didn't play. And coming to Barbados and being able to debut, I mean, it was really a dream come true. And the atmosphere was absolutely electric.
In the air, a second wicket for Matthew Ford. He is loving this beginnings here in international cricket.
So be able to do that in a series decider, and you know, we're back here again for another series decider. So for me, it's just about repeating the basics and doing the good things over and over.
We often see you on the field. What about off the field? What type of person would you say Matthew Ford is?
Quite chill, quite down to earth. A lot of the guys see me as the funny one, so you know, we normally just mingle in the room. You know, this tour has been me, Hetmeyer, Seals, Moti, Shepherd. So you know, like we have a bit of camaraderie going, which is quite good.
How did you find that balance at school, and when did you know sort of that cricket would be something you put all your eggs in that basket?
I think I made the World Cup team at, I was like 17, and it was from then I was like, nah, Mom, I'm sorry, but I want to be a cricketer and I am giving it my all to be a cricketer. You know, for me, it was always cricket. I've always dreamt about it. I've always aspired to play cricket in the backyard. Miss Susan Bell, as you would know, she's my neighbor, and she was always telling me from young days she knew I was going to be a cricketer because I had the ball string up, and at 12 and 1 o'clock in the night, she can't sleep because I'm just on the ball string. So.
Speaking about, you know, your school days, we kind of played at the same time. I was obviously not as good as Matthew, but I do remember that Jacob Bethel was also playing in and around that same time as well, and you got him out in the first ODI.
Oh dear, this will be soft as. He'll be disappointed with that Jacob Bethel, but more celebration for the men in maroon.
What do you remember about him at school?
Bethel was a menace on the field. I always hated bowling to Bethel. You know, he would be there all day, like without even worrying. So, you know, to get him out in that first game, and for me, like he's evolved into such a great player. You know, kudos to him. I saw him on the beach when we were in Antigua, and I was like, just got in the gym. Yeah, but he looks really good, and his game has improved tremendously. So, and I'm really happy for him.
Talk about your dad, his influence. I know he's always watching. He'll be here for sure. What influence has he had on Matthew Ford, the person and the player?
My dad's very easygoing, complete opposite to me. I always look up to him. He aspires me to do better every day. You know, I call him my hero, and for me, every time I step on the field, you know, I just want to make him proud because I know if he has work that day, you know, he doesn't go to work. He'd be home watching that game, or whether it be if I'm playing in the Caribbean, he'd fly around the Caribbean to watch me play. So, you know, he always allowed me to do what I wanted. Mom wanted me to do school. She wanted me to be a doctor. I'm sorry, Mom, but you know, my dad, he just allowed me to do, you know, aspire my dreams.
You played such an important role in that St. Lucia Kings team to the point where you guys have won the tournament this year, and there's a few of you in this West Indies team currently. What was the emotion you felt to lift that trophy?
It was unreal. I remember seeing the score we had to chase 139 and it was like 138, and like my eyes just blurred out because I couldn't believe that we'd done it. So, you know, I know the boys are elated, and you know, we'd love to do it again next year.
Tell me about this pace attack. Alzari, who you've bowled with for a number of years in St. Lucia. Jaden, who you played the U19 World Cup with.
How's that? Yep, got him.
Shamar, who's also under 25 and younger like you guys. It seems like there's a new life in this one international team because of the age of you guys. What can we expect?
Nothing but greatness is all I could say. You know, it's a work in progress. We're not the finished product as yet, but every day, like for instance, we had training today, and before training we meet as a group, and Alzari is the leader of the group, and he was like, okay, today whatever we do, when we finish, we're going to finish off with some Yorkers. And you know, everyone's fine with that. Everyone is ready and willing to work, and we accept one another's opinion. That's the most important thing.
Coach Darren Sammy, from when you first came onto the scene in the Caribbean, he was your head coach, and now in the West Indies, he's your head coach. Describe the role he's played in Matthew Ford, the international bowler.
He's a phenomenal guy, and he makes the dressing room so easy. You know, he tells you as it is. He just made things a lot easier, and you know, he would always give you that opportunity. He would always give you that chance. He would let you know what he thinks versus what you think. A lot of the guys trust him, as he's a leader, as we've seen in the future. He's a natural leader.
I've never asked you this, but show us these tattoos and what is the significance of those? Because I've been your friend for a long time, but I never remember seeing these tattoos until recently. So can you tell us about these?
This is a dove, and these are 3 crosses, Father, Son, Holy Spirit. So for me, like, I'm a big guy on prayer as well, and the dove is the messenger. Before we go out to every practice and every game, like, we huddle up, I'd say the prayer, you know, and for me, like, I like doing that. I like being the messenger. I like praying for the boys.
Matthew, as a fellow Barbadian, I want to tell you on behalf of the entire island, we are very proud of you. I think you've inspired so many, and you continue to inspire, and it's just a joy to watch you on the field, man. The energy that you bring, the vibe, the presence that you have, I hope you keep it up, and I wish you a long career full of success.
Thank you, Nikhil.
Go well. Two West Indian great fast bowlers. 2 men that sit in the top 5 West Indian leading test match wicket takers. Courtney Walsh, we sit in his end here at Sabina Park. Kemar Roach, a man that's working his way up and closing in on 300 test wickets. Gentlemen, it is a great privilege to sit here alongside the two of you guys. 17 years in test match cricket, 15 years in test match cricket and counting. I want to know, first of all, what trait is needed to be able to perform and sustain excellence for such a long period of time? We'll start with the superiority.
The big strong words. No, obviously for me, I think the key is being able to be fit, have good health, work out what you want to do, and be prepared to put some hard yards in before, so that can help you to sustain what's going on after. So once you look after your body, and do the right requirements, and also knowing your body after a certain period of time to know when you're match fit and what you need to do to get match fit. Was one of my motto, and I think Kimara has done that extremely well.
What worked for you?
Yeah, same thing he said. Just being match ready. Put the work in at the beginning, train hard, take care of your body, eat well, get some rest, and then on the field, you just express yourself, you exploit your skills, and that has worked for me from my whole career. And obviously watching the great man before me, he laid a foundation, and he was a very hard worker. You can see that he bowled long spells, and he was very consistent, and that's what I emulate my game off.
Oh, yeah. Roach has...
Well, we get ready for the final session of play here at Kensington Oval. Day 1, round 5 of the West Indies First Class Championship. Trinidad and Tobago. You would say that they're large and in charge at the moment. 90 without loss, having bowled out Barbados for 86, representing a lead of 4 runs. That lead will be very important in the context of this game. Barbados will be forced to play catch-up all throughout this encounter. They need wickets, and they need them quickly, Barbados. They're going to look to have any chance of salvaging something from this game. Naturally, you begin to set yourselves up for the possibility of Trinidad and Tobago potentially only batting once in this encounter. A lot will depend on the experienced bowlers of Barbados. One who has ball in hand now, Kemar Roach, to get us started again. The runs will continue for Trinidad and Tobago. Make that now a lead of 8 runs. Intent being shown from ball 1 after tee. And this kind of confidence comes from the type of position that Trinidad and Tobago Red Force are in at the moment. Protection has gone back onto the boundary, so they just get 1. Now just 2 runs away from his second first-class half-century, Camille Pooran. I've got Roland Butcher alongside of me to take us through the early exchanges of this post-tee session. Roland, you would almost say that Trinidad and Tobago are pretty much in the driver's seat, a very commanding position here at 95 without loss.
Absolutely. After a good bowling performance, now they reinforce that now with a very good opening partnership, very solid, as you said, approaching a 100-run opening partnership. Barbados very much under the cosh right now. Conditions very favourable for batting now, and will be even more so tomorrow. So Barbados have got their work cut out.
Yeah, so interesting that Camille Pooran would have played for the CCC in the round before this with scores of 11 and 36. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force bringing him in to their side now, and he's now 48, approaching that second half century. Could be thinking 2, could in fact get 4. His second half century at the first class level. It's been an innings of dominance thus far, and he'll be hoping it can continue, Camille Pooran.
Yeah, very well played. 8 4s and 1 6 in that total of 52, and excellent start here for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, having dismissed Barbados cheaply. They now see themselves very much in the driving seat.
This innings will give him a lot of confidence. By that 3 and 4 in that innings versus Barbados, has to open the batting and doing the job well. That single brings up the 100 partnership for Cooper and Puran, and also the end of the over. 20 gone, 100 without loss.
Yeah, that 100 coming up in pretty quick time as well, and just only 123 balls for that 100, so that tells you just how dominant these two batters have been for Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. And the Pride under tremendous pressure. Very under par first in his effort with the bat. Now struggling to get anything in the wicket column.
Jason Holder. Oh, that thing's going after tea from that Joel Garner end. And he once again finds the middle of that bat of Puran, who must now be thinking that today could be his day, or rather this innings could be his innings to get that elusive first class 100. Slight change in the field after that delivery. McCaskey comes from the leg side into what is now a gully position. So 2 slips and a gully. Warrican comes from what was mid-wicket on the boundary into what is now a regular mid-wicket. He opts to leave it outside of that off stump. He's shown good patience in this innings, Puran, because naturally there still is just a bit of movement on offer. This ball only 21 overs old. That ball still will do a bit of that live grass, but he's been patient and he's really grafted and crafted a lovely innings thus far.
Joel, if you watch the difference in the way Puran has been playing is that he gets a good stride in. You know, when he gets forward, he's getting a long way, and even when he's leaving the ball,
yeah, just like that stride that you're talking about, and it speaks to the confidence that he has at the crease, and his footwork really a telltale sign of that. 21 gone, 102 without loss.
I think when the Barbados players debrief and look at the more of dismissals, and know if they watch the way that Puran has been playing, they will notice that difference in the fact that they were playing with their feet together. That was the main reason for the dismissals against someone who obviously still very early in his career, but summing up how to play on this pitch, when he gets forward, gets well forward.
A direct hit, but in quite easily. This pair have also run quite well together. They're forcing Barbados to work, something that they've not had to do since being here at Kensington Oval in the previous 3 encounters. Played versus CCC, played versus Jamaica, played versus the Academy. And I can't think of too many partnerships that built and that would have put Barbados under pressure, especially an opening partnership. Balance in that shot once again from Puran. But yeah, across all of the games, they've had relatively quick success with the ball, Barbados, and this, to my mind, is probably the first encounter where they've truly had to fight to break an opening partnership.
Well, I think they've always got themselves in a position by virtue of a big first innings total to be able to put the team under pressure.
The breakthrough comes via the hand of Kemar Roach. It was an absolute perler of a delivery, and maybe that is just what Barbados Pride need.
Well, they certainly need the breakthrough, there's no question about that. Cooper looking to push that ball down the ground. It's bowled by Roach, so Roach gets the breakthrough. And they certainly need a lot more than that, because Red Force still very much large and in charge.
Well, this is what he brings to the contest, Roach. A bit of fortune, yes, in terms of inside edge on to the thigh of Cooper. But on a day like this, when you're working hard, when you need something to go your way, you will take this. Really expose the gap between bat and pad for Cooper, who was looking comfortable for some time out there. But they've got their breakthrough, Barbados Pride.
Yeah, it looks as if it came off the back pad. Would have gone on to miss leg stump, but he'll take it. Roach will take it for sure.
It brings Amir Django now to the crease. And just maybe this might put a bit of pep in the step for Barbados. Looks as if there's something more to Kemar Roach here as he bongs in. course, Amir Jangu, one who's recently found his way into the senior setup for the West Indies. Got himself 100 on ODI debut, 104 not out. That was just the one test for him so far. In terms of his first class scores though in this tournament, got the 84 versus the Windwards, 60 and a duck versus Leewards, and versus the Academy 22 and 7. So he'll be looking for runs, Amir Jangu, when a platform has been set for him. But Kemar Roach has his tail up, 104 for one. Puran continues. You just wonder if today's the day that he can take it all the way.
Yeah, that's a high-class shot by a very promising young player. Not the easiest shot to play, but played with real ease and panache.
He's got something about him, does Puran. When it's been there to be hit, he's hit. And when it's been there to leave, he's left. Just wonder if following this he will continue on in this Trinidad and Tobago Red Force side. Don't forget, he started by playing for the CCC in this year's championship. Played that game versus Barbados just last week, and they told him, don't get on the flight, stay right here, we want you. And you can understand why they've done it, because this performance so far has justified his selection. Obviously, the job is not done as yet. You want that. You see a batter like him getting, and you want to say, okay, today is the day that he converts to that big figure, and not just that, but carries it on as well, given how easy he looks out there. It will not be Puran's day. Jason Holder finds the edge. Both openers now back for Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. Oh, Jason has got something to say.
Yeah, not much that Puran can do about that. All credit must go to the bowler. Even in such good form, he's onto the front foot. Holder finds the edge. And straightforward catch to the keeper, but back-to-back breakthrough, Pooran goes for 60.
Yeah, this is what experience does for you. On a good length holder, and that ball just straightens, drawn naturally into the shot. Not much you can truly blame Pooran for there. It was just the excellence of the delivery from Jason Holder. The easiest of catches being taken by Shea Hope. And Jason Holder enjoyed that one. Barbados Pride fighting their way back in this last session of the day. They need more, Barbados. But when you pick guys like these in your side, the likes of Holder, the likes of Chase, the likes of Kemar Roach, you want to see them show up in the tough situations. Roach has picked up one, Holder has picked up one. And now it brings Jason Mohammed to the crease. I know maybe things starting to look a little different now out there. Maybe starting to see just a bit of movement once again. That's not to say that it disappeared. That's just to say that the batters were well set and moving well. Thinking here if they can get another 2, another 3 before the end of the day's play. They're still in the contest, Barbados Pride. On the other end of things, Trinidad and Tobago will be thinking, okay, can we minimize this damage because we already have a lead? Even if we have to slow it down for a bit, build another partnership and get going again, because a partnership here to the end of the day certainly will take the wind back out the sails of Barbados Pride. 109 for 2 is where we stand. There's still about an hour and a half left, or maybe a little more depending on overs in the day's play. This man has gone runs in this year's first class championship. None in that game when they played Coolidge last week. But before that, he was certainly the runs machine for Trinidad and Tobago. $176 versus CCC, 103 versus the Windwards. Then that massive 204 not out versus the Leewards. But then versus the Academy at Coolidge had scores of 32 and a duck. So it didn't come good last week. Has another opportunity here in the middle, Jason Mohammed. A loud shout. They're asking a question. And you would say within the last 15 minutes or so, things have looked a little different here at Kensington Oval. 24 gone, 109 for 2.
Roach thought he had his man there, but umpire Reefer thought otherwise.
things looking different now, and it's simply because of having picked up those 2 wickets. You just think if maybe Barbados Pride had bowled a little better, maybe had a little more something, a little more of something out there in the field when they came out after lunch, how things could have maybe looked different for them. But they're here now with an opportunity. Shaping back in. You just wonder if maybe struck outside of the off stump. Not playing a shot though, so that is out of the question. So you maybe question if height might have been on umpire Banwari's mind. And I think that is why Jason Holder persisted with the appeal, because he wasn't playing a shot, Amir Jangu.
Well, he's not going to get him to change the decision, that's for sure. So I'm not sure whether height would have been an issue there, just whether the ball was pitching. Probably just barely brushed the pads, because it ended up by the keeper.
He's honing in on those pads, Jason Holder. As I mentioned, the last 15-20 minutes or so, things looking different for Barbados. You just think that maybe a bit of a pep talk during that tea interval to remind them, I guess as they would say, of who they are and what they bring into the contest in terms of the years of experience that they have with ball in hand, these Barbados Pride bowlers. And the fact that there's still some assistance out there from this surface. Naturally, as we've said, that overhead conditions have changed in comparison to this morning, so not thinking that it may swing around as much. But the skill set that they possess, that seam movement, is still there off of this surface, and we're beginning to see that once again. .25 bowled, 109 for 2. Having a long look at the surface after that one, Jason Mohammed, of course, you guys at home weren't able to see that on your screens, but he went down and he inspected a couple areas on the pitch, Jason Mohammed. That ball squared him up just a bit. No chasing at a wide one. Hasn't necessarily looked comfortable since being at the crease, Jason Mohammed. Of course, we mentioned all the runs that he scored coming in to this one. But the interesting thing about cricket is that you always start back from naught. The surface is different, the conditions are different, and the challenge is different as well. Because you have a Kemar Roach now who's actually running in and putting something behind it and looking as if he's going to... A slight contest brewing between Roach and Mohammed. 2 deliveries left in the over, and quite a bit of conversation going on out there in the middle as well. Cracked away, given width, and it's dealt with by Jason Mohammed.
Yeah, just waiting for a loose delivery, Jason Mohammed. He's been tied down by Roach and gets this one away for a boundary.
Yeah, just guilty on that occasion of offering up that width outside the off stump. Kemar Roach releases a bit of pressure maybe, and now hits a very good area. That ball spitting out of the surface. No damage done though. 26 gone, 113 for 2.
Yeah, that one just leaping off a length, and Jason Mohammed is taking the bottom hand off the bat. Struck on the glove, but fell short of the slip cordon.
Previous over, he was getting that ball to angle in to the pads of Django. No start with one going away from him. Good single there from Django, because that's something that they haven't done, you would say, in the last couple overs, or rather since coming to the crease. The ability to rotate the strike, and a bit of pressure was building up because of it. As I say, good afternoon now to Philo Wallace.
Good afternoon, Joel. 2 wickets makes things look a lot different. The energy levels have gone up a bit as well. So it's important that Barbados pride the bowlers continue to chip away at the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force batting unit. They've put together a lot of good scores this year already. This Red Force unit, obviously Captain De Silva has 3 consecutive hundreds. Jason Mohammed, who's facing up to Jason Holder, he has a double and 2 singles. Doesn't make it 400s, he only has 3. So he's in good form as well.
Yeah, is in good form. It was so interesting that when you think about the surfaces that they played on, 2 relatively flat surfaces, or maybe even 3, you would say, up top for them. A bit of a challenge they had at Coolidge because of the surface assisting the bowlers, and that's when you saw what you would consider to be the failures for Jason Mohammed. So it'll be interesting to see how he goes now here at Kensington.
Well, you'll be looking for a score to reel off 3 consecutive hundreds, to have 300s, sorry, then a lower score in the last game, or lower scores in the last game. Be looking now to get something here at Kensington over. The pitch is still good. Just to hold a bit more energy. A wicket has made how the wicket, getting the wicket can cause you to just increase your energy, have more confidence, and put the ball down with more purpose. So this is a challenge also for Jason Holder and Jason Mohammed.
That is as dead as it gets. Oh, Jason Holder gets Jason Mohammed, and he is off to the races. A bit of the Ronaldo-esque celebration to boot.
It's a good wicket there for Barbados Pride. Jason Mohammed, the informed batter. Yet another failure. Ball just nipping back on length, not forward nor back, and being trapped in front of the wickets. And being adjudged LBW, Trinidad and Tobago Red Force lost their 3rd wicket. Jason Mohammed, LBW, to Jason Holder for 4. They're 115 for 3.
Yeah, should have been coming forward, you would say, given the length. And there was absolutely no doubt about that one when it was sent. It was definitely not going over. It could maybe have been going under. But yeah, crashing in to middle and leg on that occasion. And it now brings the captain of Trinidad and Tobago in Joshua De Silva. He's another batter who has carried form in this tournament. 3 centuries on the trot. But once again, you can't walk around with your runs. Pressure on here.
Yeah, he started at 0. So, and he's coming in with Jason Holder. Looks to be in good rhythm. He's picked up 2 wickets now. And we know Joshua De Silva is not a good starter. And he has this problem of planting his left foot in the stumps and looking to play around it. And with Jason Holder getting that in swinger to net back, we'll be looking at, obviously Jason Holder will be looking to target De Silva's front pad. So this is going to be another challenge for the Trinidad and Tobago captain. He's in good form, 300s back to back, and just goes to see how he goes here now. He captured the side well when they fielded it first up. No pressure on him with the bat.
And we go back to talking about how all of a sudden the ball looks like if it is doing a bit. 27 gone, 115 for 3. A good platform being set at the top there between Cooper with his 32 and Puran with his 60. Brought up a 100-run partnership for Trinidad and Tobago. But then 3 quick wickets have fallen for them, and you would say turned the tide of the game almost, because we start to have conversations about Trinidad and Tobago batting to the end of play, maybe not losing a wicket, maybe just losing 1. Now 3 down and things looking different. Bowlers running in. Roach has a burst of energy. Jason Holder has a burst of energy and conversation and antics behind it. You never want to really and truly butt Jason when he has the antics going as well, because that tells you that he's enjoying his cricket And when he's enjoying his cricket, he is deadly.
Yeah, he's enjoying this game, particularly because he's getting so big hits. But that is good to see that the senior players, obviously on a good surface, have decided, look, we're going to run in and get some results, and they're getting results. And Roach looks very smooth coming from that southern end. And I wonder why he keeps, he opens the bowling from the northern end, but he looks good coming from that southern end. And again, he's employing this technique of coming around the wicket to the left-hander. Django obviously is going to be challenged here. He's going to see if these two can build a partnership. But to pick up those 3 wickets, it's very, very important for Barbados. The Barbados spread, they need to continue to pick up wickets and don't let partnerships build. Because the lead is already 29. So they don't want that lead to stretch too far going into this first day.
Yeah, that lead is something that will be very important when we think about the context of this game. Anything where you tell yourself of 100 plus, you get to those numbers that people like to call of 150 this and 180 that, and you definitely understand the type of pressure that we placed on Barbados from a scoreboard perspective, because naturally you also still tell yourself that there's still a lot of time in the game because this is just day 1.
Yeah. And the thing is too is that Trinidad and Tobago Red Force only bowled 3 seamers, so we haven't seen the spinners yet. The Carrie Prayer, the Brian Charles, we haven't seen those spinners yet. So we saw Roston chase for 1 over, but we haven't seen the Trinidad and Tobago spinners. So that is another part of the game that Trinidad obviously has up their sleeves. So it's important that lead, you don't want that lead to stretch into 100, 120, 150, because as you know, Joel, it's hard to start at minus.
De Silva off the mark now. As mentioned, he'll be coming into this one with confidence. He'll also be coming into this one, and I know that these are the questions that are being thrown around, but with the hope that his performances get him another look at the next level again.
Well, he's not blind, he can see.
So
he can see that. But obviously the performances here will merit something. There's scouts around. You got to take into context what the scouts saw in those performances before this one.
Yeah, full yes, but the question is that angle coming around the wicket, sliding down the leg side. Things still looking interesting though. 117 for 3.
So 117 for 3. Holder to continue to the Red Force captain De Silva. Yeah, you're right, Philo. They've been able to get 3 wickets after taking a long time to get the first. And what is interesting is that the 2 top bowlers, the experienced Holder and Roach, have bowled well, combining to just set Trinidad and Tobago back a little bit. But overall, they're still very much in control. But that first innings lead is going to be of so, in terms of importance, so vital.
And what they're trying to do here, particularly Jason Holder to Josh De Silva, they're looking to bowl into him, because he likes to plant the front pad and then play around that pad. That's why you see that short mid wicket in Matthew Ford catching. There's a forward square, 1 wicket, and a mid on. So they're giving Jason Holder protection in that leg side, which will allow him to bowl straighter, which I think is a good ploy here. De Silva's in good form too, Andrew. He's got 300s. You can't underestimate that. Because once you're a batter and you're scoring runs, you have confidence.
Yeah, he tends to play around the ball sometimes. In fact, if you look at the graph, you'll find that he's been legged before on a couple of occasions. Hence the mid-on. But more importantly, there's a short mid-wicket. There's a forward square. And Holder has bowled the ball coming back to him predominantly. He's got 2 sips in the gully. Now that one was outside the off stump. Good carry to the keeper. Holder, of course, very tall indeed, getting that extra bounce. As you know, Barbados all for 85, to which the Red Force replying 170 for 3.
Holder looks a lot better from this northern end. I know a lot of fast bowlers run from the northern, run away from it because of the wind factor. They like to come from the south where the wind is pushing them. The north, the wind hits you in your chest and pushes you back. But when you have that resistance, sometimes it allows you to be a bit more smooth in your run-up, which he looks like.
Again, you can see the ball coming back at the right-hander, coming from the bottom of the bat. The ball before was outside the off stump, so good variation from Jason Holder. The game that Barbados played last week against CCC didn't bowl a lot. It was the first game. And I think he recognizes here that he's got to do a lot of work to try to get Barbados back into this match. And he's done a good job so far. He's picked up 2, looking for a 3rd. De Silva solid in the defense. And the Red Force won 17 for 3.
A good challenge here for this player, Amir Jangu. Went to Pakistan and had a relatively good series there. And Joshua De Silva, who lost this player to Imlak and is obviously sending messages to the selectors by scoring runs. And the challenge is that you have Kemar Roach, the experienced Barbados pride bowler, Jason Holder, the experienced batting order, bowling in tandem. So obviously Barbados looking to stem the flow of runs with these 2 bowlers and try to pick up wickets. They've picked up 3 so far, and they'll obviously love to pick up 2 more. You can see Roach really running in from the southern end. Looks good. He's getting the ball to pitch on and leave the left-hander Django.
This is a good battle, Philo. Very good battle indeed. You could tell that Roach is up for the challenge. Grabbed the ball just after the break and bowled in from the southern. I think this is the first time in this West Indies Championship I'm seeing him bowling from the southern end.
Yeah, we had to see where he can bowl for the southern end too. But he looks good.
Yeah, he looks good.
You know, obviously sometimes bowlers feel like coming from the southern end, they get to the crease a little too quickly and they don't complete the action. But he looks smooth, he looks fit.
Yeah, he looks good. Elbows pumping as well. Now that's a good delivery. Well left by Django, left-handed player, just walking away down towards square leg, trying to continue. Just concentrate hard here because he knows that his side will want to get a lead to really blow Barbados out of this match, having just made 85. Barbados on the hand looking for success, trying to reduce that lead as much as possible. That's a beauty. That's a beauty. Absolute beauty by Kemar Roach.
Yes, that ball pitched just inside middle stump. Django with a forward defensive stroke. The ball whizzed past the outside edge. And good carry to keeper Hope, who's been impressive actually with the gloves. And it's good to see him playing, good to see him keeping wicket. But you can see the energy levels, Andrew, of the Barbados Pride players have gone up a notch. The intensity is there. You see a bit more purpose.
So he produced the outswinger to beat the probing bat. Let's see what Kemar will do with the 5th delivery of this over. He's a very clever bowler. Even made look to bring the ball back at the left-hander. On the leg stump. The running from Django's been aggressive.
Yeah, I like what he's trying to do, get off strike. Django being the left-hander, the captain, De Silva being the right-hander, will mix up. Obviously, the field will have to change, and Roach will have to change his line and his length. He comes around the wicket for the left-hander. Now he's going to come over the wicket to the right-handed Joshua De Silva.
You've always known De Silva to be solid in defence. The over comes to an end. 118 for 3. So the Barbados team picking up 3 wickets in this period of cricket. Time for drinks. So the players have refreshed themselves and hold to continue. His probe operating from the northern end of the ground or the Joe Ghana end. Very important period of play here with the Red Force, just trying to steady it. Things having lost 3 wickets quickly. On the other hand, Barbados looking to get among the wickets to come back into the match. Made the disappointment for the Pride, all out for 85 on a pitch that was pretty good for bowling. Good toss to win. Here's Holder to continue for Barbados, bowling to Django. Django's been able to work the bowler. He's actually faced 26 balls now. Make that 26 balls, 5 runs he's made. Just recognizing the importance. This steadying things here, having lost a couple of wickets quickly. He's got that ability, Django. He's got his captain with him, who's been in a rich vein of form, 300s. So the plan is pretty clear to bowl in swingers to De Silva, who can sometimes play around the ball.
He has this tendency to fall over the offside, which blinds his left side, and he plays around the pad because he can't see the ball because of his head. We're seeing now Warwick being pushed deep, a little deeper at forward square, just a few meters in from the boundary. And again, that good length, De Silva, you can see it. He's trying to get the bat in front of the pad because he knows what the Barbados Pride bowlers are trying to do. They're trying to target that front pad.
So, Philip, what would be the thinking to move Warwick from that forward square area right back about 10 meters inside the boundary? What's the thinking there?
I told Joel earlier that these guys are not poker players because it's a bluff.
Okay.
But I would expect Jason Holder to try a short ball. If he doesn't, I'll be surprised. That's 4 deliveries, all on off stump. So Warwick is there just in case he slips a short one in. And Jason is not the quickest, so you wouldn't expect De Silva to hit it behind square.
Right.
You're more expecting De Silva to hit it in front of square. The power that he gets will be left to be seen, but that's really its general area of scoring from a short delivery from Jason Holder will go in front of square. If he does pull the short ball down, with obviously you got to put effort in it, because if it sits up, he's going to slap it over mid-on or mid-wicket.
That's gone through it off. Lovely shot. Runs for the Red Force. We'll get a second. Buffett, the man, the Barbados captain, chasing, pitched up. Not the full-blooded off drive, more of a push by De Silva through mid-off.
Yeah, that's what runs does, Andrew. It gives you confidence to push that ball on that length. It's not a full length, but to push it past mid-off is a good shot. Shows that he is full of confidence and in good form.
Tight even top of that middle stump. But De Silva equal to the task and understands the importance of occupation of the crease. 121 for 3.
So Warwick was pushed to deep forward square 10 meters from the boundary as a bluff. Jason Holder clearly did not bowl the short ball.
So Kemar Roach to continue his long spell from the southern end.
Everything on Django is red and white, except for his helmet. So his color coordination is quite good. Roach continues to bowl a lot of energy, a lot of effort in this spell.
Yeah, he's bowled well. You could see the effort from Roach. I think the masters have seen him play for Barbados. This really is the one you can see him really running in, looking to get wickets. I suppose because of the state of the match with Barbados being dismissed for 85. He's really put a good effort in here. I would love to get the wicket of Django.
Yeah, and Barbados also, they're not too far away from front runners Guyana. And they need to understand that obviously Trinidad, Red Force, they're second in the standings. Barbados a third. So this is a top of the table clash, and you want to come out of this game with something. They've already lost versus this lead. So they have to be looking to win this game because they have a 2-week break. Then they go to St. Lucia to play the Windward Islands, and then they go up to St. Kitts to play the Leeward Islands on a flat surface, which is going to call for a lot of effort if they want to win. So this game is vitally important in terms of results for Barbados. They need to come out of this game against the Red Force with a positive result. Obviously, they were shut out for 86. They're 121 for 3, but they're not out of the game. This is still day one. And I think that Barbados Pride has the batting talent that they can bat Trinidad out of this game to force a victory going into day 3 or 4. So they're not out of the game at all. So they need to continue to probe away, pick up wickets, and just stem the flow of runs. Some 23 fours and a 6 have been struck so far in the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force innings.
You like the idea of fill over the break for 2 weeks?
No.
You don't?
No, I don't think so. I think they could have. I think that the CWI could have allowed the guys to play 5 games, then have a break and then finish. I think they had they had a break about 3 weeks, a couple of weeks ago. Now they're playing 2 games, getting back into rhythm. Now you're going to take them out of rhythm again, and you're going into the back end with teams looking to win.
We look for second and we'll get it with Roach bowling around the wicket. The line was wrong. It was just on the leg stump. So Hazy turned the rest of the impact through that square leg area for 2. So Roach ends another over. He's really given his heart and soul to his country here. 123 for 3.
And even if you look at it, Barbados had 3 wins on a trot. Then they had a break. And you can see how the batters look in this first innings here. Obviously, practicing and practicing does not really do a lot for you. And then they played against the CCC, a team that they roll over quite easily. But then they go on a different surface where there's grass, and the batters look twits in between. So those breaks can affect the players. And I think that when you play consistently, cricket consistently, you're playing well, you get into a rhythm. So I think the rhythm was broken. Yes, they regained against CCC, but then they have to come back on a different surface against a top side. And that you can see where the little downtime has not really gone well for Barbados. So it's going to be important that they try to stay in this game, make something happen in their favor. So when they do break for 2 weeks, because you don't know what you're going to get on the road, Andrew. You know what you get at home, but not when you're traveling.
So 4 to replace Holder. Lead is 37.
And only 32.1 overs have been bowled. So it's going to be a long day. See McCaskey now is coming out from gully. He's going to that short mid-wicket. So the clear ploy is to bowl into the silver.
Working at that forward square, about 10 meters inside the boundary. We've seen a lot of the silver over the years to know that he's got a good defense. In fact, that's been a hallmark of his batting. Went off the boil to the point where he actually lost his place in the West Indies team to Imlat, who went to Pakistan and did very well in front and behind the stumps. I think that he's the front runner against Australia. Also made some runs for the Harper Eagles. He's their captain. That's gone through and on. Lovely shot. Beautifully played indeed. Very well timed. That's going to go for 4.
Nice looking shot there from Captain Josh De Silva. In swing again from Matthew Ford. Not as full as you would expect it to be, but the good form that De Silva is in. He just came onto the front foot and punched it quite nicely, closing the back face slightly, but had enough timing and power. And Captain Craig Bradford sprinting and not being able to pull it back. But a good control shot by the captain of Trinidad and Tobago Red Force.
There's a predictability ball in swingers to him. I suppose you should really change up a bit, maybe go on top of the off stump, make him think, but from what we've seen so far from Holder and now from Ford, every ball is coming back at the right-hander.
Yeah, I would like to see Craig come to his left, bring McCaskey to his left tighter, and then get Matthew Ford to hit length and all stop leaving him. Because obviously he's playing for majority of the balls to come in. But if you could get him to hit length, leaving him slightly, you can bring the keeper and the slips into play. So I'd just like to see McCaskey come tighter to his left so that Joshua Da Silva can see him in his periphery when he's settling down. And even if the ball comes down on middle stump and it straightens and he goes around, he's looking to hit the ball behind him. So he's using less of the bat and presenting more of that front pad.
That was on the top of the off stump, but Da Silva, the batter's broadest Port of Spain, pushes out to mid-off to end the over. 127 for 3. Interesting that we didn't see any pace from the terms of spin, really. No spin from Trinidad, and for Barbados, their two main bowlers in the matches, we've seen spin, but this has been essentially pacers bowling. Just 2 overs of spin from Barbados so far.
Well, when Barbados batted, the wickets were tumbling so quickly. Joshua Da Silva to continue, obviously decided to continue with the seam bowling attack, which was successful. I think that the seam bowlers for Trinidad and Tobago right force and the seam bowlers for Barbados probably are different. You look at the build, Jason Seal is well built, tall, strong, hits the deck hard. Anderson Phillip is the same thing. And Joshua James, very tall, hits the deck hard. We don't have those type of bowlers for Barbados Pride. McAllister, yeah, but he's still a work in progress, not really grouping deliveries together to get wickets. Roach is more of a line and length skidder. Jason Holder, just bowl line and length. Matthew Ford, line and length there, but it's no real genuine fast bowler outside of McAllister. But because of his groupings are not as tight as you expect, he's less a threat. So the work will fall on Jason Holder, Roach, and maybe Matthew Ford to a lesser extent, and maybe the 2 spinners come into play.
Yep, certainly agree that's a testament. So you get maybe McAllister bowling some short spells, but yeah, I think he was a bit too short, really. There's a predictability about him.
Yeah.
It's got a bit of pace, but it's got to pitch the ball up. Got to make the batsman play.
See, my thing about McAllister is that he bowls short spells, but ineffective. And that is the key. If you're bowling short spells, you want your fast bowler to be effective. When you look at McAllister bowling, he doesn't really trouble the batters. He might zip through 1 or 2 deliveries, but he gives a lot of bad balls away. And that is something that he needs to work on. He's been in this game now for maybe 3 or 4 years. He's coming off an injury. He had a death in his family last year. But I think he's a big enough player, a senior enough player to understand what is required for a guy of his quality.
Roach is that long ball, I suppose. They've been coming to the end of the spell now. That seemed to be a bit of a tired delivery from the old man, Kemar Roach, in the November of his career. November 30th or November the 1st?
June 30th. Mike King is to my right. He's wearing a blue shirt, a nice shirt, blue jeans. He always wears short pants. Some nice sneakers and a yellow hat.
Yeah.
Those are colors of a very, very serious political party.
He's a Ralph Thorne man, I'm told. Of course, the Democratic Labour Party, the color for them is red. Auntie May's party, no, is yellow, sorry. Sorry, Michael, I said that deliberately. Of course, Auntie May's party is red. The budget was presented, was it yesterday? Was it yesterday or the day before? So long ago, day before.
The opposition leader spoke for 10 hours.
No, 10 and a half.
10 and a half. My God.
Yeah, Fidel Castro used to speak for 21 hours straight. Oh, it's gone through the keeper. And we'll go for 4 byes.
Keepers don't like that. But I'll tell you something, retirement has really fitted in well with him. I know he's short-lived, but you can see that he looks refreshed, actually. He looks light in the face. You know, not a wrinkle for a retiree. Very good. I bet you drink a lot of water. Early. Early with a capital E, Andrew.
Yeah, yeah. Of course, they're talking about Mike King, the noted journalist from Barbados, who started his career at The Advocate and spent 45 years at the leading newspaper in Barbados, the Nation. I suppose one can say he's been advocating to the nation.
Well, he started at the Nation and he finished at the Nation. And he lives in the nation of Barbados.
Yeah, good old Mike King.
See, he's a nation, man. It's nice to see him good to work towards retirement. I want to be like you when I grew up. You know, work hard. Yeah, work hard and retire and be happy.
Well, De Silva isn't thinking of retirement. He's thinking about ensuring that his team ends the day in a position of command. They've had a very good day. Looking to stretch that lead. It's now gone to 45.
It's Matthew Ford who's going to replace Jason Holder from the northern end. Similar field set for Jason Holder, for Matthew Ford, that man at forward square, Warwick, the long leg, McAllister mid-wicket, catching, McCaskey and the captain, Craig Bradford, are mid-on, mid-off. Extra cover in Boucher. Point squared offside is Drakes and two slips in Roston, Chase and Jason Holder. So Roach has left the field.
Of course, in terms of tennis, Indian Wells is very much on the way. Big tournament. And Coco Gauff playing benches. I've had a chance to be watching a bit just now. She won the first 6-3, lost the second 6-3, but now in the deciding set, they're on serve 4-3. So interesting there.
Yeah, Coco
Gauff,
Gauff.
yeah.
Inconsistent tennis player.
Yeah. Got to get the serve right and the forehand as well.
That is what they're aiming for Joshua Silva. A good length delivery, planting that left foot, looking to go through the leg side. They're sitting the pad and ballooning into the offside. I would like to see McCaskey just come tighter and go to his left. You know, sort of force Joshua Silva to go around that front pad.
May I ask you again, though, Philo, what's the reason for Warwick in that forward square area about 10 meters inside the boundary? We haven't seen the bounces yet. So what's the thinking? I mean, you've got a different bowler. Of course, it was used when Jason Holder was bowling. You've got Matthew Ford now. What's the thinking there, Philo? Can you tell me?
The same thinking.
Same thing?
The captain thinking has not changed.
Okay, yeah.
He set the same field that Jason Holder was bowling to.
Yep.
The over before. Warwick to me is a waste fielder.
I think so too as well.
Warwick could come up catching. You could even bring Zachary McCaskey into the offside catching. Bring Warwick into the leg side where Zachary McCaskey is a little straighter and try to squeeze Joshua De Silva.
Oh! Is he gone? Caught behind. Beautiful piece of bowling by Ford. And the Red Force captain departs. A big wicket to get. He's been caught, the snapper, here at the Regent's Mecca in the sunshine of Kensington Oval.
And that is the delivery we're asking for to bowl. Just coming down on the length outside the off stump. De Silva advancing the ball, taking the outside edge, and Hope said, thank you very much, I'm not going to drop that. A fantastic delivery from the medium fast bowler Ford, getting the wicket of the dangerous Joshua De Silva.
Yeah, and Philo, you're right. You know your cricket, that's why we pick you and pay you big bucks, Philo. Pay in US currency as well, which is still very strong despite Trump's behavior. 134 for 31 philosopher. Yeah, we were saying there was a predictability about bowling didn't swing. Now he went, as you said, you're the coach, just on top of that off stump, beautiful delivery, and the edge was caught behind.
Yeah, because you have him playing to the leg side. So once the ball comes down on length on off stump, he's still going to look to play to the leg side. All the ball needs to do is just hold its own, which it has done on that occasion, and the outside edge was taken. And that is good bowling. That is consistent line and length, working the areas. For a batter who has 3 centuries, So it's good to see that the Barbados Pride bowling unit, they're looking to work the Trinidad batters over. Now we're going to see Yannick Correa, underrated batter at this level. He's now going to come and face strike from Matthew Ford. And the beauty about this is that they have two left-handers to bowl at.
Right. So Ford, as he did when he bowled against German Blackwood and uprooted his off stump. Useful cricketer. Matthew Ford can bat. Good fielder. He's going to bowl to Yannick Correa. So the game is at an interesting stage now. The innings at the crossroads, not the crossroads in Kingston, Jamaica. Of course, there's a crossroad. There's also a halfway tree. Oh, it's gone through. And we'll go towards the boundary and we'll get there. He's a lucky man. It goes to third man for 4 in the dark.
The Jamaicans were said Jamaican science, but also 4 roads and 6 roads in Barbados.
Yep.
But Correa just getting that ball, taking the outside edge and down to the boundary. At the end of that successful Matthew Ford over, Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, they're 135 for 4 in 35 overs. What's the score in the tennis, Andrew?
Well, it's Goff still on serve, 30-30 now. Benchett is serving at an important point here. She's leading 4-3 in the third.
It's called 30 all.
Yeah, it's 30 all
right, okay.
at the moment. I know that.
We have 20-20 cricket.
Yeah.
10-10. Now we have
10-10.
30 all.
Yeah, this is a big point here. Of course, we're going to have a change at the end of this over. Our good friend Benchett has got the point, so it could go 4 all. Indian Wells, of course. Joel Manning is a big Serena Williams fan. He told me that only today. You a Serena Williams fan?
I was.
Mm.
But I like the Serb. I like my favorite tennis player is Djokovic.
Djokovic, okay.
Yeah, when Wimbledon is on and I'm in London.
Despite Finders crew.
I don't mind that.
Match, yeah. You remember that?
I think he's a scientist.
He's a scientist.
He's a tennis scientist.
He also fires people too.
Yeah, well, if you don't do your work, you get fired.
Okay, so at the end of this over, we'll certainly have a change. Here's Holder back into the attack. Lovely delivery to start. Find the outside of Django's back. So it's 40 all here. So we're going to continue to look at that. Go to Coco Golf.
You like her, don't you?
I like her, yeah. She's erratic though. I mean she's talented. Got to get her serve right.
She's an American?
Yeah, she's
what
an American.
What do you expect?
Yeah. In fact, the last match, she actually had some 19 double faults.
Oh my golly. And she won?
And she still won the game.
My dear.
Oh my golly. Holder looking for more success for Barbados. This has been a good spell by Barbados. The lead is 49. We want to keep that under 100. On the other hand, Trinidad and Tobago will be hoping to stretch that lead to over 100.
And it's clearly the move here by Craig Braffett to keep one of the senior bowlers in operation. We're seeing Holder replacing Roach from that southern end. So he's looking to tie up one end with seam and obviously try to pick up wickets from the other end as we saw with Matthew Ford.
So it's 4-4. Golf is serving now. She tends to double fault. So this could be a very important game for Coco Golf. Would have defeated Venus Williams, I think, when she was around 16 or so. Michael, Michael, the retired journalist from The Nation.
The king of stats.
The king of stats, yes.
But he's not a statistician.
He's a statistician. I think the article is ended too as well. Quite rightly. Lovely delivery by Jason Holder. Who might not have gone into by king of stats, but that was a wonderful delivery, beautifully bowled by a champion in Jason Holder.
It's a good Jaffa. Well, touching down just inside of the middle stump and leaving the left-handed Django and just whizzing past the outside edge. A very good delivery for Jason Holder. And I'm happy to see him attacking the stumps at this level, because normally he hangs the ball outside off stump. But at this level, you have to come in at the stumps and force the first-class players to play at the ball.
It's been good, hard work by the Barbados team, not giving a lot away. and picking up wickets slowly but surely.
Well, clearly from Django's batting stats, he's 7 runs from 43 balls. So it's been a struggle for him.
Yep.
In this innings so far.
So Coco Golf 40 Love looking to go 5-4 up. Your favorite tennis player, Philo Wallace, Indian Wells. Lovely delivery. What a wonderful outswing up bowled by Jason Hole. This has been a good fight back by Barbados. Trinidad and Tobago lead by 49. Time for change of commentator. Joel Manning comes a call in.
Yes, at the end of that very probing over from Jason Holder. Trinidad and Tobago right force there, 135 for 4. Still building on that lead. Barbados Pride continue to keep the reins tight, not allowing the right force batters to get away with it, particularly in this final session. It's going to be important that they continue to pick up wickets and stem the flow of runs. As I say, good afternoon to Joel Manning.
Good afternoon, Philo. Pleasure to be alongside of you again. A bit of a rebuild once again for Trinidad and Tobago.
Yeah, since that first wicket partnership, Barbados Pride bowlers continue to chip away at the Trinidad and Tobago right force batting.
Could have been tight, but a good early call between Carrier and Django allows him to get through for that single. You look at the position of the game, and even though Barbados Pride have been bowled out for 86, you tell yourself if they're able to pick up another 2, another 3 wickets for the close of play, it almost draws the game back to a very interesting position. On the flip side of it, should they be able to carry on and get through the day's play just for this 4, you would tell yourself entirely the day belonged to Trinidad and Tobago.
Joe, the only way Barbados can keep in touch of this game is by taking wickets. If they allow Trinidad and Tobago right force to finish the day on 180 or 190 for 4, they're going to come back tomorrow and have to field. But if they can close out today Trinidad 180 for 7 or 8, it only means that they can come back tomorrow and pick up 2 or 3 wickets and give them the entire day to bat without any problems. Obviously, the second day you expect the pitch to be a lot better, but they have to get wickets in order to stay in this game.
Well, if they continue how they've been in that session after tea, you tell yourself they could probably pick up another 1, maybe pick up another 2, because they've looked a different side with ball in hand in this post-tea session in comparison to the pre-tea session.
Yes, there's more energy. You can see more thought processes going on. Roach started around the wicket, looked very good. Had maybe 5 or 6 over spell. Jason Holder looked good. I know Matthew Ford has continued that work. So it's just about grouping the balls together, stemming the flow of runs, and picking up wickets. Because once Trinidad and Tobago right force batters are not scoring, they're going to put themselves under pressure. Yes, the lead is about 50. But if you don't look to press on, you can be bowled out and only lead Barbados by 65. So there's a fine balance here between trying to preserve your wicket, but still trying to stretch that lead to give Barbados trouble in the second innings. The bigger the deficit, more comfortable Trinidad and Tobago right force bowlers will feel.
Yeah, all valid points indeed, especially in terms of advancing the score. Obviously in a very good position when you think about the context of the game. Still day 1 in Trinidad with a lead on hand, so you could look at somebody like Django and say, okay, yes, he's taking time, but he's also still there with the opportunity of looking to come back and bat, you would say, naturally for at least 2.5 sessions, even possibly a full day come tomorrow as well. So he's setting himself up quite nicely at the moment, Amir Django.
Because as you said, there's so much time left in this game. This is only day 1. So Django can continue in this mode to 5:30 or to 5 o'clock, because he'll come back tomorrow and you still have 2 days left. So he's in Trinidad and Tobago. Obviously, Django will be the man who's obviously drop anchor, and they're hoping to build whatever partnerships they can get to the end of the innings around Django. At the end of that over for Matthew Ford, Trinidad and Tobago Red Force at 137 for 4 in 37 overs, and they lead now by 51 runs. So as they say in cricketing terms, they're picking up that lead. They let it pick and pick, because the longer they bat, the more runs they'll score, more pressure on the Barbados batters when they come a second innings. I remember we haven't seen the Trinidad spinners, and they'll be a bit more potent than what Barbados has to offer.
Good areas from Jason Holder. Yes, on an angle you're telling yourself that ball is going across, but I just wonder if maybe he got it to hold its line in terms of possibly straightening slightly back into Django, because they looked very excited at the possibility of that ball maybe grazing the pad with Django coming forward.
Another thing too for Django is that he's batted 50 deliveries for 8 runs. So he can run himself into a rut here. And then, you know, sometimes, Joe, when you're batting like this, just defensive, and you then decide to play attacking shot, you're out. So all these are things that can work in Barbados' favor. They just need to continue to apply the pressure.
Latches on to that, short of a length, and pulled quite nicely in front of square.
Yeah, very weak short ball from Jason Holder, no pace at all. Just sat up, and Django dispatched it with authority. Once you can hit it to the left of mid-on, there's no pace at all on that delivery. Good opportunity for him, a good scoring opportunity. Just pulling that ball on length, and a lot of bat on it. So a good shot for Amir Django. He would feel good to finally hit a boundary. And we see Jason Holder now. Craig Bradford has asked Warwick to go back to that deep forward square, maybe 10 meters from the boundary.
And now he beats him on the angle, going across him. I think that is naturally where I would prefer to see Jason Holder. That's not to say that he can't bowl that surprise short ball, but I'm also wondering in terms of the placement of Warwick just in front of square, how effective will he be given the pace of Jason Holder and naturally the ability to pull that ball far in front of square at the moment.
With Jason Holder's pace, for Django to hit the ball to forward square to find Warwick, I don't see it happening today. I think he has to continue hitting that line and length outside Austin. I think his pace is down. To get to forward square, you must have enough pace that a batter can hit the ball. If the batter has no pace to work with, he's going to slap it. So I think that Warwick is there as a decoy in the bright sunshiny day at Kensington Oval. But it's not a bad over from Jason Holder. Bad delivery was punished. And at the end of that over, Trinidad and Tobago Red Force continue to build on this lead. They're 144 for 4. And the leaders move on to 55. So once that lead continues to build, the message will be sent to the Barbados Pride batters that they have to really apply themselves in the second time they bat on this surface. And to me, the surface has settled down quite nicely.
Yeah, it really has. And it reminds us of the conversations at the start of the day, which were that there are runs in this surface. You just needed to get past that opening phase. Same pitch that was used versus Jamaica. And naturally, it couldn't necessarily have changed that much between then and now. Gets a far way across to that off stump carrier. Had he missed that, there was a conversation that would have ensued as it pertains to the possibility of LBW, just given how far across he got with that one leg stump pretty much exposed.
Needs to be careful here. Yannick, carrier. Ford is not, he's an intelligent bowler. He's looking to target that front pad, but he had presence of mind to just get enough bat on it to get a single. Look at the reaction of sheer hope. He thought that that ball would have hit the outside edge and fly through to him, but just hitting the toe of the bat pretty hard and going into the offside. But good control bowling from Matthew Ford. He's come in and he's not giving a lot away, hitting his lines and length pretty hard.
The timing on that. Oh, he must be batting with a watch, Philo. He must be batting with a watch.
I hope it's a good one as well. That's a super shot. Matthew Ford was guilty of looking to get the Yorker in. Got it too full. Amir Django in the appropriate manner was presenting a beautiful back face onto that ball. As you can see on the replay, Ford just too full. And just whipping it nicely, beating the diving Craig Braffett to his left. And down to the boundary for yet another 4. So Django starting to get into stride.
You would almost say this is what time at the crease affords you. The opportunity then to capitalize on what weren't necessarily bad balls, but just a slight overpitch here, a slight width there.
Yeah, you can only score runs as a batter if you're at the crease. You have to spend time at the crease in order to seize on those opportunities. Because I don't think Django will be looking for good balls to score from. He's looking for those bad balls that will be reduced by the Barbados Pride bowlers.
He's opted to pay respect pretty much where it's due, but then he's capitalized on those small moments that have been afforded to him. That last one from Matthew Ford, just a bit too full on that occasion, and because of how easy it's been for him, because of the time that he spent on the crease, or rather at the crease, was able just to get it to the left of Craig Brathwaite.
It's a better delivery there from Matthew Ford. Straighter delivery with a hint of outswing, but Django again just staying in the shape, not allowing the ball to go past and get into the offside. At the end of that, Matthew Ford's over. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force batters continue to show good resilience, and they've moved up to 144 for 6. And that lead now is stretched up to 60. So it's growing.
Well timed and middled, but that man, well, in the form of Craig Brathwaite, who was at a, you would say, a very wide mid-off position, and naturally that's because of Holder coming over the wicket and pushing that ball across the left-handed batter.
What he does, Craig Brathwaite, he stays wide at mid-off because he wants the batter to see that open space straight, and if the ball nips away, take the edge. But if it hits the middle of the bat, he has to run to his left.
Just always so interesting how the subtle changes in field can force a batter to think differently or to play differently. Good areas once again from Holder. I'll use the example of Zachary McCaskey, given that I can use it from this innings, and it was Roland Butcher who was on commentary at the time. But it was a case of 2 fours for McCaskey all through that cover region. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force plugged the cover region, and then I posed to Roland that maybe McCaskey might be looking to either open his wrist a bit more to get it to the left of cover, and Roland said, well, the better shot would be to get it to the right of cover because of presenting a by far more closed bat face, so to speak, or rather present more of that bat face to the ball, as you would also mention that up and down factor very early in your innings. And I happened to have a little conversation whereby I mentioned that to him, and he said, well, actually that came to his mind, and he himself was looking to open the wrist a bit more. He realized the flaw in that.
But the danger of opening the wrist as an opening batter to a ball that is leaving you, there are 3 slips in the gully. I'm not even counting the keeper. So you have 5 catchers behind you as a batter. Whereas if you look to present the bat face, you only have a mid-off or maybe extra cover in front of you. So it would have been a better option for Zachary McCaskey to even leave that ball alone because it was wide-ish. If he's going to drive, look to drive through extra cover with a full bat face rather than looking to open the bat face. As you open the bat face on the ball, you have no control.
Yeah, and the thing about it is that all of that came about because of simply a fielder going into that position. So
Yes.
same thing you mentioned in terms of Brathwaite being in that wider mid-off position. And if a batter is looking to score, naturally eyes go down the ground. Edge could maybe be found. Ooh, that rhymed. End of the over, 146 for 4.
See, Joel, that's why you have to commend a batter when he gets 100. Because in order to get to 100, you have to make fewer mistakes. You can make a few mistakes to 50, but you cannot make a lot of mistakes to 100. So it is important that those small things stick in a batter's mind, because you only get one chance as a batter. And bowlers don't bowl a lot of no balls now. So as a batter, you have to be on your P's and Q's. Your movement have to be precise. Your shot selection have to be exact. And you've got to be assertive on what you want to do. You can't second guess yourself when you're batting in this modern day game. And two, the captains sometimes go very defensive as well. So it makes you bat a little longer to get your runs.
Put down. The edge was found. It would have taken a good catch there by Wickham at second slip.
Similar delivery to Joshua De Silva too. Amir Django, full length. Looking to close the bat face. The ball took it outside. There's Wickham going to his left. The ball was dying. And was taking a brilliant effort there. And the ball went to ground. But a good effort from Kevin Wickham. Good bowling from Matthew Ford. He's coming around the wicket from the northern end. So Django is expecting the ball to go in on the angle. But that one straight in.
Has to work again. Matthew Ford into a good spell. He created that chance. You just wonder how much might that cost him in terms of the context of the game, not just from a wicket perspective, but from a time in the middle perspective as well, because naturally for a batter of the class of Django, you almost settle down again after a moment like that, and you begin to take even more time out of the game. And then you go back to leaving balls like that.
Yes. Obviously, there's another opportunity for Django to just to recalibrate, take a deep breath, walk away to square leg, and just assess what happened with that edge. Obviously, the ball was shaping in, looking to take it to the leg side with his bat. and the ball straight and hitting the outside edge. Wide delivery, the previous one, and he just left it alone. So Django clearly now is going to tell himself, I'm not going to drive a lot of deliveries out there. But Ford has the ability to get the ball to come in with the angle and straighten, so that is a good asset.
Brilliant work being done in the covers to keep it down to just one. And Nico Boucher is still out there with those sunnies on in the middle.
That's the big keeper. The last few games he's been substituted. He's in the middle. Doesn't have a hat on, just his sunnies. But a good drive from Django. A good effort in the field from Lenico Boucher. But allowed him to get a single as Matthew Ford is going to come over the wicket to the left-handed Yannick Carrera. Now he's going to ask Jonathan Drakes to drop the forward square on the boundary.
Just 2 runs in the over. 148 for 4. And it's also time for us to take a water break. As we head towards the end now, day number 1, still a few overs, of course, left in today's play. It's going to be Jared McAllister to get another spell. Had 2 spells before this for those 5 overs. He's greeted with one up and over that cover region. Pulled back just inside the boundary.
That's right, poor running between Kara and Django, but that brings up 150 runs for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. Full length delivery from McAllister. Not a lot of pace. And Kara, being the aggressive batter that he is, helped himself for 2. Buffett needs to be careful here. He doesn't want to leak too many runs going into the final stages of this game. Still want to be tight, but hopefully pick up wickets.
You would say he's bowled decent. I'm going to say decent-ish across the 2 spells that he's been given. McAllister, first spell had in that fire, pushed the opening batters back a bit. He would say his lengths were good in that one. Second spell, a very short one for him, so wouldn't necessarily judge that second spell as he didn't really get a chance to really, put in the hard yards, he would say, in that one. So into his 3rd spell now, as we get towards the end of the day. What are you, I guess, expecting from McAllister here?
Well, I expected more overs. He's in his 3rd spell. He's into his 6th over. So he hasn't done a lot of work. Should be still fresh. But I think that his groupings are still obviously work in progress, and that is something that head coach Vasper Drakes will have a word with the young man with and try to sort it out. I know he started the season, he had an injury. But I'd like to see him be more consistent in his line and length. He has the pace, but I think he lacks the control and discipline to hit the ball in one area more often than not. And plus, too, I think sometimes he should try a good bounce to hit the ball into the pitch really hard. That short ball to Kara was just a normal pace delivery, and he helped it down fine leg. If you're going to hit the ball in the pitch with that kind of pace, hit it hard and let the ball bounce, and cause some concern to the batter. But he's been away on West Indies 18 tours. He's had some success, so he knows what is required to take wickets.
Didn't get all of that, but should still get 2. So interesting you mentioned the good bouncer, and I'm happy that you qualified it with not just being a bouncer, but a good bouncer. Because when I think about when he came in, I believe it was 2 seasons ago, in that 2022 season, he was that raw express fast bowler who was always going to be short. You saw that again in 2023 season from him. Am I getting my seasons wrong? Was it 2023 that he came onto the scene, then 2024 being last year? What year are we in now, Philip?
2025. It's bowling with pace. Corral looking to pull that ball, and the ball actually, Django, looking to pull that last delivery from McAllister. And the ball hustled him, and he just dribbled out to mid-on. At the end of that Jared McAllister over, Trinidad and Tobago Red Force continues to press on. They're 153 for 4 after dismissing Barbados for a very low total of 86. And they faced some 42 overs, and the lead now, Joel, is moved up to 67. And if it gets into 100, it's going to cause some concern to the Barbados Pride batters.
If that lead keeps going up, it will cause, or rather be a cause for concern. I had to do a quick Google to refresh my brain. But yeah, it was 2023 that he came onto the scene, because I remember it being in Antigua, and he picked up quite a few wickets in that season, and that's the season that brought his name to the fore and to the conversation. His first game, in fact, I believe was versus Guyana in that 2023 first class season, and I think he actually got a 5-wicket haul either in that match or the match after it, but that's irrelevant in terms of the conversation here now. But yeah, he came onto the scene as that fast bowler who naturally they were asking him to surprise batters with that short pitch ball. It did do that for quite a few of the batters in last year's season 2024 wasn't as effective, and I felt as if maybe got to that overused position for Jerry McAllister where he couldn't actually be asked to hit a good length, and I'm happy to see that, you know, as we come into the season. Beautiful, and once again he finds the edge. This time it is the wicketkeeper Shea Hope who's put it down. Disappointment for Matthew Ford, and understandably so, because he's been doing the labor, he's been doing the work, and he's not reaped the rewards.
Well, you've dropped Django twice. A West Indies test batter. A perfect delivery from Matthew Ford. As I said, he's come around the wicket. He got that ball to pitch on about middle and off stump. Django twisting around, ball taking the outside edge, and Shea Hope dropping the opportunity. Matthew Ford will have to fight again to try to find that outside edge, but good bowling from Ford. One thing I will give, I said I was against Hope in that catch. He was blindsided because of Django's twisting around. So he picked up the ball late coming off the outside edge. He went to his left. Florida opportunity again to get rid of Django. Django is on 19 from 69 balls. A long time at the crease, but he's there, and that's the important thing for Trinidad and Tobago Red Force.
This time he beats the edge. This time it's taken. But Philo, to paint a picture, because you know I like stories. Imagine as a construction worker in the midday sun, you put in a hard day's work. You look and you see that there's a house built. At the end of it, your boss says that he can't afford to pay you. I think that is how Matthew Ford might be feeling here now.
I put it another way. It's like a coconut tree 1,000 feet high, and all the coconuts are done without a rope. So you know what happens to those coconuts? They all burst. That's what Matthew Ford feels like. A burst coconut falling from a tree that's 1,000 feet in the air. You can't be working this hard and bowling so well. The ball is swinging actually. This Jukes ball will start to swing, which it's doing, and obviously chipping the edge of Django's back, but not taken cleanly by Hope. But good bowling. Spirits is still up, still looking to go past the outside edge with some good deliveries. And that is the kind of person Matthew Ford is, a worker.
An unpaid worker walks off the job, Philo. The end of that over, 154 for 4.
But Ford is paid. I don't know how much, but he's paid. So I don't see him walking off of this job.
On that topic of pay, Philo, had you had the opportunity to, let's say, come into this world, let's go with 10 years later, would you have enjoyed the opportunity to, I guess, be a part of, you know, a few of the franchises that are going around and find yourself still out there, let's say, in a Masters tournament or two?
Yeah, but it's just unfortunate. My mother and father had early thinkings in the 70s and out-popped me. But obviously, if you look at the modern day game and what is happening now, cricket now is 12 months a year. And the Masters competition now is becoming more and more competitive. The West Indies Masters and India, they're doing well. But when you look at that cricket, you have to have some line of fitness. You just can't turn up and play that game. That T20 game in the Masters, you see Lyndon Simmons, Dwayne Smith, Ashley Nurse, Chadwick Walton. Those guys are still active in cricket. But it's a good. I think it's a good idea. It's a good initiative, so that guys can say to themselves, "Look, we can still play cricket after our twilight years." I like this aggression from McAllister. And if you look at the point standing in those Masters competition, I don't think England have won a game.
I actually opened up my phone before coming on commentary and realized that the West Indies Masters actually, I think, qualified for the semi-final.
Yes, congratulations to
that
them.
one.
I thought there was an age limit, but Brian Lara is captain and player. But I thought there was an age limit, but he still can score runs at that level. Gale is there as well. It's good to see the young men still performing. But I'll tell you something, Fidel Average is still taking some thump. He runs in hard. Fidel. But obviously it comes out not as fast as before. But it's a good effort. It's good to see the guys up there having fun, representing West Indies with honours. The great Sir Vivian Richards as well is up there, so that will be some inspiration for them. And it just goes to show that once you have it, class is class and form is temporary. So there are a lot of class players in that West Indies Masters.
Oh, there's a man at forward short leg. Needed to be backward if he had a chance of taking that one. They're hunting for one more. Barbados, a couple shadows beginning to form, just allowing us to know that the sun is beginning to set here on day one.
And there's 17.2 overs left in the day's play. I don't think we'll get in all of them. The lead is 69, and that's the type of shot that we describe years ago as off for me. But luckily for Correa, right behind square. If I was Craig Bradford, I would move this field around. Instead of having, let's say, Wickham at that deep backward square, I'll bring Wickham a few meters to his right in front of square and force Django to look to bring the ball behind. He's looking to slap the ball wide of mid-on, which means he's looking to take the short ball on from very early. And that sometimes can lead to trouble. So if he brings Wickham to his right, he has to come later. Maybe the ball will take the top edge and fly to Roach at long leg. But that's just my ideas. The short ball, and Django goes under. Hope catches it by the head. And you'll see a good trend over from McAllister, looking to get that fifth wicket that the Barbados Pride needs so badly. At the end of that over, the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, they're 155 for 4. Django is on 19. He's there for 74 balls. Correa is 12. And the lead is 69, continuing to grow.
Dropped on 16. Django dropped on 19 as well. It's Yannick who's on strike though. Pulled well by Yannick, and it also finds the boundary. So to add insult to injury almost, runs now coming off of Matthew Ford.
Yeah, that's too easy. This is a short ball with no pace at all, just sat him. And Correa just dispatched it in front of square all along the ground. No pace at all in that short ball, just going back and helping it through forward square. Very good shot, good control shot by Yannick Correa. He will feel pleased to have played that shot.
Advanced it a bit, but the anguish coming from Matthew Ford is more so because of the exposing of that leg stump and how close that ball actually was to the leg stump of Yannick Carrier.
Yeah, he's making his initial step is very far across the exposed stump. And Matthew Ford thought it was an opportunity to look to bowl full at middle. And the ball just whizzing past the outstretched gloves of Sheer Hope. And the bat is coming through for a bye. So Matthew Ford still needs to be aware of the situation. Django is the one who's going to face now. He's batting away out of his crease. But Ford still needs to be aware that you don't want this lead to stretch too much in this evening session.
It was interesting to see, I guess you would call it use of the pitch from Django in terms of taking that massive stride outside of his crease, because in thinking about the Barbados Pride innings, I was wondering at any stage if anybody might do such to force Trinidad and Tobago's bowlers to pull their length back ever so slightly, given the type of movement that we saw off the pitch from their bowlers. I didn't happen to notice it from any of the batters.
Maybe they didn't have time to do it.
But yeah, just those small thinking moments here and there. As you mentioned, we talked about field placing and what it could do for a batter's mind. But, in terms of batting a foot or two outside of your crease, what that can do for a bowler's mind now, because it automatically throws off the lengths that he's looking to bowl, and it could be simply the areas that are producing the most movement now further back down the pitch, ball not seaming as much.
A ball swings off a full length. A ball seams off a back of a length. So obviously once the ball is swinging, the batters believe that the closer they get to the ball, they can negate that swing. And that's why it forces the bowlers to bowl short of a length. Django is batting out of his crease. But what Ford is doing is just bowling in that corner of uncertainty. And by coming around the wicket, Django is thinking that the ball is shaping into him. But Ford has the ability, when the ball hits the seam, then it straightens. So it looks like a light cutter. And that is what is running Django into problems. That delivery just wide of your stump, going on with the angle just straight through to keep a hope. But if you look at how Ford has been bowling to Django, those two deliveries that caught his edge, the ball started in, hit the length, and then move away. So it like cut, and in like cutting, obviously it made Django expose his hip. His hip will come around to try to counter-attack that swing, and it hit the edge, but obviously he's been given two chances. But good bowling. Django understands the nature of the game. He's looking to get closer to the ball, but you have to commend Ford. The ball is still seaming. There's still some movement there. There's still some pace in the surface here at Kensington Oval. And the Trinidad batters have continued to fight it out, as we would say. And this is a good challenge for the Barbadian Pride bowlers, to have them playing against a team like Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, where the batters have been batting well all season. And it's good to see, obviously, you had a good start. The middle did not really cash in. But now this lower middle order with Django and Correa, they're looking to rebuild the innings and hopefully sail the ship into shore. It is the Spirit. That's the ship. That's the boat in Trinidad that goes to Tobago. It's called the TNT Spirit. Oh, you've never been to Tobago by boat?
I have never gone to Tobago by boat.
By air?
I've gone by air.
Not by submarine.
No, not by submarine.
You need to try it by boat.
Truthfully, I'm not a fan of the ferries. One would say I don't have a stomach made for ferries.
Oh, you get seasick?
Very much so, yes.
Okay.
I got seasick on the Harbour Master.
Yeah, there's an area down there called the Bocas. The water is darker than you and I. So it's real dark. Scary looking stuff.
Worked into the leg side just for one. Still a few more overs to be bowled this evening. Naturally, had things run to schedule, we would have packed it up and gone home to get ourselves some dinner. But still a few overs on offer.
You call it dinner? I tried to have supper, which is a little earlier than dinner, Joel. I didn't imagine a man that looks so fit eat so late. Got him.
Well, that was pace on offer from McAllister, and that has crashed into Amir Django. Definitely going to need a concussion test after that one.
He will need a concussion test. He might need a new helmet as well, because that ball jumped from in front of him. He's trying to pull a short ball that was climbing at his head. He's now rubbing his head, and the physio is running out there. You know, all of them run the same, male or females. They don't bend their knees. But I was told today that because they sit for such long periods of time, they just can't get up and run. So he's going to go to his protocols. A good short ball, hitting him bang on the helmet. And immediately he took it off. And in the modern day game, you know, the concussion protocols have to be observed. But a good, fast short ball from McAllister, who's only in his 8th over in his 3rd spell. So he hasn't been bowling a lot. So he still have some good gas and good wheels. And a typical fast bowler, Joel, he's had his bowler's mark on the side of the head.
That's what you like to see. You like to see that aggression. As mentioned, you know, when he came in to the first class setup, he was known for those short deliveries, and then at one stage they became overused by him. But I like them as that surprise delivery, and then I like them if it's a case of that is the plan. It's a case of we're going to go short to this batter for a burst for a spell, but it's just being used every single ball, every single over, not really challenging, especially when you're looking at spells with that new ball on a day number 1 and what's not. You know, you want to see a bit more in terms of what he offers in line and length. This season he's done a bit more with ball. We haven't necessarily seen him go too often to that short ball ploy. It worked there though. Has it truthfully rattled Django? Does he go now full searching for those stumps, or does he follow it up with another short ball, Phil?
Well, if it was Zaire Bakaz, I look at to go full at the stumps. Because he has Django on the back foot. He's looked around to see the two men behind him. Should have gone full. He's looking for that short ball. But I don't know if you've watched marathon runners. Somebody sets the pace, then a guy sits behind him. And then when you think it's time to make a move, he makes the move and he sprints and wins the race. That is what Zaire McAllister needs to do. Just hone his skills on bowling, decent line and length, quick deliveries, then that express fast ball as a surprise short ball, then come back and look to hit stumps. That's wide.
Goes full, but goes wide. And Django helps it towards the boundary. So he set things up nicely, did Jair McAllister. But he just strayed there in line.
Yes, giving Django whiff on that occasion. And any left-hander likes whiff. And he stayed low in his stance and just presented a lovely back face onto that wide half volley and down to the third man boundary. But he's setting him up, and he said if he's going to go full, he has to go full and straight, not full and wide. And this is the thing about McAllister. He bowls quick, but he leaks a lot of runs. And that would be a concern for Captain Craig Brathwaite, who has his hands in his skimbo, relatively known as a teapot.
Well, there's that aggression again to close out over number 46. 165 for 4.
So 15 overs left in today's play. Here's Ford to continue his probe. He's elected to go wrong the wicket. Lucky not to have gotten a wicket a couple overs ago when the keeper, Hope, put it down. Philo Wallace alongside me. Philo, you think he should have caught that?
It was a leg cutter from Matthew Ford, who's coming around the wicket to him. So the ball started into the left-handed Django to hit and straight in. So when he edged the ball, his left hip came around, and that would have blindsided Hope. I know everyone would say he should be watching the ball, but if the batter is twisted and goes chest on, the keeper loses the ball, and Hope picked up the ball late to his left, and unfortunately they hold on to the catch. Kevin Wickham as well, the ball was dying to his left, and he made a valiant effort to get there, but unfortunately didn't hold on. A very good delivery from Ford. I like the way he's operating here. He's around the wicket and he's getting that ball to seam away from the left-hander. This is good seam bowling from this young man.
Yeah, I think he's bowled well. Again, CCC, as I said, he had a spell of 7 overs for 5 runs when things were not happening. And just get the feeling he's the type that will be the workhorse in your team.
Yes, he's the one that Craig Brathwaite would turn to bowl those hard lines and hard lengths on the off stump.
So flash and a miss there from Yannick Carrera. These two have settled things. I mean, it's been hard work at the office, but Carrera 17 from 27 and Django 23 from as many as 82 balls. Such as the battle. Those battle lines have been drawn here at Kensington Oval. It's been an interesting day. An advantage to the Red Force, leading by 79, and we want to stretch that to well over 100. Just saying that Ford is bowling around the wicket. There's some who will bowl over the wicket and angle the ball across the left hander with the slips in place, but he's elected to target those pads and then go straight without a swing, which has been good. It's been a good spell of bowling from him, Matthew Ford. A clever medium pacer. But you got to give credit to the Red Force with these two, because it could easily be 165 for 6 or 7. They've dropped anchor in difficult circumstances and just trying to bat for quite a long time. Wouldn't want to lose another wicket before the close. It's 165 for 4. As I welcome back Roland Butcher, the former England batsman. Hello, Roland. Nice to see you.
Yes, Andrew, and obviously TNT still with a good lead at the moment. Be looking to extend that. Still got 6 wickets in the bag, so Pride got a lot of work to do. If these two are still there tomorrow, I suspect tomorrow the pitch will be at its best. Could be a long day. They need to strike tonight.
14 overs left in the day's play. Here's McAllister. It's a good delivery. He's quickish. I think he can get to 90 miles. Or what is he bowl? What, between 85 and 90? Roland, tell me.
I would imagine at some
expert.
point he gets up there, but the thing is with short pitch bowling, Andrew, is that once the ball hits the pitch, a lot of pace is taken out of it. That's why you always see fuller deliveries register higher on the speed gun when they're full. McAllister doesn't bowl a lot of full deliveries, so he relies on hitting the pitch hard.
And that's gone through the gap. Lovely flowing shot out towards square's cover. And we'll get there. That's gone for 4. Well timed. Important runs for the Red Force.
Yep, that was the pitch that delivery, and Django's not missing out on this delivery. It's up there. Nicely timed.
It is that timing, as you said. There's a gap between backward point and extra cover, and he found that piece of real estate. Rather elected not to go with the cover. So inviting the drive with 2 slips in the gully in place. McAllister, who I understand was actually selected when the West Indies team went to South Africa. That's what I'm hearing, that perhaps it was not as fit as they would have wanted. But on the radar, I suppose in the last year or so, is not bowled as well as you would have wanted. He's got pace, but he's got to get his length right. Too short. They look for second run here, and they will get it comfortably out towards that mid-wicket area, with Wickham having to move a long way across to his right from backward square, banging that ball into the pitch again with no real pace. So the lead continues to stretch. It's up to 85. Barbados all up for 86. So this has been a very good day for the Red Force. Wickets falling like ripe mangoes this morning. So he's produced 2 short deliveries to the left-handed Django with the forward shot leg in, 2 slips in the gully. Also position the middle wicket a bit deepish. So what will he do here? He's got one left. Will he go full, looking to York, the left-hander? We shall see. Yeah, some aggression from McAllister, and the gathering of spectators here enjoying that, seeing the big fast bowler banging the ball into the pitch to end the over. 171 for 4.
Yes, Jan, go expecting that last delivery to Bunks. Didn't, just went over his back, so it was very close.
And it looks as if McAllister's going to go off the field.
Yep, it's probably end of his spell as well, I would imagine.
Yeah. So gathering the spectators here today with Hope and company. Expect people to come in and watch. Of course, it's the middle of the week. Now Holder takes over. There's McAllister going up the step to the Cigar for Silver's Pavilion. Maybe his work is done for the day. Was injured recently. Now Holder comes back into the attack. He's picked up 2 for 26. Looking for more success before the close. Ball into Corral. He played across that. Big appeal for leg before. Holder thought he had his man there.
Yeah, a lot of dejected players with that decision. I'll have to take a look myself to conclude. I'll have to take another look.
He's bowling round the wicket, struck on the pad, angle in.
Yeah. Looks a good
Holder thought he had his man there. That's a good shot to me, actually. I think that would have.
Yeah.
See it again, but from what I've seen there, that could have gone to the leg stump. I think Holder's unlucky not to have gotten that. So you've got your glasses on here, Roland Butcher. So you're the umpire. Talk to me. Talk me through this.
Probably the only thing you can say might be height. Let's see where the ball actually lands on the pad, Andrew. There.
Could it be? What do you think?
No, good shout. Very good shout.
Would you have given it?
With all the... That's a lovely shot.
Yeah, beautifully played. Through the mid-off area. We'll have the timing to get there. We get a second run.
Right, Andrew, the answer to your question is, have you seen all the replays? Yes. If I was in the umpire's position with one look, you're not too sure.
You think it would have hit the what? The leg stump?
Middle and leg.
Middle and leg. So that's, yeah.
Because you could see the leg stump behind the bat of any.
Yeah.
After he got hit.
Holder had a big appeal. It was a raucous appeal for leg before. The umpire now signals a no ball. Holder wasn't too happy when he didn't give the maximum out there. But we'll have a chance to see it again, and you're the umpire, Roland Butcher. Put your glasses on again. Talk to me.
Yep, you can see the leg stump after it got hit there. I would say very good shout. Very good shout. I guess the umpire would also be perhaps trying to take the angle from where Jason Holder is coming from. But if you notice, the keeper never moved towards the legs.
Yeah.
Stayed in there.
No, I agree with you. I think he's lucky not to have been given leg before there. Good camera work as well by Mr. Green. It is wonderful. He's got about 6 or 7 cameras here. So that's good to know that we've got so many cameras from all angles. Almost like TV production here. Good old Mr. Green and his wonderful team. Oh, it's gone through. And we'll go to the boundary, we'll get there. That's gone for 4.
Yeah, I think he got a bad bounce there. Roach started to come in. Did that ball change directions, or did Roach get it totally wrong and run in the wrong direction? But it looked. Let's see this. Roach is coming in there. Yeah, it must have changed. Must have changed directions.
And it bounced as well. But an important boundary for the Red Force. This has been a very good knock by these two, you know. I mean, it could have easily been 179 for 6 or 7, but they've dropped anchor admirably here with Django on 35 from 93 ball, but that's not important. And Correa has given very good support as first officer, 18 from 31, and no wickets have fallen for a long time. And what has also happened too is that the lead continues to build. It's now 93, 174, make that 179 for 449 overs bowl. There are another 12 overs left in the day's play. 2 things. 1, Red Force will be looking not to lose another wicket. Barbados, on the other hand, will be hoping to get a couple of scalps before the close. But what a day it has been for the Red Force, having won the toss, predictably inviting the Pride to bat. And before you could say hello, Trinidad and Tobago, they were all up for 86. Good bowling by the fast bowlers. And in reply, pretty decent response on a pitch which has gotten better for batting. 179 for 4.
Yeah, it's been a very good day for the Red Force. It all started with the right call with the toss. That was important, which meant, obviously, I would imagine if Barbados had won the toss, similarly they would have fielded, but it came down in the favour of the Red Force. They utilised that early call well with the ball. Pride didn't really contribute, well, the Pride contributed to their demise, really. And since then, it's been really hard work trying to get back into this game. Good solid opening partnership. Then, obviously, after they'd gone, they picked up a couple of wickets in the middle. But you're absolutely right. Since that, Django and Correa come together and they fashioned a really good partnership.
And with slices of luck as well. Wickham ball went to his left, low down, couldn't hold on, and keeper Sherhope couldn't take it, and then a big leg before decision going in favour of the batsman. Now McAllister to continue to bowl round the wicket to Correa.
Very loopy bouncer there.
Well, this is his 10th over now. Barbados not handling the conditions well, having been sent into bat predictably. Some loose shots as well, but you've got to credit the bowling of the Red Force. I thought they were spot on. That was more an inquiry than anything else, really. The keeper didn't go up. Might have just clipped the hip or something, but it was angled along the leg side. With the leg gully in place now, so there's a clear plan to bowl round the wicket to the left-handed Correa, who has not been as comfortable as he should be to those short deliveries produced by McAllister.
Yeah, very much leg theory in place, because 2 men out for the top edge hook, deep square leg and a fine leg. But with this field, McAllister is going to be spot on. He can't really pitch the ball up because he can be driven on both sides of the wicket.
there's a predictability about McAllister. Tends to bang the ball into the pitch. Of course, the old-time fast bowlers will, as they say, would bait you, pitch it up, bowl wide, and give you that bouncer, and just make you think. You just get the feeling that with McAllister is one-way traffic, bowling the ball short, so you know what to expect from him.
But with the field setting, Andrew, he has no choice, because when you've got this sort of field,
another short delivery. Batsman was expecting it. Got himself in position. He's helping the ball really. Rolling the wrist for a single. So that lead continues to stretch. Pretty close to 100 now. It's been a tremendous day for the Red Force side.
Yeah, I was going to say, when you've got this type of field setting, it limits what the bowler can actually do. He can't bowl length because he's got no protection square the wicket or straight. So he can be driven. All he can do is just bang the ball into the turf.
So with the green pitch here at Kensington Oval, McAllister was brought into the side. I think it was quite predictable that he would have gotten into the 11. Shea Hope coming into the side, replacing Boucher, who would be unlucky really to have lost his place. He was good behind the stumps and a couple of half centuries as well. That's when the big boys return. But I mean, when you look at this partnership, I mean, with the big guns, Mohammed, and someone like Captain De Silva with 300s consecutively gone back. The 50 partnership has come up, so it's been valuable here, because as I said earlier, could be a situation where you could lose wickets quickly. But these two have done well. It's not been easy. Roach was good with his probes. Ford was unlucky, but they've battled in adversity and they've won the contest against some pretty good bowling from some experienced campaigners in Holder, who will continue, and Kemar Roach. So Holder decides now to go over the wicket to angle the ball across the left-hander, hence the third slip is in play. There's a backward point, cover and a mid-off. The over before he actually went round the wicket, so an interesting ploy.
Yeah, I think the Jangu is looking to just run it across him, while Correa, he's looking to bowl a little bit straighter from around the wicket.
So this is an important period. Still lots of overs left. The light is still pretty good. Heading up to 5:30. It tends to go around 6 o'clock. I don't think we may get the overs in. What's the advantage, Roland Butcher, in angling the ball into the left-hander bowling around the wicket?
Well, I mean, you're basically looking for the LBW decision or bowl. Those are the options when you're angling the ball in. You're not trying to threaten the outside edge. Obviously, ball into Jangu, what he's hoping for is to get it across him and edge to those three waiting slips.
Good stop, very good stop indeed by Roach, the old man. Had that gone through him, it would have gone to the boundary, but he made a desperate dive to his left. Good work, Kemar Roach.
Yeah, he did really well there. That was heading to the boundary. It's sweetly timed by Django, but Roach on his weaker side. Left side diving away there.
Yeah, it was firmly struck.
He certainly made sure that he didn't have to chase.
So for Correa, he decides to go around the wicket now, Holder. So why would he, you're the expert here, why would he bowl over the wicket to Django and round the wicket to Correa?
Because he feels less confident in getting Django LBW. With Correa, he feels that Correa will play around the ball, which brings the LBW into play. If he's bowling over the wicket to Correa, there's a good chance that the ball will pitch outside leg stump if he's bowling over the wicket, which he won't get the LBW decision then.
So that's
it.
wide of the off stump.
Close the play.
Yep, 5:30. So we've had a very interesting day. The last ball was outside the off stump and went through to be taken by the keeper. What a day it has been for the Red Force. First thing for them, they won the toss and decided to send the Barbados Pride into bat. And it was a meek surrender, 86 all out. And despite one or two challenges, losing some big snappers, these two have come together and they've batted with a lot of commitment, a lot of fight. And at the end of the first day's play, the lead is 96 with 6 wickets in the bag. And you would think that they would want to come back tomorrow, the two left-handers, and continue to bat away for the Red Force. Barbados will be looking to get wickets early in the morning. But the reality is, at the end of the day's play, it's been a very good one for a team that has done well in the competition this year. Good strong bowling attack, good batting, Mohammed and company. And the scoreboard tells the story. Barbados 86, to which the Red Force replying strongly 182 for 4.
Yeah, excellent day for the Red Force, no question about that. The bowl first, utilised the conditions well. Bowl Barbados out for under 100 and got to work with the bat, opening partnership of 100 plus, and now a solid 5th wicket partnership between Django and Correa ensure that they will sleep easy tonight. Barbados will not sleep so easily. There we've got some problems to resolve. First of all, to digest why they were bowled out for 86, and more importantly, how can they dismiss TNT Red Force tomorrow for something that is reasonable, that they can get back into the game. At this moment, they look very much out of the game. I would imagine the Red Force would be certainly looking to get over 300 plus runs, which puts Barbados in a pretty poor position, having to, if they have to get over 200 as a deficit, then if they win the game from there, they deserve it.
Yeah, you're right. So the cover's firmly been put on the square. What a day it has been for the Red Force, with the Prime Minister, Dr. Keith Rowley, just about to leave. He would be quite a happy man. A big cricket man he is. And the reality is that they've had a good day. Roach into the attack. Lovely flowing drive by Cooper. And battling away to the onside. That's wide of that mid-on area. Beautifully bowled by the old man, Kemar Roach, to get the first wicket. Jason Holder was good. Outswinger, edge found, catch taken. And too wide, played square in the offside. Oh, that's out leg before. The big man, Mohammed, plumb leg before. And Holder is on his bike. Zoom it on. Ford was good. Edge found. Mohammed, or rather the captain, goes. Too short, pulled away. And that's too straight. That's gone through mid wicket. Too short again by Matthew Ford. No pace there. McAllister was full and wide and stroked to that backward point area. This was a good partnership between these two left-handers. And that's a lovely flowing drive to the offside to end the day in a good position, Roland Butcher. We'll certainly assess what has happened today. First of all, the Red Force won the toss. They elected to put Barbados in. That was not surprising at all.
Not at all. I think when you looked at the pitch this morning, you saw large areas of green grass, something that you haven't seen at Kensington Oval for quite a while. Obviously, both teams going into this game with pace bowling attacks, and I think Trinidad got it right first of all. They called correctly, and then the next decision was to obviously ask Barbados to bat first. All said and done, you still got to execute, and they came out and they did it well with the bat. Barbados contributed, but at the same time, I think the Red Force bowlers were perhaps a little bit too good for them today.
Yeah, I thought they bowled well. Of course, Jaden Seals, who's now the top man for the West Indies. Anderson Phillips was certainly very good. I thought the combination, along with young James, got together. In fact, no spinners were used by the Red Force. It was a good combination.
Well, there was no need to. I mean, 26 plus overs, that's all you've got before Barbados was dismissed. I thought James was excellent. I like the look of him. He's a big, tall, strong man. He hit good areas. He was always doing something with the ball. Constant threat. And obviously he picked up some wickets as well. So the Red Force, all in all, they're very happy with the performance.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, he hits the ball, hits the deck pretty hard. And really, I think is one for the future. In fact, I've heard a lot about him. I thought he bowled well, along with Seals and Anderson Phillips. Very, very fit. So Barbados all out for 86. Now, let's look at the Red Force reply. They had a good opening stand.
Yeah, excellent. I thought the openers played really well. I must say, obviously, which you'd expect, that after lunch on day one on a nice, bright, sunny day, even with the grass in the pitch was going to get better.
Yeah.
Once the sun takes that initial moisture out of the pitch, it's going to improve. And it certainly did, which made batting a lot easier. But at the same time, they went about their business well. That opening partnership really set the whole innings up for what is going to happen later on. And I suspect tomorrow, day 2, that pitch will be even better. So Barbados cannot feel that tomorrow they can just come out and roll this team over, because tomorrow is probably going to be the best day for batting.
Yeah, I certainly agree with that. At the end of the first day's pitch, it's been a very good day for the Red Force side. Winning the toss, electing to field Barbados all out for 86, to which they've replied strongly, 182 for 4. The action continues tomorrow. We'll be here to bring it for you. And someone just said, flying fish and cuckoo is good, but of course crab and kalaloo is much sweeter. I'm Andrew Mason, hoping that you'll join us tomorrow just around about 5 minutes to 10 o'clock when the action continues live from Kensington Oval.